Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video I'm going to build this complete full stack mobile application for Android and iOS using .NET MAUI XAML and backend using ASP.NET Core Web APIs with EF Core and SQL Server, and I'm going to use .NET 9 for this one. So I have recorded a demo for this one. The link is in the description of the demo because this video was getting so long I can't upload more than 12 hours video. That's why I've recorded the demo separately. You can check out the demo first. The link is in the description. So these are some of the screens from the final app. We are going to build it from scratch till end, complete UI, backend and everything. So these are some of the screens. If you see here, I have simply got these from iOS simulator. Then these are Android emulator. All right. Okay, so the way I'm going to build this, I'm going to first build the UI, then I'm going to the API side, and then I'm going to come back to the UI mobile app. Then we are going to consume the API and making all these screens dynamic. All right, so let's get started. All right, so let's create a .NET MAUI app now. Here, let's call it travel expense tracker. And here let's choose .NET 9, but everything should be same for .NET 8 as well. Let's create it, and we are going to follow the same approach which I already mentioned. We are going to first create the mobile UI, that complete design. After that we are going to work on the API layer, and then we are going to come back to this mobile MAUI application, and we are going to consume the API and then going to modify our mobile application. All right. Now here, first thing we are going to install two packages, the Community Toolkit MVVM and Community Toolkit MAUI, those NuGet packages, because we are going to use both of these. These are kind of necessity for me now for each and every app. So let's first install Community Toolkit.mvvm. Let's install it, apply, accept. Okay, now Community Toolkit.maui. So it gives some version downgrade error. I need to look into it. What is the issue there? So the 11 and 10, these packages gives those warning, and I have set warning as errors. So 9 works fine. So we are going to use 9 for now. So whatever feature we are going to use, those are there in version 9. So we should be okay with this. Now this is installed, and if you have worked with Community Toolkit MAUI package, we need to add this use MAUI Community Toolkit in our MAUI program.cs file on this builder. So we are going to go to MAUI program.cs, and here we are going to add this with the namespace Community Toolkit.maui. So now our basic NuGet packages are ready. Now these fonts, we are not going to use this default font. So I want to use some other font. So for this, I'm going to use Google Fonts. So go to the browser, go to the Google Fonts, and here you can search whatever font you want to use. I'm going to use Poppins. I like this font. And here you can add, and then you can download it. I already have it downloaded here. So from here, we are going to use the regular, this one, regular and bold, these TTF files. So let's copy these two files and go to the Visual Studio. In resources, fonts, here let's paste these two fonts. Okay, and then here we have fonts.add font. Now the first one is the actual name of the font which we have here, the file name, and the second one is alias by which we are going to use in our XAML. Okay, so for me, we can maybe have these, copy these, or we can simply replace these because we are not going to use this OpenSense font. We are going to use the Poppins. So let's use OpenSense. We'll say Poppins. This is the name here. Same thing for the second one. We can simply copy this from here, the name, Let's have this like this, and then regular one as well, and then name. Let's have Poppins regular and Poppins bold. Save it. Now we just need to use these fonts. So the default template which comes with .NET MAUI, we can go to resources, styles.xaml. Here we can search for font family. Here we are going to see this Open Sans regular. Let's replace this with our Poppins regular. Replace 10 occurrences, and we had one more semi bold, right? Which is not here, but we can use if we want to. So for us, we are okay. We have added the fonts as well. Cool. Now we can start working on our pages. First, let's close all the tabs. Let's create the basic folder structure which we are going to need. So let's first create a new folder for our pages. Okay. And then let's create a folder for our models. And then create a folder for our view models. At least these three we are going to use for sure. Okay. So in pages, first we are going to start with our login and registration page. So login and create account page. So inside pages, let's create and add new item. And this is going to be .NET MAUI content page with XAML. Okay. So let's call it login page .xaml add, and with this only we can add one more page, new item .NET MAUI content page, and this time we'll say register page. Yes. All right, save it, and now we should be good. Now in our models, we are going to have our models, or maybe not in view models, in directly not in models. In view model we can have a class, let's say login view model. Okay, and we are going to use community toolkit.mvvm here. So we'll say public partial class login view model, and here we are going to have this as a subclass of observable object. And here we are going to have properties for our login related stuff, and in login we are going to have username and password. Okay, so let's have two values here, private string username, and pay attention, this is a private string field here, but we want a property. So for this we are going to use community toolkit mvvm. We have already added this this base class here, so it allows us to use this observable property attribute on this variable. What it is going to do here is it is going to create a property with the name username, the uppercase U, and it is going to implement the iNotify property changed interface, so that UI will be updated with each and every change in this username. Now after username we also need the password. So here also we are going to have observable property. Alright, at least these two things we need. Now we just need to use this login view model on our login page. So what we are going to do, we are going to inject that login view model in our login page. So login page.xaml.cs, this code behind, let's inject this, and here we are going to say just call it view model, and then we are going to set binding contact for this page as this view model. Okay, now we are injecting this, we are using inversion of control using constructor injection. We need to register these in our dependency container. So the login page and login view model, both of these things needs to be registered in our dependency container. For this, we'll go to MAUI program.cs, and here we are going to register this. So we'll say builder.services.add transient. Let's add login view model first with using. And on this only we can add this chain. So add transient, again add transient. Here we'll say login page. So we have registered both of these in our dependency container. Now we should be good. Save it. Register is fine. Login view model. We have these two properties, and then we have this login page.xaml. Now here we want to design our app. Okay. Now we have just added all the boilerplate kind of code. Or with this login, we are going to work on register page as well, right? This is going to be somewhat similar to this. So let's do this. On this, similarly, the way we are having this login view model, the same way we can have a register view model. So we are going to add a class in view models. We'll say register view model public partial class, and this is going to be observable object. And here also we are going to have username, password, and we are going to have one, or instead of username, let's have just email. And then we are going to have a user name, actual name of the user. For example, my name, Abhay Prince. So now it's up to you. You can maybe have a base class of this login register view model where you are going to have these two properties, but it's up to you. But I'm choosing simplicity here. I'll go to register view model and I'll add these two things here. And with this, I'm going to have one more private string, let's say underscore name. This is also going to be a observable property. Save. And then we are going to inject this register view model in our register page.xaml.cs. Inject this, add the namespace, and then here we are going to say the same binding context equals this view model. And the way we have registered the login page in our dependency container in MAUI program.cs, the same thing we need to do for the register page. So here we'll say register view model and register page. Save it, and now we are good. But right now, first time when we are coming to the app, it should directly go to the login page. Okay, so here if we see app shell, in app shell we just have main page. We don't have anything which is redirecting the application to the login page. Instead of directly having it here, I'm going to have one more version of this shell content, and I'm going to have the login page here. So now first thing, we want to access that login page which exists inside the pages folder. That means the namespace for login page is different. This is the namespace. So we need to add that namespace in this XAML file. So here we are going to say xmlns, let's call it pages, and here we need to add this travel expense tracker.pages namespace. Now here we should be able to see the login page. Save it, and when we are doing this, we can have the same title and route. Let's have login page. We'll follow this convention. For the routes, we are going to use the actual class name, the page name. For title, it could be just login. Now what is going to happen when we are going to run the app? The login page is going to be there, and any other page will not be there. But from login page, we might go to the register page, right? Or maybe we'll do this once we are going to work on the register page. Right now, we'll work on login page. So this is the basic boilerplate kind of thing. We have simply set up the MVVM, okay, with the login page. And now if we run, it should show the login page directly. So here what I'll do, I'm going to run it on my Android local device. Let me run it. Then I'm going to mirror this. And because we are running it for the first time, it is going to take some time. So let's wait for it. Alright, so app is here and we can see the login page here. Okay, then this comes flyout. So we are not going to use flyout here. So on this app shell.xml with flyout behavior, we can simply say disabled. Save it. And now we just have login page with this welcome to .NET MAUI and nothing else. Now we can start designing our login page. Alright, so now we'll design our login page. Okay, the first thing what we need on this page, we don't need any title. Okay, here we can simply say shell dot navbar is visible false, so that this is not here. Alright, after this we are going to get rid of this vertical stack layout. Instead of this we are going to use a grid here. Okay, and then inside this grid we are going to have, first we'll have maybe name of the application. So for this we are going to have, on this grid we'll set row definitions. So in first row we are going to have name of the app, so we can have auto for this. Then in the second row we can have some text like welcome back, or maybe the login and register the text login in this case, but we are going to follow the same design for register page as well. So for this also we can have auto. After that we are going to have the main content, the main fields, email, password, sign in button and all. So for this we are going to have, let's have star, or maybe for this also let's have auto. And then we need all these things till here, and the last remaining space we are simply going to have it as star, so that it takes the last space as the empty space, things like this. So first auto for our name of the application. So here we are going to use a label for this with the text, let's say travel expense tracker, and we can maybe break it down to 3 different lines. Yes, let's do this. So here I'm going to have a vertical stack layout. Inside this I'm going to have a label with the text, let's say travel. You can see this text here, it is very small but at least we can see. Then I'm going to simply duplicate it. Here we can see travel expense and then tracker. Okay, now we just need to move these to the center. So on this vertical stack layout we can say horizontal options as center. These are here. Now let's have some spacing from top. So on this vertical stack layout only we can have margin or we can have padding, it's up to us. So let's have margin from left 0, it starts from left. Then from top we can have, let's say 30, and then 0 and 0 for other two sides. Save everything and now we are good, we can see this. Now we just need to make this big. So text here we are going to say font size 18. Okay, and font attributes bold. Okay, let's maybe make it 20. All right, or maybe 22 or 25. Yeah, 25 is fine. So now we need the same thing for these two as well. So one thing is we can repeat these, and if you don't want to repeat we can have some styles here. So here we can say content page dot resources. Here we can say resource dictionary. Here we can add in style. For target type, this style belongs to label, and then we just need to provide a key for this. So here we can say, let's say app name label, something like this, or just let's say app name. Inside this we can have setter with property font size, and the value will be this 25. Okay, Then I'm going to duplicate this line. This time we are going to use font attributes and the value is going to be bold. Save it. Now we just need to use this app name here. So here we can get rid of font size and font attributes. Instead, we are going to say style. Okay. And here we can have a static resource. And here we can see app name. Save it and still same thing. Now let's add this style to both of these as well. So let's add style, and now we can see this is same for these. Now if you see this E and T, these are starting from the same thing. I want this text to be center aligned. Okay, so how can we do this? Within this labels, let's try. What if we say horizontal options at center? For first I said this moved to center, but this also belongs to, this is also going to be common for all these three. So we can simply add one more setter here, so we don't need to explicitly set this here. If I duplicate this style setter, and here if I add horizontal options and value as center, then it is going to be applied for all these three. Now we are good. Travel expense tracker. Let's have some more spacing, not 30, let's maybe make it 50. For this font size, let's say it 28. Save it and now we are good. Okay, cool. After this I want to have some text here that will simply say login or register, or if we are on login, let's call welcome back. So that means after this vertical stack layout, this was part of this first row, this auto. So let's explicitly define this grid.row. This was for row 1. Now we need row number 2. Okay, grid.row 0. This starts from 0 index. Then we are going to have label grid.row 1. Here we are going to say text. Let's say welcome back. And here we are going to have a font size somewhat similar to this, or let maybe have 20 or 22. And we can see this welcome back text. Let's move it to the center. So we'll say horizontal options at center. And let's have some spacing here. So on this grid only, we can have a row spacing. Let's make it 15. We can have this space here. Okay, save it. We'll see, we might revisit this. If this does not look good, we might revisit later, but right now let's go with the flow. We are good. Now we'll go to the third row where we are going to have our actual the email, password, and our sign in or login button. Okay, let's do that. And for that also we are going to have at least 3 items: email, password, button, and a link or some indication to go to register page. So at least 4 things. So we can have again a vertical stack layout here. Vertical stack layout with grid.row 2, which is actually the third row. Here also let's have row spacing, or not row spacing, in vertical stack layout this is just spacing. Let's have 5 for now. Then let's have an entry where we are going to have a placeholder as email. Save it and we can see this email. Now let's duplicate this. This time we'll say password is password, and on this entry we are going to add is password flag to true. Okay, and after this we are going to have a sign in button or login button. So let's have a button with the text of login, which is here. Now right now these things are touching the left and right corner. Let's have some spacing. So on this vertical stack layout only, we can have a padding of, let's say, 15. So now we have the spacing from left and right. Okay, and this main spacing, let's have it as be 10, so that we can have some spacing here. Okay, save it, and now we are good. This login button, this is fine for now, we can say. Or maybe on this login, let's have font attributes as bold. Save it. So now while this is fine, let's have one indication here to go to the register page. So for this, what I'll do, inside this vertical stack layout only, after the button, let me have a simple label. I'll say just, let's say don't have an account, register. This text is here, let's move it to the center. So we'll say horizontal options at center. Okay, and then maybe let's change the text color. For this, we'll say blue. Or do we have some dark blue color? Dark blue, yes, we have. So let's have this dark blue color, and this is fine. And when we tap on this, it should go to the register page that we are going to work later. But right now we are good. Are the spacing still not much? Let's have 20. Oh, did I change padding? Nope, not padding. I need the spacing to 20. All right, save it. Now, well, this is fine, but this, the material design entry, I'm not a fan of this. So, but in .NET MAUI using these direct XAML, there is no direct way by which we can change this underline or borderline kind of behavior. If I, let's say, have some background color, maybe let's say light blue color. So you see, this line is still there, and this thing does not look that good. So for this, we need to work on some other thing, and that other thing could be, we can have some platform specific code, we can have some handlers, or we can create a custom control which does not have this thing. So for this, I already have a video on my channel. I'm going to drop the link of that video in the description box, where I showed you how can we do this, what and how, and all those things. So I would highly recommend you guys to check that video out. And in this video, I'm directly going to use that approach. Okay, and I'm going to make it fast. What we are going to do, we are going to have a new folder here for controls. In this, I'm going to add a new class. Let's say borderless entry, or maybe no underline entry, something like this. No underline entry. Yes. Here, let's make it public. And how this is going to work, this is going to be a subclass of entry. That means we are just going to enhance, we are going to add our own logic to remove that underline, but we will not change anything else. So entry will be entry. Here, what we can do, we can override a method that is on handler changed. Okay, and inside this, we are going to have our logic, and here we will have this only if the platform is Android, because this problem is not there on iOS. So we'll do this only for Android. Okay, now here, let's say, let's change or convert this handler to iEntry handler. iEntry handler, entry handler. And then inside this, we are going to first check if we have some background color explicitly defined. If background color is null, that means we have not defined any background color, then we are going to use the transparent background. So for that we can have entry handler dot platform view dot background tint list. And I have explained all these things in detail in that video which I mentioned. The link is in the description, so you can check that video out to understand all these things, why we are doing this here using a different class, and what is this on handler change, and all these things I have explained in that video. All right, so background tint list, here we are going to use color state list, color state list dot from or value of colors dot transparent dot to platform. If that's not the case, that means we have defined some background color. In our case, we have defined background color for the first one, this first entry we defined this light blue. So if we define something, then we need to use that. So let me copy this entire thing, paste it here, and this time we'll say instead of color dot transparent, we are going to say background color dot to platform, and we are done. Now if we change that background color on the basis of some dynamic binding, then this approach is not going to work, because we are adding this in on handler change, so it is going to apply for the first time. But if you want to handle this, for this what we do, we have one more method which we are going to override, that is on property changed. Okay, and here we'll simply check. So why we need this and all I explained in that video, again I'm telling you. If property name equals name of background color, then we want to use that. Now the code is going to be same, so let's extract this thing out in a separate method. Here we are going to say private void set or let's say remove underline, something like this. Let's have this code here, and let's call this from on handler changed remove underline. Same method we are going to call from here. And now we just need to use this no underline entry instead of entry here. Now how we are going to use this, how we can do this? This is simply a class, all the entry is also a class. This exists in this namespace which is controls. So on login page we need to add this namespace. So we'll say xmlns controls equals, here we are going to say controls. This should come from our travel expense manager dot controls. And now we can simply have, instead of entry, we can now have no underline entry from this controls, and then everything will be same. Other properties and all, everything will be same. We can now get rid of the entry. Same thing, let's duplicate this. This time we need each password and this placeholder. So let's have these, and then let's remove this entry as well. Save it, everything's fine. Let's try to run the app to see if this works. App is almost here, let's see, and we can see this. In email there is no that underline is not here, in password that underline is not here. We have this simple email, we can write down here. On password, let's have the same background color on password as well. Save, and now we can see this as well. Cool. Now let's have some more padding from left, right and all. Instead of 15 we can maybe have 20 or 25. Save. On these entries, can we have some internal padding? No, we can't. Okay, so we are good with email. We can type it. With password we can type the password, and then we have this login button. So this login background color, this color, let's change this color as well. Let's have some different color. Let's see what this color is. This is kind of blue color only, but this is this color 3949 AB. So let's copy this, and now we want to change the main primary color. Right now if you see on button, I have not added any color, but still we can see this color. From where this color is coming? For this we need to go to the global styles. Those are in resources, styles, and styles.xaml file. Here if we search for button, this is button, and here if we see, we have this background color app theme binding. If light, then use primary. So this primary is the one, this color which is getting used there. So we want some different color here, and this comes from styles colors.xaml. From here this primary, so we just change this primary. Save this. Now here there is a note for Android. Please see also platform Android resources values colors.xml. So if you are changing, I think this color, then you need to change there as well. Let's quickly verify this. So in platform Android resources values colors.xml, here if we see, we have these three colors: color primary dark, color accent. And here if we see the first color which we changed, that primary color, this was this color, right? So let's have that color here as well. Save everything. We'll see if we need to change these colors, we'll see later. But right now we just change this color, save everything. Let's see if something get changed. This color is changed now, I guess. Yep. Cool. So now we are good with our main login page. Now similarly, we are going to work on register page. Now when we tap on this link, this label, it should navigate us to the next page where we are going to have the register page basically. So this thing we are going to work next. But before that, right now we are not using bindings here, right? We are just having the entries with no text at all. Okay, we'll do these things maybe later when we'll work on the main API consumption, or we'll see if we in between we need to do this. Right now we're just working on UI. So main UI is fine. So login page is fine. Next we need to work on register page. All right. So now we'll design our register page. So for that we first need to go to the register page. And how we are going there? On login page we have this label. So on clicking on this label, we will navigate to the register page. Now, this register page, we have not added that register page in the app shell.xml, right? The way navigation works in .NET MAUI, either we need to add that in the app shell, which actually registers that page for the global route. And if that is not the case, we need to register that page in the routing. So in app shell.xaml.cs here, we have this routing dot register route. So using this, we can register the stacked route, the navigation routes. That means there is going to be some main page, root page, and then these pages, whatever we are registering using routing.register route, these are kind of navigation stacked pages with that back button. Okay, so here we need to register our register page. Here we have first string route. So this is going to be the URL by which we will navigate to the page. And then second one is route factory. It could be some route factory, or it directly could be some type of content page. So we are going to use the second one, the string route. If you remember, I already mentioned, we are going to use the page name as the route. It makes our lives easier. So here we'll say name of the register page. This is going to be the URL, and then the type, it is going to be type of the register page. So that means we can navigate to the register page, name of register page. And when we'll do this, it is going to serve us this page. It will navigate to this register page. So our routing is ready for register page. Now let's go back to login page. Here we have this label. We need to have some click handler here. So on label, we are going to have label.gesture recognizers. And in here, we are going to use tab gesture recognizer. Now here we have two options. Either we can use the MVVM or we can directly use the event here. What I mean by event is we can use this tabbed event and we can add the navigate method inside this code behind. Or we can go to login view model and we can have that as a relay command there. So it's up to you. You can do whatever you want. So let's use view model here. So we have login view model. In here, let's create a method private async task. Let's say navigate to register async. Okay. And here we are going to say shell dot current dot window 0 window is just window, right? Shell dot current dot what was that? Oh, we can directly use go to async, my bad. Shell dot current dot go to async. If we want to directly access the current page using the app, then we need to go that Windows route. Okay, sorry. Shell dot current dot go to async. And now here we need to provide the URL, and that is going to be name of register page. The thing which we have done in the app shell.xaml.cs, this thing. Now we are here, save it. We need to add await here, save everything, and now we should be good. But right now this is just a simple private method. We need to make it a command. For that we will add a relay command attribute on this. Now what this relay command is going to do for us is it is going to create a method navigate to register command without async suffix. Okay, the name is going to be navigate to register then command. That's all. So let's go to login page. Here instead of tabbed we can use command. Here we can use binding. Now we can have that, but we can't see it here. If we see the code behind, we set binding context, so it should be here. It will work out of the box without any problem, but we are not getting any IntelliSense support here. If we want to do that, then how the XAML works, let me remove this for now. On this page we need to tell that what is the data type for this page. Data type means what is the binding context type for this page. So for this page the binding context type is login view model. So let's add that here. So first we need to add a namespace for our view model. So we'll call it xmlns colon vm for view model, and here we are going to have our view models. And then we can define x.data type, and here what was that, login view model. Now with this, if we come here to the tab gesture recognizer, now here if we say navigate to register command, you see we have now all these things, and we'll have all those username and all email and password as well here. So command navigate to register command. We'll save it, and now we are good. On clicking on this thing, it will go to the register page. Okay, let's quickly try it out. Then we'll start designing the register page. So app is here. Let's try to tap on it, and it is on register page. Now if you go back, So you see the routing.register route, it does this, it adds this navigation page and we with the back button. All right. Now let's start designing this register page. So for this register page, we are going to follow the same UI design what we have on our login page. So let's quickly copy everything on login page. Go to the register page, remove the vertical stack layout and paste it. And let's add the namespaces as well. So controls, VM and data type. Copy these three things. Come here, add these, and this time on title we are going to have the blank. We want that back button, that's why we are not saying shell.navbar.is visible false, because then if we do that, then it will remove that back button as well. Instead we are going to remove the title, just empty string, so there that means no title. And then we are going to have the same thing what we had here, everything on the previous page. The only thing is binding is not going to be like this here. So here data type is going to be register view model, and that this text don't have an account and register. Here we are going to say already have an account, login. Okay. And this time here the binding should change. If we go to our view model, the way we are having in login view model, this thing, we are going to copy this, go to register view model, paste it here, but this time we need to change it a bit. What do we need to change? We directly land on landing page, and there we have a button. After that we come to register page, and then we need to have the back button. So on back button, whatever we are doing on back button, that same thing should happen on click of this thing. That means we need to go back. So in shell navigation, what we can do for that, shell.current.goToAsync, we have a way by dot dot. When we say dot dot period period, what it does, it simply goes back, removing the current page from the navigation stack. So this is what we need to do. So here we will say navigate back async, and let's add the relay command here so that we can access it from our register page.xaml. And here if we say binding, with this binding, if we say, what was that? Navigate back async relay command register view model. Yes, what is the problem? Register view model navigate. Oh, because this is in running mode, that's why it is not picking that. Save it, and it got now navigate back command. Save, and now we are good. Okay, cool. Here we need one more field, one more entry for name. We have email, we have password. The same way we need to have an entry for name. So I'm going to copy the first one, that email, duplicate it, and then say name here. Save it, and let's try to run it. And we are on login page by default. Let's click on it. Now we are on this page where we have name, email, password, login, and already have an account login. So this button's text, it should be register. Cool. And now we are good. Here, okay, let's do this. Let's have the rounded corners on button and entry both. So for button, we can have, you can see, right? Let's move it here. And here on buttons, we have a property corner radius. Here we can provide some value. Now we can see this. The default height for buttons in .NET MAUI is 44. So if we want to make it perfectly rounded corners, we can have half of 44, that is 22. If we say 22, we can see the perfectly rounded corners. Now, I want all of my buttons to be like this. So for this, I want this corner radius thing to be globally applied to all the buttons. Now, how can I do this? One is we can directly go to the resources, styles.xaml, and here we have button where we have this. If you see the minimum height request, minimum width request, these are 44. So this was the thing which I was telling you, that it has the default height of 44. You can modify it. Here we have corner radius, the default value is 8, but I don't want this 8, I want this to 22. Okay, save it, save everything. Now we are going to be good. I come here, and if I remove this corner radius from here, still I'm going to see the same thing. Now the background color on entry, this is also something which we want to be applied on each and every entry control. So this thing also we can simply get from here. We can go to the styles.xaml, and here we can find entry. Here it is. So here background color is transparent. Instead of transparent, we are going to use our light blue color. Let's have it here. Save it. Now we don't need to provide this background color explicitly on all the entries. Save everything. It is not picking these up. Why? On entry, we have set background color to light blue, right? Yeah. Let's stop and start the app again. We didn't remove these from login. Let's go to register page, and here we can't see those. And why this is happening, that is, maybe there is some issue with our logic here. It is directly checking if we have directly set the background color on the entry itself. We need to find some other way to do this. Okay, maybe we'll do this later. For now, what we can do, we can have this light blue on the entry level only. I'll try to find a way for this, and then maybe I'll try to create a dedicated separate video for this. But here what we can do, let's have background color back. Cool. So looks like we are good with this. Now with these rounded corner, maybe let's have rounded corners on these entries as well. So how can we do this? We can simply wrap these entries in border with the stroke shape of round rectangle. Round rectangle with a corner radius of same 22. Inside this, if we add that, now we can see this name like this. And on this border, let's remove the stroke. So we'll say stroke thickness 0. Now we can see this. Inside this, when we have on this entry, let's have some margin or padding from left and right. On entry, we'll say padding. We can't have padding in the entry. If we do padding inside the border, then it is not going to look good. Let's try 10, 0. If we do this, and if we can add the background color on this border, same light blue, it is going to give us the desired output. But this is kind of a workaround kind of thing, but we can get what we want. What did I do? Okay. So we can get the desired output. Now here we want this border to be applied to all these. And when we'll add this border, we want to have these four properties to be applied: padding, background color, stroke shape, and stroke thickness. Now this styling can be applied to all the entries at multiple places. Now we can have this border styling as a global style now, but the border is not which will always have all these things. What I mean is, maybe we are going to have some different border styling as well. So we should not directly modify this in the styles.xml with the border styling. Here also we are going to see border, this border. We don't want to do this like this. Instead, we are going to create a style the way we create the styles here in this content page.resources. Now, if we add that border style on this page here, content page.resources, this is going to be applied only on this page. We can use these styles within this page only, but we want that border style to be used across the app for all the pages wherever we need. So in that case, we should add our styling in. You can add it in styles.xml as well if you want to, but let's go to the app.xml. Okay, or maybe, yeah, app.xml makes sense. We have application.resources, resource dictionary.merge dictionary. Here we can have the style here. Okay, so here we'll say, let's say entry wrapper. The target type is going to be border. Okay, and what all properties we need? Let's check in register page. So we need padding 10,0. So we need padding as 10,0. Then we need background color as light blue. We need background color as light blue. Then we need stroke shape as this round rectangle 22. Stroke shape. Then we need stroke thickness 0. So we'll say stroke thickness value is going to be 0. Save it. Now let's try to use this. So here on this border, now we can remove all these things. We can add style, and here we can say static resource. Here we have this entry wrapper in the IntelliSense. Now we can use this. Save it. We should have the same behavior. Let's quickly try it out. Okay, login. Let's go to register page. On the main name entry, we can see this. Now we want the same styling for all. Let's try to add. Let's copy the second control, add a border with style, static resource, entry wrapper, and paste the control. Same thing for the third one, border, style, static resource, entry wrapper, and paste. And now we are good with all these things. Okay, now I have added one image as a logo kind of thing. In resources, image is logo.png. I have added this image. Let's try to use this in here. So what I'm going to do here on the top, let's add that thing as well here. So that image. Maybe in this vertical stack layout, if we add image source logo.png, if we simply do this logo.png, we can see this. It has a default dimension of 300 by 300. This is the default dimension of this image, but we want to have the smaller version here. So we are going to set the height request of maybe 150. And this is fine. This looks fine, right? Cool. So here we have margin 50 from top. let's not have it margin 50. Maybe what we can do on this page label, we can have some spacing. Or if I remove that, right? Without that also everything looks fine. Yeah. Let's have this travel expense tracker in single line now. Let's try how it looks. Travel expense tracker. If this, we can see this. Cool. Let's decrease the font size so that maybe some smaller screen, not much smaller, but it gets fixed on the same line only. So instead of 28, let's say 24. 24 is fine, right? Or maybe 22. 22 is also fine, and there is enough space. If the screen is much smaller, then also it should fix. Or maybe 24, I don't. Let's settle with 24. And this welcome back text, let's make it a bit smaller. Let's make it 20. Hmm. We are on register page, right? We should not say welcome back. Maybe welcome here. I don't know. Let's have this. Name, email, password, register, already have an account, login, and we have this image. So with this, I guess this design looks fine. Now what we will do, we will copy this design from here and we are going to replace the login page design with this, and we will remove the name. All right, let's do this. Whatever we have on our register page, copy these two things, go back to login page. No, not directly because we have that. Okay, let's paste this. We'll do that. We are on login page. We can see this. All right. Save everything first. And after that, we are going to remove the name. Remove name. Okay. Email password. Welcome here. We'll say welcome back. All right. Then here, already have an account. We had a text. Don't have an account. Register. Okay. The button should say login here, and on click of this we should go to the navigate to register command. Save everything and we are good. We just need to have some spacing from top on this page, because on register page we already have some spacing because of this back button, but it looks fine here. So let's have the same spacing on the main page, the login page basically. So here where we have our main grid, here only we can have top margin. We can say margin 0 from left, and let's say maybe 30 from top, and 0 from right and bottom. This we are good. Or maybe not 30, let's maybe increase this, make it 50. I don't know, or maybe 80. Okay, save it. Looks fine. So we are good with our login page. If you see, it looks great. It looks very clean. In previous video when we were working on this main login page, it was not looking that good, but now it looks great. Register page, pretty neat. We can click on this, we'll come back, and we can use this back button on top as well. So with this, our login and register pages are ready. Now we can go ahead and work on the main page, the home page. Okay, and there we are going to have a tab bar as well. That thing we are going to work next. All right, but before that, let's have the login related logic, not the actual logic, just so that, or maybe let's work on that next. First we'll work on main page, then we'll connect that with login page. All right, so now login and register pages are ready. Now we are going to work on our main home page. Okay, we already have a default main page, right? If you remember the default main page, but we were not using it. Now let's move this main page to our pages folder, because there we are having all our pages. Let's move this to pages folder. Now because we are moving it, we need to change the namespaces. We should change the namespaces. The namespace, it was travel expense manager. Here we are going to say dot pages. And then when we changed it here, we need to change it in XAML as well. Here it says x colon class. It is travel expense manager dot main page, but now it will be dot pages dot main page. This is reference to this main page. So here, this one. All right. Now let's go to app shell. Here it was with local, but now it is going to be with pages. Save it, and now we are good. Save everything. We are good. On main page, let's remove everything. Save it. Let's get rid of this method and this int count as well. So everything is clean now. Save it. Now we are going to have our bottom tab bar with multiple options. So for this, let's add the tab bar, but before that maybe we can have, okay, right now we'll have main page only. We'll keep on changing the tabs. So login page, it will be outside of the tab, the first default page. After that, we are going to have a tab bar here. Inside this tab bar, we are going to have first item as this home main page. Then let me copy this multiple times. Save it. Right now we just have one page. That's why we are using this one page only, and we'll modify these things later. Right now, let's have the different titles. So first is going to be home. The second could be all our trips. The third could be add a trip or just add trip. And then fourth could be maybe settings. Okay. Save everything. And now we are good. Now, how can we navigate to these pages programmatically? Because now we need to come to this main page, and let's change these routes. There should be only one route with one text. Basically it is main page. Let's change it main page 1, main page 2, main page 3. We are going to modify these later when we'll add the actual pages. Okay, so save everything. This main page route is main page, so we can navigate to this using the main page. How can we do this? Whatever routes we have in app shell.xaml, these are the global routes. Okay, so to navigate to a global route, we need to use the double slash forward slash. So we'll go to our login page. Here we have our button, this login button. We need to add a command here, and we are using view model. Let's go to login view model, and here we are going to have a method private async task. Let's say login async, and we are going to have our login. Maybe we'll do validation, then we'll say call the API, and then we'll say redirect to home or main page. So right now we are skipping the first two steps. We'll do these later when we'll implement the API layer. Right now we'll just work on this redirect to home or main page. Okay, so let's do this. Await shell.current.goToAsync. Now if we do this name of the main page, this will be stacked page, but that is not the case. This main page is a global root level page, right? This is defined in app shell. So the way we navigate to these global pages, these are, we need to add the slash, double slash, then the route, double slash route. Now it is going to navigate to the global page. And on this login async, let's add the relay command, save it. Now if you go to the login page, on this button, if we say command and binding, we should have our login command. Save it, and using this, now it will navigate to the main page. Here, let's remove all other things. Now we have this main page. Now we can start designing our main. Okay. For this main page, I found a good image. we can use that image. I found it on pixabay.com, this image, okay, which looks great by the way. So here I'm going to use the smallest version, 566 times 640 PNG, which is of 111 KB. We can maybe resize is resize it and decrease the weight, the size of this image. But for now, let's use this. Download. I'm going to drop the link of this in description and add the credit. So this is the image. I'm going to add this image to my project from the downloads. I got that and I renamed it. The way all these names should be the image names, these should be lowercase, and if you want a separation, it should be underscore. In images, I'm going to paste that. I have named it trip underscore image dot png. Okay. So here in this main page, we are going to have a grid. We'll see what all we are going to add here. But first thing for sure, we are adding this image. Okay. So image source is going to be this trip underscore image dot png. Save it, save everything. Let's try to run the app and let's come to this main page. Then we'll start designing it further. Login page. Let's click on login. We are on home page now. We have these. You see this? Now you can see this. Okay? We have home, trip, add trip, and settings. All these things. We can have this image now, and we have this top home text. All right. So now let's do this. For this bottom section, let's have some background color. So for this, we'll go to app shell. We'll go to the top, and here we'll say shell dot tab bar background color. Let's have it as our static resource primary color. Okay. And then let's have this text as white color. So we'll say shell dot tab bar foreground color as white and shell dot tab bar title color as white, and for the unselected tabs, shell dot tab bar unselected color. I don't know if we say gray, would it look? No, we can't see these colors. So some light white color. So let's do this. F hash A B A B A B. Yeah, we can see this, but not much clear. E D E D E D. Yeah, this is fine. All right, so we can see this, and we should have some icons as well. Okay, let's set icons as well. If you are following me, I like the box icons. What I am going to do, I'm going to grab the icons from box icons. Box icons. Here, we need one for home. So we can simply search for home. We can get maybe this one. The way we can get these, we have these different options. We can get PNG, SVG code, or HTML. It's up to us. Let's download the PNG one. Okay. After that, we have the trips. For trips, something, some list kind of thing, right? We can have maybe this book open, this one. download PNG. Then we had that add a new trip. For that we can have some plus icon. Let's have this plus icon or this one. And after that we have the settings. So we can have a gear icon, cog, this one, download. Okay. Let's have a user icon as this one, or maybe this user circle. Cool. Now if you see, we have hyphen in these their names. So I'm going to rename these. I'm going to remove these hyphens and add the underscore if required. Okay, so let me rename all these and paste these in our Visual Studio application. I have copied and renamed those. Let's add these in resources images. So these are home.png, plus.png, settings.png, trips.png, and user.png, and user should be lowercase u. Yes. Okay. Now let's add these. So how can we add these? On this tab bar where we have these shell contents, we can have simple icon set here. So icon, we'll say home.png. Then for trips, we can say icon. Oh, now the new Visual Studio has this IntelliSense for image icons. I didn't know about this. I recently updated my Visual Studio. Maybe it came with this. That's why I had that PNG additionally here. Cool, great. Trips.png. Then we have add trip. So we'll say icon and plus.png. I love this. Icon settings.png. Save everything. Then let's try it out. Run. Okay, login, and we can see this trips, add trip, settings, and cool. It looks fine now. Great. Now let's start designing this home page. So first thing, we need this home. On the top, we'll go to the main page, or maybe we can on this app shell only. Let's try to have navbar has shadow true. We do this. Can we see some shadow? No. Let's do this. This entire page, let's have some light grayish kind of background, and then on the main navbar we are going to have a white color background. Save everything. Let's try this. So we'll go to the main global styles, or maybe on main page. Let's try to add that here. We'll say background color. Let's say some light grayish color. If we do this, we can see this color, but we want a lighter version of this color. Let's try how can we get that. I don't know how to use this thing, but this we can have this D44. What is this? Let's try this color out. Hash D44, and this is darker color, right? Okay, let's try. Maybe 0 is for black, FFF is for white. So maybe let's say EF. Yeah, we have some light color here. I can see this in my mobile screen. I don't know if you will be able to see it properly here, but it is like this. Now save it and we are good. Now on this main text, main home page, what we can do is let's go to, we are on the main page already. Let's set the title to our application. So travel expense manager. Like this, we can see travel expense manager, save it, and now we are good. We are fine now. Or let's try to have the same background color. If we do that on that main title, how would it look? If we say shell dot background color, we say the static resource primary. It looks like this. And if we say shell dot title color as white, it looks fine, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe let's settle with this right now. We'll see if we want to change this later. This main top color, maybe let's change this top color as well on the status bar color. So we have two options for this. One is we can have the status bar color changed. This, how we can do this? We can simply go to our app shell. We already have our community toolkit.maui installed, right? What we can do here, we can add the namespace for this toolkit, and we are going to have a XAML toolkit. And then here we can say shell dot behaviors. Here we are going to status bar behavior. Save everything. Then we'll say on status bar behavior, we'll say color, status bar color. Let's say static resource primary. Save it. And we are good. Yeah, it looks fine now. It looks better actually. Then this default text is fine with white, but it's always better to set this explicitly. So for this, we need to have status bar style property. Status bar style, it is going to be light content in this case, because on this color, the light content looks good. Now our tab bar is ready, our nav bar is ready. Now let's start designing on our home page again. All right, now we'll design the main page. Let's move this image to the top. This is the first thing. So on this image, we can say the vertical options at start. It is touching here and it is taking a lot of space. We don't want it to give this entire space. Let's shorten the height. So we'll say height request maybe 250. Okay, it is here. We need to stretch it to have the entire width. So for this, let's use aspect on this image. So let's try. If we do fill, it is stretched in a bad way. Let's use aspect fill. Okay, not that good. Maybe let's try to increase the height. Instead of 250, let's maybe have 350. While it is good, maybe we can resize this image to decrease the default height, and then maybe we can have this aspect fill to look good. Okay, so let me do this. I'll simply go and try to find some online resizer or cropper, then I'll crop this image and let's see how it looks. I cropped it and resized it. Let's see how it looks. I named it trip underscore image underscore cropped. Save it and let's try to have, and I resized to have the height request of 300. So he'll say trip underscore image underscore cropped. Save it. Let's try to run and let's see how it looks now. Okay, app is here. Let's log in. And it is here. Not that good. Maybe if instead of 300, if we do 250. No. It is looking bad actually. We have aspect fill. If I remove this aspect fill, then what would happen? This thing. Height requires 350, 300. Let me try to fix at what size it gets fixed and it looks good. Let me try different values. So I again cropped it and used it. This is what at last I am settling it. It is not great, but better than before. Maybe you can choose some other image which fits, or maybe we'll see if we find some better image down the line. and when we are building this app, we'll see if we find something, then we'll replace it. But for now, we are okay with this. Height request 350, aspect is aspect fit, and with this. All right. Now let's start working on other things here. So the next thing we are going to work here, we are going to have list down recent trips here. Okay. So after this image, I'm going to have a recent trips text here, and then I'm going to have a add a trip button here on the right side. Okay. After this image, I need a grid here, the left and right section. You could have flex layout as well. You could have a horizontal layout as well if you want to, but grid is fine. So here we are going to have three columns. One is for left section where we are going to have heading. Last column is going to have the button on the right side, and then the center section we are going to leave it empty so that we can have the left and right items to be the corners on left and right. To provide the spacing, we are going to use the center section. Okay. So on this grid, we'll simply say column definitions auto, whatever space the first text can take, then star to have the spacing between these, and then the last one is going to be again auto to the right button. Okay. Inside the first, I'm going to have a label where we'll say grid dot column 0, the first column, and we are going to say text, let's say recent trips, and then I'm simply going to have one button here with grid dot column 2. Pay attention, I'm using 0 and 2. 1 I'm skipping so that it takes the entire space, the remaining space between the left and right. So this, and text we are going to have plus. Can't we have this plus text here? Plus add a trip. If we can see this ugly looking button here, on this button we'll say vertical options as end to move it to the right. Then on this label, vertical options start here, and it looks ugly. This should be here. That means now we need to work on our grid to provide multiple columns, multiple rows. First row will have this image. Let's have that image. Row definitions. Image is of 350. Let's have first one as 350. Then second, let's have auto. Save it. So image by default it has grid.row 0, and then the second grid it should actually have grid.row 1. Now we can see the recent trip and add trip button here. Okay. After this, we need to have some spacing here from left and right. So on this grid, we can simply have a padding of 15 and 0. So 15 from left to right and 0 from top bottom. And on this grid only, we can have a row definition of maybe 5 so that we can have some spacing here. Sorry, not row definition, row spacing. Cool. Save it. Then let's increase the labels font size. We'll say font size as 15, maybe recent trip, not good. 20. Okay, it is fine now. After this add a trip, this button, this right now has a very big height. I want this button to be smaller button. So for this, what we can do, we might need similar smaller buttons for other parts of the application as well. So what we'll do, we'll go to app.xaml, and here we are going to add one more style with some key. We can say btn_sm. So small button we could say. Target type is going to be button, and inside this we are going to have some setters. So setter property will say minimum height request, and value let's have it 30. Okay, and then height request, I'm setting this minimum height request because on the main global styling button, we have minimum height request. That's why I need to set this minimum height request. Then the next setter property, we are going to have the corner radius. Now we need this half of this 30. So that comes to 15. And then we can have the font size. What is the default font size on the button? Do we have some size? Let's search for this. We have this button. We have font family. We have font size as 14. Okay, so let's decrease this font size 14. So we'll say font size instead of 14, let's have 12. Save it. Let's try to add this btn sm on this add a trip button. We'll see how it is looking. So main page.xml, we have this button. Let's have this button style static resource btn sm. If we do this, we can see this. Not good, but at least we can see this. So minimum height we set, the same way we need to set the height as well. Now we can see this, but the text is not that good. Font size, if we say 10, do we have some line height or padding margin kind? Yeah, we have padding, right? Let's settle with 12. Then let's see, we have some padding there. So padding 14 and 10. So from top and bottom, we have 10 padding. Let's do this. Let's copy this setter. Come here in our styling and let's decrease the top and bottom padding. Maybe let's have 5 and we can see this now. Cool. It is looking great on my mobile phone. I can see it. Cool. All right. Recent trips, add a trip. Now let's have both of these vertically at the end. But right now, if we do this, it will be here. So what we should do, let's leave it like this right now. We'll see if we need to change something later. Cool. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to have list of trips here which we don't have right now. If we don't have any trip, it should say some text here that you don't have any trip and then add a trip button to just so that one more option to add a trip. And the list of recent trips, we need to have the for the list we need to use collection view, and for collection view we need to have multiple items. Let's do that. Let's work on that. So here for now what we can do, we can simply have some model. We'll say class. I'll use this as thin model. We'll modify it later when we'll work with the API and all. So let's say trip model. Public class trip model. File scope namespace. And here, or maybe let's have it as record. We are going to modify it later. Here we can simply have int id. We don't need id. So let's remove this. Let's have the image for now. We are going to use category image here later when we'll work on everything. Right now I just want to see the design. So string image, string title, and maybe string location. These three things only. Okay. Then let's come to our main page, and in our main page we have not added any view model yet. So let's create a view model in our view models folder. I'm going to say class, and let's say main page view model or home view model. Why it is going to the full namespace? Okay, public class home view model, and it is going to be subclass of observable object and it needs our class to be partial. Here we are going to have an observable collection of type trip model. and let's name it trips, and then let's have it initialized with empty array. Okay, cool. Now let's add some initial default kind of values for now. So that I'm going to add on click of that button. So let's quickly have just for this UI purpose, we are going to have the actual logic later. So private void add trip temp. Okay. So here let's have the trips dot add. Here we'll say new trip model and image. Right now we are going to use our image, maybe this trip image or maybe the main logo.png. Let's use logo.png. For now we are going to change it later. Then we have title. So let's say trip 1. Then we have some location. So we'll say some location. Let's add couple of these. Trip 2, third trip, some other location, and let's say trip 4. Save and add trip temp. Let's add a relay command so that we can at least see something. Then we need to inject this home view model on our main page .xaml.cs here. So let's inject it. Home view model, let's call it view model. Let's set the binding context equals view model. After that, we need to register both of these main page and home view model in our MAUI program.cs. Here, let's register these. I'm going to say home view model, and here we are going to say main page. And for this, we can have transient is also fine, but singleton. So that it initializes and it stays there. We can say like this. Okay, we are registering it. Then we can go back to the main page, and here we can add our namespace. XMLNS VM is for our view models, and here we need a models namespace as well because we have added the trip model. XMLNS models, here we can say models from our project, and then on this page the data type is going to be the home view model. Save everything, and now we are good. Now we can just start the app and then we'll design it in real time. Okay, login. We are on home page. Let's use that. So here we had main grid, we had 354 image, we had auto for this heading section, and then we are going to have one more, let's say star for our collection view. Okay, so after this grid we are going to have our collection view grid dot row 2. Okay, and item source is going to be binding trips. Save, and we are good. Inside this we are going to have collection view dot empty view. If there are no items, then what should it show? So it should show, let's say, a vertical stack layout. There it should show a label with the text, let's say no trips yet, something like this. We can see this no trips yet here. Let's move this vertical stack layout to the center, so horizontal options at center. Then on this vertical stack layout, let's have the padding of 25 and maybe a margin of 0 from left and 50 from top and 0 0 from other side. Save everything and we are good. Let's increase the font size of this no trips yet. So let's say font size 25. Okay, let's have some light text color. So here we'll say text color, let's say dark gray. Save everything and we are good. After this no trips yet, let's have the similar button. But we have this add a trip similar button here. After label, let's copy the same button what we have on top. Let's copy this, paste it here, and now we can see add a trip button here as well. It is taking the entire width. For this, what we can do, we can set horizontal options at center like this. So save it and we are good. We can have some spacing between these two if we want to, additional spacing. So on this vertical stack layout, we can have a spacing of 15 or 10 is fine. Much. Save it and we are good. Okay. Then when we click on this add a trip button, we need to call that method which we added in our home view model, this add trip temp command. Let's do this. On first button here, it is going to be straightforward. So we can say binding, not binding, command, binding, add trip temp command. So save it. Now we should be good. Now, if we want to do the same thing on this button, it is going to be a bit different. I'll explain you why, but right now let's see if we click on it, what happens. We can see these things now. These are the default record two string implementation. We can see image, name, location as well, all these things. Because we didn't define anything how the individual item should look like in this collection view. So what it does by default, whatever items it gets, it simply calls toString on that and displays it. So this trips, individual trip is a trip model, that is a record, and toString has this implementation. Now we are going to change this. After empty view, let's have the actual view. So we'll say collection view dot that comes inside item template. This is going to be a type of data template, and individual type of data template is going to be of type. Right now we have the X data type. This is going to be of type trip model, which comes from model namespace. Okay, inside this we can define our UI. So let's have a border with the stroke shape of, let's say, round rectangle 15, and a background color of white. And inside this, let's have an image source, and this is going to be binding. And here if we say binding, we can see image location, because right now this binding context for this data template, this individual border, this is single item of the collection view. That means one item of the strips, that means single trip, that is of type trip model. So binding context is single trip and the type is trip model. So we are going to see image location and what was the title here. We need image here. We directly do this, we can see all these images. Now let's have a small height and width. Let's say height request of maybe, let's say 100. Save. And after that, what we can do, maybe on this collection view, let's not have these as lists, let's have these as grid. Right now these items are one by one in a list format. Let's have these in grid format. We need to change the default layout of this collection view. So for that we have collection view dot items layout. The default value is linear items layout with an orientation of vertical. This is the default which we see right now. If we make it horizontal, then you'll see we have these horizontally. But we don't need this. We need this in a grid. So instead of linear items layout, we are going to say grid items layout. Okay. And here we have span. Let's say if we say 2, save it. What is happening? Span 2 and orientation vertical. If we do this, now we can see this. Save. Now we need to have some spacing as well. Can we have that spacing here? Yes, we can have vertical item spacing. Let's have 15. And similarly, let's have horizontal item spacing with same value as 15. Cool. Save it. And on this collection view, can we have padding or margin? Yes, we can. So let's have from left right 15, from top bottom 0. And now we can see these. Cool. Save. And after this, let's remove this the stroke on this border. We'll keep on designing it. But here we'll say the stroke thickness as 0. Now we can see this. Cool. After this, let's have the text, the title. Okay. So inside this border, first we have this image. After image, we need to have some other thing, the title. Now if I directly add that, that is not going to work because we can't have multiple children inside border. So for this, we need to have 3 rows basically. So we can have a grid or we can have a vertical stack layout. So let's have simple vertical stack layout here. So we'll say vertical stack layout. Inside this first item will be image, which we just saw. And after this, we can have a label with the text as binding the title. If we do this, we can see trip 1, trip 2, third trip, fourth trip, and all. Okay. After this label, let's have one more label. And here we are going to say the location. You can see some location here. All right. Now on this trip 1, let's make this a bit bigger. So we'll say font size maybe 16. Okay. Then we need to have some spacing here from left and right. Now we can have padding on border directly, but I don't want that spacing to be applied on this image. I want this to be applied on these two labels. So there could be multiple ways. You can simply wrap these inside one more vertical stack layout, or if we can just have simple margin or padding, it's up to us. We can have a padding from left right, let's have 10, and from top bottom let's have 0. Similarly, we can copy this and add this on the second location as well, save it, and now we can see this is fine. So font size 16 for the trip name, and on location let's have a font size to 12, a bit smaller because location could be long. Save it, and now we are good. We can see our recent trips here with the proper crawling. All right, cool. Let's add one more. Now we are going to have more recent trips. You see, click on it again. Now again, this top section, it is taking a lot of space actually, right? Mhm. Let's do this. Maybe we can maybe move this entire thing a bit upward. Let's do this. I don't know how it will look, but let's do this. We have this image as grid row 0. We have the second grid as this row 1. On this, what if we make it 0 only and then have a margin of left right 0 or left 0 from top? What if we have, let's say, 300 and 0 and 0 for others? We can see these things here. Not good, right? This height request, let's make it 320. Then instead of aspect fit, we'll say aspect fill. Okay. Is it looking nice? Maybe for now, let's settle with this. We'll see. I don't know. Right now, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but we can say at least better than before. So let's move this second thing to here. The way we have this grid.row 0 on the second section. Now on this collection view, we'll have grid.row 1. Save it. Then we just need to move it upward again here. But this is fine with grid.row 1. That means we need to remove this auto. It should have this 350 and then star. Or maybe not 350. The height of image is 320, so let's make it 320. Okay. Now 320 on this grid, we have 300 padding. Let me think. 320 the image and the first column. Then we have second grid which has this height of margin top 300, and then we are adding its height and all. Then we have the collection view row margin left. Okay, it should be nice. We just need to restart maybe. Let's see. Okay, here let's log in and we are on home page. Recent trips. This left section is cutting out. Label font size 20, column 0, padding 15. Add a trip is fine, but recent trips is not fine. Why it is not fine? On this grid, I'm just trying to see what is happening. Let's say background color red. If we do this, we can see this thing is taking this thing. Grid margin 300, padding 15. Column definition auto, height is fine. Here if we do vertical options as we start, still nothing. It is not taking this entire thing. Grid dot row 0, non-zero we have 320. We are adding a margin of 300. That does only the height for this grid is going to be 20, and in 20 this recent trip, this label is not getting fit inside the 20 height, right? So this should not happen. Instead of 300, we can maybe have 280. Okay, then let's remove this thing and then let's move these two things a bit downward. So on this grid, the way we are having left and right 15 padding, we can have from left 15, from top 15, from right 15, from bottom 0, like this. So from top instead of 15, we can maybe have 20. And 20 again, it is getting out of this. So let's settle with 15. You can play around with this value, but now you know what is happening here. Maybe let's move this a bit. Yeah. Instead of 320, maybe we can have this as 325. Then let's have it instead of 280, let's have 275. And then let's move this to 25. 35. Then this 325, let's make it 340. Let's see, maybe we'll see. Let's not waste much time on this. The main culprit is this image only. We should have some different image. I'll see. Okay, so right now we are good. Let's add a trip. Okay, this add a trip button is still remaining, right? Let's try to add some binding on this empty view button. Let's try to have a command here with binding add trip temp command. If we save it and if we add this, we can see the trips. Let's add this. Now we should see more trips here. So cool, let's add more. And now we can see all these trips here. These are the recent trips which we are doing. Alright, so with this, I guess we are good with the home page design. Next thing, we'll move to some next screen. maybe the trips screen, which is second in the line. All right. So now for trips page, first let's create a new page in our pages folder. Add new item and .NET MAUI content page with XAML. So here we'll say trips page.xaml. All right. Now we need to add this page in our app shell. Here we have our tab bar shell content, the second one, which is for trips. Okay. Here we'll say trips page. And the route also will set trips page. Save it. And now we are good. Let's start. Let's first run the app and then we'll directly start working. Before that, let's add view model as well, right? Because we are going to need a view model for trips page as well. Let's add new class trips view model. So public partial class trips view model, and inherit this from observable object. And inside this also we are going to have the similar kind of thing for now what we were having on home view model. So an observable collection for a trips and then add trip command. And I'm adding this temp because this is a temporary thing. Down the line we will make it dynamic. We'll have our UI API layer, then we'll consume API and all. So copy and paste these things here in trips view model. Let's add the namespace. Now let's register this. People first use this trips view model in our trips page.xaml.cs. Let's inject this. Let's name it view model only. Then binding context equals view model. Then we'll go to MAUI program and we are going to register those. So let's copy this home view model and let's say trips view model and trips page. Save everything and now we should be good. Let's start the app now. Login and let's go to the trips page. So here we can see trips page and all these things, the default basic stuff. Let's start working on the design. First, this header section, this should have the same color and all. So we have done all those things on the main page, right? The page background color, shell, title color, shell background color. So these two things at least. Let's cut these from main page.xaml and go to app shell, and let's add these things here directly so that these things are globally defined. Shell.background color, shell.title color. All right. Let's now go back to our trips page. Cool. Save everything. The title, let's say trips. Just trips. All right. Now inside this, first we are going to add our namespaces. So we can go to the main page and simply copy the models and VM namespaces. Add these here. Then let's set the data type for our page. So X data type equals, this is going to be trips view model. Cool. Now inside this, let's have our collection view. Collection view, item source, not items layout, just item source. It is going to be binding trips. If we do this, we will not see anything here. We need to provide the things. So first let's define the empty view. Okay. So in empty view, we can simply copy what we had on our main page. Okay. So let's copy that. Collection view, empty view. Paste it here, save it, and we can see no trips yet, add a trip. And here we can have a lot of margin from top, maybe let's say 300, so that it is here in center. Save everything. Okay, add trip time model, we can see this as well. If we click on it, then we can see these trip models, trip models basically. On this page only, or on this collection view, we can have a margin of maybe 15 from all the sides. Save it, and now we are good. Okay, now let's define the actual item template for this. So here we'll say collection view dot item template, data template with a data type of trip model. Now here we are going to have the list format, not that grid, two column grid. We'll have list. So here let's have a border of background color as white and stroke shape as, let's say, round rectangle of 20, or let's say 15, and a padding of 10, and then stroke thickness 0. We don't want anything here. Inside this we are going to have the image and then trip detail. So we are going to have a grid here with two columns. So column definition, first column for our image, or maybe we can have three columns. We can have a box view as well, the one line. So let's have three columns. So column definition, first we are going to have an image. So for that, let's maybe have 150. Then we are going to have our vertical line, so let's have one for that, and then star for whatever remaining is there. So for first 150, let's have an image tag with source binding image, and on this we'll say grid dot column 0. Save it. We can see these things, and on this image we are going to say width request 150, because that is what we have defined here. Okay, we'll see, we need to change this. And the background color on main page, we set this background color as well, right? So this background color, let's copy this, add it on trips page as well, or we can move this to directly on page if we want to. Now we can see these. Let's have some spacing between these items. So here we can't see any space directly. All these are connecting with each other. So for this, what we can do, on collection view, we can have the items layout explicitly defined. Here we know we are using linear items layout. The orientation is vertical, and here we can have item spacing. Let's have it as 15. Now if we do, we can see this margin spacing here. All right, now this 150 is a lot, right? In this grid 150 is a lot. Let's try 100. If we make it 100, yeah, 100 is fine, or maybe let's do 120 like this. So we'll see, if we want to modify it, we'll modify it later. All right, after this image, let's have a box view. Here we are going to have the grid dot column 1, and Width request, we can have one. Let's see how it looks. We can see this here. Oh, not column span, it should be column. Grid.column1, and we can see this here now. Not one, maybe let's say width request 0.5. Save it. And then let's have some light background for this box view. So let's say background color, we are going to say light gray. It is light. I can see this. I don't know if you can see this. This is here. We'll see later if you want to change this. But we are good with this. After that, the last section, here we are going to have all the trip related information. Okay. So let's have maybe we can have vertical stack layout, or maybe we can have a grid. Let's have vertical. No, let's have grid with maybe 3 rows. Row definition. Let's say auto, star, and auto. Okay. Inside this, what I want to have first, I'll have the name of the trip. So label grid.row0, and the text would be binding title. Save it, and we can see it here. On this main grid, we'll say grid.column2. Now we can see this strip text here. Let's have a font size, something like 20 or maybe 18. Then we can also have font attributes as bold for this one. Save it, and we are good now. Let's have some spacing here. So on this grid where we have these 3 columns, we can have a column spacing of 2, 5. Save everything, and now we are good. Cool. After this label, we want to have the location. Here we'll say label grid.row1, and the text is going to be binding location. And for this one, I want to have vertical options at center. So here we have this some location. Down the line, we might add some couple of other icons as well here. So location icon and other icons also we'll see. And then we are going to have one the time span of this trip. When did it start? When did it end? And we can have the status of the trip as well. Is it ongoing? Is it planned? Is it cancelled? And all those kind of things. Yeah, let's have those also. So for those, we can have maybe somewhere here or on the right hand side here, we can have a small uh, badge pill kind of structure where we'll show the status. So on the first label only, let's do this. Here, let's again try flex layout. Or I'm not very much sure if flex layout will work on iOS and everything is fine, because flex layout has a lot of issues. We can have a simple grid here as well with 2 columns. Column definition. So we'll say star comma auto. So first star we are going to have, and this main grid is going to have the grid dot row 0, and this label now it is going to have the first column in this grid where we have 2 columns. So we'll say grid dot column 0. Everything is fine till now. Now let's have a small border for grid dot column 1 with a background color. We'll make this background color dynamic on the basis of the status of the trip. If it is ongoing, we'll have maybe green color. If it is planned, we'll have gray color. If it is cancelled, then we'll maybe have red color. So things like that. I'm going to have those dynamic colors down the line, but for now, let's have some hard-coded color. And here on this border, we can maybe have a fixed height as well, maybe 20. Save it. We can see this small thing here. Inside this, we are going to have a label with text, let's say planned. We can see this text here. Then on this label, we'll say text color as white. Okay. Then font size as 10. Okay. And then on this border, we are going to say first, let's have a stroke shape of round rectangle. The height is 20, right? So round rectangle 10, so that we can have a pill like structure. Then we don't need any stroke thickness here, stroke thickness 0. And then we are going to have padding here. So from left and right, let's have 15, which is a lot. From top and bottom, maybe 0, not 0. Let's have maybe 2, which is fine. From left and right, instead of 15, let's have maybe 10. Yeah. So we are good here. You can see this status now. Everything is fine. Cool. Now we have location here. After location, let's have the time range, the date time range basically. So we are going to have a label here, label grid dot row 1, not 1, row 2. And then text, we are going to have something, I don't know, maybe let's say 4, 10, 20, 25, 5, 10, 20, 25. Simple. This random, not random, but this just direct range. We'll modify it later, maybe. We'll see. Save everything, and now we are good. We can see these. This looks fine. Now let's do this. Let's have one toolbar item here to create the new trip. Right now, if we are on this page, if we want to go to the trip, we can use this last item to a separate dedicated screen. But here also, let's have a toolbar item here on the top. So for this, we need one icon, plus icon. This is rounded one, but I need a simple plus icon here. And then maybe we can have the icons for this location, for this time calendar. So let's try to get these icons. And I'm going to get these from our box icons. So let's have a plus icon. Plus we have these plus, this plus medical, this plus, let's have this plus. So download this. Not like this, we need to download PNG. And then we need to have one map icon or location. So map, we can have this icon or we can have this icon. Let's have this one. And after that, let's have one for calendar. We have a lot of calendars. Let's maybe use this one, PNG. Cool. Let me rename these and add these to the project. For that, I need to stop the app, save. I'm going to copy these icons in resources, images, and just paste. So I have added calendar.png, plus underscore simple.png, and map.png. Okay. Let's run the app and then we'll add these things. App is here. Let's log in. We are on here. Let's go to trips page. So here, let's add that plus icon on top. So on this main page, this will content page dot toolbar items. We are going to use these. Here we'll add toolbar item with an icon image source. This is going to be the plus simple.png. We do this, we can see this here. Save it. This is of black color. This is not of white color, the same as this. We'll see what we can do here. But before that, let's add command binding add trip temp command. Okay. So for this toolbar item, this is always a tricky one. So we have shell dot foreground color. We say this. Is this the one? No. Shell dot back button behavior, flyout, height, foreground color, not tab bar, title color we already set. Yeah, it should be foreground color only. Shell dot color we have only background color, disabled, foreground color, all other are tab bar and then title color. If we go to app shell, what all I have added there, the shell dot title color and the shell dot foreground color I have not set there, right? Let's move this foreground color here as well. Then maybe let's try to restart the app. Maybe it is not picking up that dynamic color in toolbar items, because toolbar items has a very bad hot reload support, what I have seen. If it does not work, then maybe we can try some platform specific code, or the quickest and easiest solution is going to be we can have this icon as a white color only. So this is not changing it. There was some property which does this for us. I'm not able to recall that. Okay, so for now what we can do, we can simply go to our box icons. We can have our plus icon, plus this was the one, right? Here we can simply select this color. We can have this white color, and now download the PNG. I'm going to rename it and then move to the project. So I have added that. Where is it? Plus underscore simple underscore white. Let's try to use this on our trips page. In our icon image source, we'll say this one. Save, and we are good now. Let's try to run the app again. Okay, let's log in. Trips, and we can see this now. And if we click on it, should add these things. If I click on it again, it should add more items. Cool. All right, now let's add icons to these things. So here, first with the location, we have location here. Instead of directly having it this as in label, we are going to have a horizontal stack layout. And now we are going to have grid.row here, grid.row 1. First item, this label is going to be second item. Inside this horizontal stack layout, first icon, we are going to have an image with source as what was that, map.png, right? With height and width. Let's try if without it it works. It is very big. Oh, I am using the bigger icons. That's why this kind of looks like the blurred one. We should have the small size icons. So on, if you see on box icons, we have option of this size. You can change this size. 24 is the default one. Maybe I don't know if we can go past this. If you'll dynamically change it, something would happen or no, but we have an option. Hmm. Okay, so map.png. Let's make it smaller. So we'll say height request as 16. Yeah, 16 is fine. Then we need to have some spacing between these two. So on this horizontal stack layout, we can have a spacing of maybe 3. Cool. And on this image, let's have vertical options at center. And on this label, uh, on this image, let's have vertical options at start, because the location can be longer. So we'll be okay if it uses multiple lines. So in label also, we can have the vertical options as, if we'll say it start, it is not going to look good. We'll see with the actual data. Right now, let's have it at center only, not end, center. We'll see with the actual data. Right now, we don't have any data. This is just dummy data. So we'll see. Save everything and we are good now. Now let's add that calendar icon on this date range. This one. So here also we'll say horizontal stack layout grid dot row 2 spacing 3, and here we are going to have image with source, what was that, calendar.png, with the height request at 16, vertical options at center, and then let's paste the label. We have this label here. On this label also we can set vertical options as center. And with this we are good with this design. We'll see with actual data, actual images, how would it look. So these images, these are actually going to be category images. We are not going to have the images for each and every trip. We are just going to have category images. But this is how it is going to look like. So it looks smooth, it looks clean. So now we are done with this page. Let's move to the settings page. So before add trip page, I'll move to the settings page. Then I'll come back to the add trip page. Okay. All right. So now when our trips page is ready, let's work on settings page, which is actually a profile page as well. So profile and settings both. I named it settings. Let's add a new item here. Let's use .NET MAUI content page XAML. Here we can say settings page.xaml. Save everything. Let's go to our view models, create a new model here. So we'll say settings view model. Okay. Then this is going to be public partial class, and the base class is going to be observable object. And in here, what all we need username. So we'll say private string underscore name. Let's have a default value as my name. And this is going to be an observable property. Okay. After this, let's have the initials as well, the initial name as well. So we'll say private, or maybe we can just have it as a public string. Let's say initial. I'll show you why I'm doing this. And here we can access the name. You see, uppercase N, and this name is a property, but we have not defined that property. That is handled by this observable property attribute. It created a property for us. So from this name, we are going to say name dot substring, or we can use the range operator. So on name, we are saying let's just get the 0th index value and make it to upper. And we can't do this, then maybe string dot to upper. We can have other approaches, but for now let's settle it with this only. Now whenever the name changes, this should also change. So for this, what we can do, we can have one thing here with the observable property, we can have one more attribute, that will be notify property changed 4. What it does is whenever this name value is getting changed, it will notify the property changed event for this initial as well. Here we just need to provide its name of initial. So the way XAML UI updates, it simply subscribes to the notify property changed event, and whenever that is changed triggered, then XAML UI updates. So using this, it will work like this. We'll see what else we need, but right now we are okay with these things. Settings view model. Let's go to settings page.xaml.cs. Let's add that view model here. Add the namespace. Have the view model. Then let's have the binding context with this view model. Save everything. Now let's go to app shell. Here we have our tab, last tab for settings. So here we'll say settings page. And let's change the route as well with this settings page. Now let's go to MAUI program.cs and let's register the settings view model and settings page as well. Save and we are good. Now we can directly start the app and then we can start designing our page, settings page view model. But before that, we know we need to add the namespaces. Let's quickly add. So models VM, let's add both. And here the title should be just settings. And what else we need? We need this background color and data type. So background color and data type. The data type is going to be settings view model here. Save. And then we are good. Let's run the app and we'll start designing. Okay, let's log in. Let's go to the settings page. And we are on settings page. There is nothing. Just welcome to .NET MAUI, this default text. Now here we'll have a grid. Okay, inside this grid, let's see what all we are going to have. First we'll have initial, the name of the user. Then I'm going to have couple of options, change password, manage expense categories and all. And then at the very end, I'm going to have a logout button. So at least 1, 2, 3 sections we need here. So on this grid, we'll say row definitions. We are going to have auto, then star, and then auto. Okay. And on this, let's have a padding of 15 from all the sides. Now in this, first we are going to have a vertical stack layout. Vertical stack layout with grid.row 0. Okay. Here we are going to have a border. Let's say the background color as static resource primary color. And let's on this border only, let's have a height request of maybe 50 and width request as well 50. Then we can have the stroke shape as round rectangle 25, making it the complete circle. Save it, and instead of 50, let's increase it. So let's have maybe 80. If we do 80, 80 and 80, how would it look like this? Let's have it as 40. Okay, this is fine. All right. And stroke thickness, we can have 0. Or maybe here, let's do this. Let's have stroke thickness 5. And then let's have some different color. Oh, this default color looks fine. We are always using stroke thickness as 0, but this time I have added it to give it some different look. Save it. And let's try to have some some shadow as well. Let's do border dot shadow and let's have the default shadow. Save, and we are good. Actually, we are not good. Stroke thickness, if we set 0, then it is fine. Shadow is not looking good, so let's get rid of shadow. Okay. Now inside this, we are going to have a label with the text as binding the initial. Okay. And vertical options at center and horizontal options at center. Save, and we can see this A here. Then we are going to say font size. Let's increase 25, 50, 50. Let's maybe have 40. Okay. Font attributes bold and text color as white. And we can see this. And this looks cool. After this label, we want to have one more label with the text as binding name. Here is the name. Let's move it to the center. So we'll say vertical options at center. Sorry, not vertical, horizontal options at center. Cool. Let's increase the font size. Font size, let's have maybe 30, which is a lot. 20 is fine. Save. Let's have some spacing between these. Although it looks fine. No need to have any spacing. It is great. It is good. We are good. After this vertical stack layout, this was the first row. In second row, we are going to have couple of settings and all. And in the last row, we are going to have sign out, logout button. Let's first have logout button. So I'm going to have button with grid dot row 1. 0 is for this one. 1 is going to be the center section and 2 is for this one. So grid dot row 0. Text is going to be, let's say, logout. We can see this logout button. Let's move it to the center. So we'll say horizontal options as center, right? After this, let's have the style of the btnsm static resource btnsm, that small button. Good. Now let's also have the background color. It's red here. Cool. Let's maybe increase the padding here a bit. So we'll say padding, let's say 25 and 4, which is fine. I don't know, it looks kind of blurred here in this video and here, but on my device, it looks amazing. Okay, so save it. We are good. Now let's work on the center section for all the settings and all whatever we are going to have. So here we are going to have a vertical stack layout, or maybe we can try table view. I have never tried the table view in .NET. Let's try that. Here we'll say .NET MAUI table. Table view .NET MAUI. Like this. This. Switch cell. Let's try this one actually. Let's see how it looks, then we'll see. So here we can have a table view, indent menu. These are menu items. Then table root, table section. With this, we don't want table section. Do we need to provide table section? Table root, table section. Or maybe we'll do this sometime later, because I also need to, I have never tried this table view. So this is something which I still need to explore. Maybe I'll explore it and I'll have a better understanding of this, and then maybe we can try this in some. project. But for now, let's do what we want to achieve. We'll just achieve. So here we are going to have a vertical stack layout with grid dot row 1 0 1. Yes. This we can have a background color of, let's say, light gray. If I do this, what would happen? Yes, we can see this. Then we can have vertical options as start so that it moves to the top. Save everything. Now inside this we are going to have different options. So first we are going to have, let's say, edit name, because we just have, it should be actually edit profile, but we just have username, nothing else. On profile we just took name, email and password, or maybe we can have just edit profile or edit name. Email is not going to change. Yeah, let's have the edit name option. So here I'm going to have a horizontal stack layout, or maybe I can have a grid with column definitions. So how I am thinking about it, I'm going to have one icon, then a text, and then one icon on the right. So three columns. First one for simple icon, let's say 20. Second one star, and third again 20. Okay. In this first one is going to be image grid dot column 0, and here let's have the source. We have user.png. Yes. Let's say height or not height. Let's set width to something like 15. We can see this. Then after this image, let's have a label with grid dot column 1. In the text, let's say edit name. Okay. And after this, we are going to have one more image with grid dot column 2. Source, we don't have anything right now, right? For now, let's have this plus.png. We are going to change it with the width of 15 only. Okay, we can see this. Now on this image, let's set vertical options as center. Then on this label as well, let's have vertical options as center. And on this image as well, let's have vertical options as center. Center. Then on this label, let's have a font size of maybe 16. Okay. On these images, maybe let's have size of 18. Okay, let's have 20. 20 is also fine. 24, which is the default. 20 is fine. And then the last one as well, let's have 20. Then on this grid, let's have some column spacing. So column spacing, we can have 5 so that we can have some spacing here. Save it. And now we are good. Okay. Now we are going to have multiple menu items here. That means these things are going to be repeated. That means we need to add these things, these vertical options, width request, font size, all these things again and again. So it's better to have these as styles on this page only. Okay. So let's have the content page dot resources, resource dictionary. Then we can have style, target type. First we are going to have for label. Let's have X key. It will be for menu label. Okay. And here we are going to have setter, property and value. Let's see what all we need here. On label, we need to have font size 16. Let's say font size 16. Then we have the vertical options at center. Vertical options at center. Then let's copy this style paste again, and here we can say menu icon. Okay, target type is going to be image here. Let's see what we are setting. We are setting vertical option center and width request 20. So we are setting vertical option center and width request as 20. We'll see if you want to have something else as well. We'll see. Now on this image, we can get rid of these two things. We'll simply say style, static resource, menu icon. On label, we can get rid of font size and this vertical option center. We'll say style, static resource, menu label. On this one, last image, we'll have style, static resource, menu icon. Save, still same thing. Cool. After this, we are going to have one horizontal line. Let's have that. So after this grid, or maybe inside this grid only, let's have two row here. So row definition, we'll say auto comma 1. One is for box view. Here we can have a box view with grid dot row 1 and grid dot column span. Okay, so we want to take the entire space, that means column span 3. Height 0.5. Let's see how it looks. We can see this here. On this main vertical stack layout, let's have some padding of 15. Now we can see this line, right? On this grid, let's have row spacing of 5 so that we can have this spacing here, or maybe 10. 10 is a lot. Let's try 8. Let's see 5 only. And let's do this. Let's not have this here beneath this icon. So here what we can do, we can say grid dot column 1 save. Now you see it starts from column 1, goes till the column 2. And here let's have the color as well. On this box view, we'll say light gray. And we can't see anything. We cannot see anything because the vertical stack layout also has this light gray color. So maybe dark gray here. Okay, now we can see some color here on this. Save it, and I guess we are good. Let's try the same grid now for the second time, for let's say change password. So we'll say here everything is fine, same, change password, change password. And we need to have some spacing between these two. This will come from our vertical stack layout. This one here, we will have spacing of let's say 15 so that we can have this space. Save, and we are good. Let's maybe have rounded corners on this background color. For this, what we can do, we can wrap this vertical stack layout inside a border. Now we will have grid dot row on this border. So grid dot row 1, we'll have stroke shape as round rectangle of corner radius 15, and let's have background color here only, light gray, and let's have padding of 15 on this only. Stroke thickness 0 and vertical options as start. Cool. Then let's paste the vertical stack layout here. Then on this vertical stack layout, we don't need grid dot row now because this is not inside a grid now, and then we can get rid of padding 15 as well. Remove these two things. Now we can see this. Now let's have some spacing here. That means on this main grid, we can have a row spacing of 20, or let's say 25, like this. Save it, and we are good. Edit name, change password. Let's have some actual icons here. Right now these icons are not good, or maybe let's have other options as well. Apart from this, what else we can have? Maybe let's copy this grid, and we can have the manage expense categories, because expenses also are going to have categories. Manage expense categories, save, and we can see this. And what else? We can maybe have one more where we'll say, I'll say just my information. I created this app. So the author of the app kind of thing. Here we'll get rid of box v because this is the last item. So we can remove this. And here inside the second label, we can say designed and developed by Prince. If we have this long, so and we can't have, so AMP, it is going in the next line. So let's remove design. Let's say developed by a Prince. This is fine. So with this, I guess we are good. Let's try to have the actual icons now. So first for the name, we can have this profile icon only. For password, we can have some lock icon. For expense categories, we'll see some grid icon or something like this. Developed by a Prince, maybe what we can have here. We'll see what we can have here. And then instead of these plus icons, we are going to have that right arrow kind of icon. So let's quickly go to the icons. Box icons. Let's try to find those. Okay, right. And this thing, chevron right. Let's have this PNG, and then lock for password. So we have these different lock options. So let's use this one. Download, and we are doing it wrong. These are white colors. I need this one, this black color. So now we need to download this. And same, what was the previous one? Chevron right. Just rewrite. This one was that, right? So PNG download. And then what was the other one? Some a list kind of thing. List for the expense categories. Or what we can have for categories. I don't know. Let's have this list. And then what else? Let's have info, user info kind of thing. Here I'm going to use this one. Circle. Let's use this. What else? So here with for name, let's have pencil icon. This pencil or this pencil. Let's have this pencil. Cool. Now let me rename all these and add these icons to the project. So I copied these. Now I need to stop the project, go to the resources, images, and let's paste those icons. Now let's use those icons. Okay, so save everything, and then we'll go one by one. First, we have edit name. So here I want to use this pencil icon, right? So pencil.png, and on right side we are going to use this chevron right. Let's copy this. Move to the next one. Here we have the change password. That means it should be lock.png. This is going to be Chevron, right? Again, the next one, this is manage categories. So here we have list.png, and let's go to the last one where we are going to have info.png, and here we don't, yeah, we can have the same thing here as well. Let's have this thing, save everything, and let's try to run the app and we'll see how it looks with these actual icons. Okay, let's log in, settings, and we can see this. Cool. It looks fine. Let's try to increase the size of these icons. It looks fine. We can leave this like this also if we want to. Okay, let's not waste much time on it right now. We'll see later. But let me in the comment how it looks. I love this screen. It looks very clean, good. I love it. So this page is also done now. Now we'll go to the add trip page, and then we are maybe going to work on the internal pages, other pages. For example, this manage expense categories, it is going to have a dedicated page. All right. All right. So now we will work on add trip page. And for our trips, we are going to have the categories for our trip. Okay. So in these, we have hard coded categories. We'll ship our app with the fixed categories, and for each category I have an image icon which I got from flat icons. So here we have category beach, category city, category hills, category island, category mountain, category religious, category road trip, and category wildlife. These are the categories. So we'll see later if we want to have these in API as well, or maybe we can directly have these in here in the app itself, and we could have these in SQLite database, but because we are not going to modify or do anything else, so there is no point of adding SQLite database in this particular app. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply have a category master service here or state where we'll have the categories basically. That's all we are going to have here, and down the line we'll see if we want to have these things in API layer as well or not. For now, let's go to the maybe view models. Should we go to view models, or maybe let's create a services folder here. Let's create a services folder here. Let's add a new class. Let's say category service. All right, then in this, what I am going to do first, let's have a category model. So we'll go to models where we have our trip model. Same way we are going to have public record category model, which can have an ID. We'll see if we need ID. So ID, string name, and string image. These things. Okay. Let's move this to a separate, move type to category model.cs. So we have a separate file for this category model. Then category service, we are going to have public, and let's say category model, array of category model, we'll say categories. Hmm. Let's have this public static categories, and here we are just going to have get, or maybe let's do this. What I want to do here is just initialize these only once and then keep on using these. So let's have get and set. Set is going to be private and with the default value as empty array, and here I'm going to use static constructor. So there is a concept of static constructor in C sharp. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know about static constructor and how this works. Do let me in the comment if you guys have ever seen static constructor and you know how static constructor works. So let's have static constructor, and then we are going to fill out the categories in this. So here we'll say category equals, let's have the default categories. So we'll say new category model ID, let's say 1, then name, let's say beach, and then the beach image. So if we go to our resources images, we have category underscore beach.png, category underscore beach.png. Duplicate this id 2. What is the second one? Here we have city, let's say city, category city. Let me do this for all these categories. So here I have added all these, and at the very end I have added one more other, and in this we are going to use our logo.png. Okay, save everything and we are good. Let's go. Now let's create a new page first. So in pages, add new item and .NET MAUI content page.xml. Here we'll say save trip page. I'm not naming it add trip because we are going to have edit trip functionality as well. Okay, let's have save trip page, add, cool, and then let's have a view model for this. Add new class, save trip view model. Same, it is going to be public partial class with a parent class as observable object. And here first we are going to have a list of categories, right? We'll say prop, then category model, array of category model. We'll say categories, and we'll say we can maybe have just a default value as category service dot category, just like this. Okay, and after this we are going to have a model, means other things for the binding of the trip. Maybe let's do this later because we didn't do this for login and register as well, right? We'll do this later. Save trip view model. So the name is not correct. Let's do view model. Okay. After this, in here we are going to have a trip status as well. So maybe in our models only, let's have one trip status which we can have as a list of status can be simply list of strings, no need to do anything fancy. Yeah, so here in save trip view model only we can say public string array, and here we'll say statuses. Okay, and with the default value of is happening, default value of planned, planned and ongoing. Then we can have completed, completed. We'll see if we want to move these to API and how we want to move these. Completed and then ongoing. Sorry, not ongoing, cancelled. Cancel. Save. We'll see how we can make this dynamic later, but right now just work on it. Categories, statuses, we are good. Save trip view model. Let's copy this. Go to the save trip page. Save trip page xaml.cs. Let's inject this. Name it view model. And let's set the binding context to this view model. View model with lowercase v. Yes. Then let's go to the MAUI program.cs and let's register these. The save trip view model, save trip page. So trips view model, let's have this as add transient. Let's have this trips page as transient. For settings also, let's have add transient. So why I'm doing this as transient, because we might not always open these pages, and if we are not always opening these pages, then there is no point of having these as singleton, because there might be some time if the services are transient, these might be disposed whenever the garbage collector comes in and it knows that okay, these services are not in use, or these pages, these classes are not in use. Let's get rid of these. That's why. So for save trip view model also, let's use add transient, add transient. But home page, I have registered this as singleton. Okay, save trip page, we are good. Now let's go to the save trip page.xaml, and on this first thing, let's do save trip, and let's add the namespaces. So models, VM, and data type and background color. Let's have all these. Okay, save. Title is repeating, so let's get rid of title repetition. Then X data type, this is going to be save trip view model, like this. And now the title, this title is going to be dynamic on the basis of if we are in add mode or edit mode. But for now, let's have this as add a trip. Let's have it hard coded. We'll make it dynamic when we'll work on edit trip functionality. Okay, so save it, and I guess we are good. We can start the application and start designing this page. Yep, let's do it. All right, app is here. Let's log in. Go to add trip page, and we didn't add this page, that's why we can't see it. So let's go to app shell. Where is app shell.xaml? Here we have this add trip page. So here we'll say save trip page, and let's change this as save everything. And now let's try to go to the add trip, and we can still not go to this. Let's restart the app again. Okay, login, add a trip, and we are on add a trip page. Cool. Let's start designing this page. So we'll get rid of vertical stack layout. Let's remove this. Instead, we are going to have a scroll view here. And in this scroll view, we are going to have a padding, or maybe let's not have padding inside this. After scroll view, we are going to have a grid. And inside this grid we are going to have multiple items, or maybe not grid, we can have simple vertical stack layout. Inside vertical stack layout, first thing we need our category selection. Okay, so we are going to have a label with the text. We'll say category. If we do this, we can see this category here. So on this vertical stack layout, we are going to have a padding of 15. On this label category, we are good with category. After this, we want to have our categories. So those categories, if you remember, are where is the save category view model? We had that category model. So, and we have an array of the items. So here we want to have a collection view with item source as binding categories. Inside this now, right now we can see this. What we'll do, we have 9 categories. We can have these as 3 by 3 grid. Okay, so inside this collection view, we'll say collection view dot items layout. In this we can say grid items layout, orientation vertical, and span 3. Okay, like this. And then now we can see these here. After this, what we'll do, we'll have our collection view dot item template. Inside this, we are going to have data template with the data type as category model. Okay, and in here we are going to have a simple border with the stroke shape. We can have same round rectangle as corner radius 4 with a padding of maybe 5, and inside this we can have a simple vertical stack layout. First we'll have an image with source as binding image. If you do this, we can see these images. Okay, after this we are going to have a label with a text binding name. So the category name, we can see this now. Now let's move category this name to horizontal option at center, so we can see this in center. Then let's have some spacing on this vertical stack layout. So let's have space 5. Is it a lot? No. On this image, let's have some small height or width. Let's say height, we do 50. This is fine. No, or is it very small, very big, still big? Let's make it 30. I guess 30 is fine. Then we can maybe have some small spacing, not that much of spacing. So on border, we have padding 5. Let's have padding 2. If it is 5, let's for now have padding 5. We'll see. After that, on this grid items layout, we can have a horizontal spacing as 5 and same as vertical spacing as 5. Let's say if we do this, right, we can do this. And then what we can have, maybe we can have on this border the background color as white. Okay, and then we can remove the stroke thickness from here, 0. We can see these categories now. Let's increase this the vertical spacing and horizontal spacing. Instead of 5, let's have 10. Now we have, first we have category selection. We need to select the category, save, Okay. So the actual, when we'll select any category, we'll handle this thing later when we'll actually start consuming the API and all. Then we'll give some different visual indication for the selected category. Maybe we'll have some border or some changed background, maybe green background for the selected one, or things like that. I right now I don't know, but later we'll see what we can do. Right now, all these categories are here. We can see these. Now, after this, let's have the other stuff. First, we have category. We have category selection. After this, we are going to have the trip name, the trip title. So let's have a label with a text as trip name. We can see this trip name now. And inside this trip name, we are going to, after this trip name, we are going to have a text box, that entry element, entry control. So for entry, we are going to use our own entry with the rounded corners. That means we are going to use that border approach which we were using on our login and register page. So let's quickly go to the login page and copy one of the border like this and add this. We need to have control namespace as well because we are using this. So let's add that as well. So XMLNS XLM XMLNS XML namespace controls equals controls from our project. Save. We can see this. Let's see. We can see this now entry here. All right. Now after this, let's do this. Inside this vertical stack layout, we have padding 15. Let's wrap two things, the heading and this ticks, the things related to that in a single vertical stack layout. What I mean is, first category and collection view I'm going to have in one vertical stack layout. Save. These two are a part of one vertical stack layout. Then these two things are going to be part of one vertical stack layout like this. And on the top vertical stack layout, I'm going to add a spacing of, let's say, 10. This is spacing here. Okay. Save. Okay. Let's see. And here the placeholder should be trip title. Trip title. Save. We are good. After this, let's add other things. So I'm going to copy this vertical stack layout. And second thing is going to be the location. Trip location. It is going to be, it could be city, state, or country, things like this. Placeholder, trip location. Save, and we are good. After this, let's copy this again, paste it one more time. And here we want to have trip start date and end date. So here we are going to change this UI a bit. What we'll do, we'll have this vertical stack layout, but we will have this inside a grid. So we are going to have a grid with two equal width columns. So column definition star and star. We'll have first one like this, where we'll say the text is going to be start date. Okay. And now this time, this control, this is not going to be a control. Instead, this is going to be a date picker. So we can see this, and here also we have the same problem, this underline. So we need to do the similar thing for this. We need to add a control. I have not tried this thing with picker. Maybe it would be same. We'll see it. But right now let's add this. So we have this start date. Similarly, we are going to have trip end date. So let's copy this grid, not grid, this vertical stack layout. Here we have grid dot column 0. We are going to copy this internal vertical stack layout, paste it, and this time we'll say grid dot column 1, and we are going to say end date, and here on this grid column definition we'll say column spacing of, let's say, 5, so that we can have this spacing here. So let's have 10. Okay, start date, end date, save. After this we are going to have one more item here, the trip status. Okay, let me copy one of the top things, or maybe I can copy these things, and here we are going to say the, we don't need this column here, we'll say trip status or just status. Here it is just going to be a picker, and here picker also we need to have the same thing. We need to see if we can remove these underline kind of thing. Similarly, how we can do this for the strip name, location, and all. On this picker, let's add the item source. This will be binding and statuses. Save, and we can see all these status. Okay, and on this picker, we can have, what was the title? Select trip status, and we can do this. Cool. After this, we can have our button. Here we'll say button with the text, save trip, like this. And with this, we are good. Our form is ready. And here, let's do this on these. Let's not have these as these uh, light blue color here. Let's have all these as white color, the way it is for these categories, right? Let's change this. So we are going to have, where is it, light? Oh, in entry wrapper, did we add this background color light blue in entry wrapper? Yes. So here we need to have a different color for these borders. So we'll say background color as white, this one, and let's repeat this for all these borders. Repeat, repeat. Categories is fine. Yeah. And then we have these on these no underline things. So here also let's have white, white, and save everything, and now we are good. All right, let's have some more spacing on the very top. This main vertical stack layout, we have spacing 10. Let's make it 15. Save everything. Okay, everything looks fine here. Just let's just try if we can get rid of these underlines the same way we have removed from the entry. So we have the picker and date picker, right? Save everything. Let's stop the app. Let's go to our controls. No underline entry. Let's copy the internal thing. Add a new class file here. So new class. Here we'll say no underline. What was the date picker? Okay. So public class no underline date picker. It is going to be a subclass of date picker. Then let's paste this everything, and here let's select Android, and then we'll see it should not be I entry handler, instead it should be I date picker handler. Okay, and let's remove this entry handler to date picker handler. To platform is not here. Let's add this Microsoft.maui.platform color state list. Let's add this in Android, but we can't have this directly. How is it in no underline entry then? Oh, how is it working? So if we have something like this, then we should have this in if Android condition, because this will apply only for the Android. So let's copy this using statement, go to the date picker one, and let's add this using statement like this only here. Save it, and now this is fine, right? Yep. Let's now try to use this directly in our save trip page if it works. We already have controls we did for date picker, right? So here what we'll do, instead of direct date picker, we'll say controls no underline date picker. Save, and just same thing here. Save everything. Let's try to run and let's see if it works. If it works, ideally it should work. If it is working for entry, it should work for date picker as well. So we'll do the same thing for picker as well. Okay, login, add a trip, and it worked. Great. Let's stop it. Go to the no underline date picker. Let's copy the entire thing. Paste it one more time. This time we are going to name it no underline picker, which is going to be a subclass of just picker. And then here it should be I picker handler. And let's rename this to picker handler. And let's move this no underline picker to a new class file. Save everything. Let's go to save trip page. And here we have picker. Instead of picker, we'll say no underline picker. Like this. All other properties are going to be same. Save it and let's start. Okay, login, add a trip page, and we can see this. Cool. Great. So we are good with add a trip page UI as well now. Cool. Now next thing, we will work on the trip detail page. Okay. After creating the trip, these trips can come on this main home page with recent trips, or on this trips page with these trips, right? When we click on it, tap on it, it should go to a page where we are going to have the details of the trip, and we are going to have the expenses of that. Okay. Now, if we are going to have expenses of the trip, that means we should have the add expense page first, right? Hmm. Yeah, maybe we should have the add expense page. And for adding the expense, we are going to have expense categories, which we have on settings page. If you see, we have this that manage expense categories. So that means we should have this screen first. Yeah, we'll go by this. We'll have manage expense categories. Then we are going to work on the add expense, but we can't work directly on that. So before that, we need to work on trip details, and it is getting a bit complicated. Let's do one by one. First, we'll work on manage expense categories. Just this screen, right? All right. Now we'll work on managing the expense categories, that listing down the categories which eventually come from the API, and then adding a new category, the expense category. There are two different type of categories. One is the trip category, which we already have. These are going to be fixed. We are not going to give user an option to modify these. And then we are going to have expense categories, which user can add new categories for. We'll shift with some default categories, then user can modify those, add new categories basically. So for this, what we need to do, we need to have one page. Let's close all but pinned. So inside the pages only, we are going to have one new page, new item, the .NET MAUI content page XAML, and here we'll say manage expense categories page, or let's say expense categories page. Save it. And now this page is not going to be on the app shell. That means there is no direct global route for this. So we need to register this page inside our app shell.xaml.cs using this routing.register route, because this is going to be a stacked page in our settings page. So let's duplicate this register page line, and here we are going to say expense categories page, name of and type of. What is it? Expense categories page. Save everything. Now we are good. Save. We can navigate to this page now. How we can do this and from where? So we'll go to our settings page. On our settings page, we have an option, a menu for our expense categories. Where is it? It is here, manage expense categories. So we want to work here. So again, we can have two options here on this grid. We'll say grid dot gesture recognizers. We can have a tab gesture recognizer. Now here we can have a tabbed event, and we can have the code behind for this, or we can have the command for this, and we can add that command inside our view model. So we used view model for our login and register page. So here also let's use view model. In settings page, we are referencing settings view model. So we'll go to settings view model. Here we are going to have private async task, and here we'll say navigate to expense categories, or let's say go to expense categories, async, and here we'll say await shell dot current dot go to async, name of expense categories page, expense categories page, and we are going to have it as relay command. Save it, and we are good. Now we can go to settings page.xaml.cs, and here in this command we can say finding go to expense categories command. Cool. Save everything. Let's run it, and then we'll start designing this page here. Before that, let's cancel the build. We need to have a view model for this as well, expense categories, right? So let's create a view model, but before view model, we also need a model. The way we have trip model, category model, the same way we want to have an expense category model. Okay, so we'll say expense category model, and this will be public record int id. string name. Just two things, not more than two things. Okay. Expense category model. Then inside our view models, we are going to create one more view model class. Here we'll say expense categories view model. File scoped, let's say public partial class subclass of observable object. Here we are going to have a public observable collection of the observable collection of expense categories model. Here we can just say categories, just categories. We can have a default value as empty array. But now, do we really need observable collection? Are we going to add or remove items from this while we are on this screen? So the answer is yes. When we'll add a new category, we are going to add, yeah, it should be observable collection. Okay, okay. Let's have a constructor here. And for now, I am having the couple of default expense categories inside in here only. But later we'll fetch these from the API. For now, let's have the expense categories here only. Later we will fetch these from API. Okay. So here what we can do is let's have var temp expense categories. Okay. And here let's have it as expense category model array of this. And then we are going to say new ID and name. So let's say ID1, name, let's say tickets. Let's duplicate it. And let's say shopping, food, maybe fuel, or some other categories. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down the line, we'll get these from API. But for now, we are good with this. Now we just need to add these to these categories. So here we can simply say for each var item in temp expense categories. Then we'll say categories dot add item. So we are here, we are adding these. Now on this screen, we are going to have the add a new category option as well. Okay. So for this, create an option and command here. We'll say private void add category. Okay. So here we are just going to have single field for adding a new category. ID will be auto generated and the text, the name of the category is going to be the one thing which we want from the user, right? So that means we can have this as simple prompt dialog box by using simple prompt dialog box. Okay. Okay. So let's do this. Let's change this to private async task add category async. And in here we'll say shell.current.display prompt async. Here we'll see what we want to do. Display prompt First we need to have title, so we'll say enter, or let's say expense category name. Then we are going to have message, so we'll say enter new expense category name. Okay, then we have accept button, so we'll say add. We have cancel button, which can be cancel, placeholder, max length, all these things we can skip. Cool. It returns a task of string. Okay, so let's store this. We'll say var new category name, and we'll add await here. Then we'll simply check if not string dot is null or empty new category name, then we'll make API call to save the new expense category. But right now we don't have it, so what we'll do, we'll simply add this new category directly to our categories observable collection. Okay, let's add this. Here we'll say var new category equals new. We'll say expense category model. We need to have ID, and right now we can have ID with the last value or length plus 1 on this categories collection only. So we'll say categories dot count plus 1. This is the ID, and the name is new category name. And then we can simply add this to the category. So categories dot add new category. If that's not the case, we'll return from here. If that's not the case, then we can simply, we will not do anything, but we can have a small indication. So here what we can do, we can show a toast message. So we'll use a toast, and this we will use from community toolkit.maui.alerts. We installed community toolkit.maui package, if you remember. So toast.make, here we need to provide message, so we'll say invalid expense category name. Okay, duration is short, everything is fine. Dot show, and we'll say await like this. Save everything, and now we are good. Let's add a relay command. So I guess we are good. Now we can use these categories and this command to work on our expense categories page. Alright, let's use this, inject this expense categories view model on our pages expense category page.xaml.cs. Let's inject this, name it view model, add the binding context equals this view model, save everything. Now we just need to add this page in our MAUI program.cs, add it as transient only. So expense categories view model and expense categories page. All right. Now let's go to expense categories page here. Here we'll add the same namespaces. All these namespaces, models, VM, data type, background color, and all. Let's copy all these. Let's paste. What is the problem? We have save. We are good. Title is going to be manage expense categories. Manage expense categories. Data type is going to be expense categories view model. Save everything. Let's start the app. We'll come to this page and then we'll start designing this page. All right, app is here. Login, settings, and manage expense categories. We are on manage expense categories page. Cool. Now let's start designing this page. So we'll get rid of vertical stack layout first. We are going to have a collection view here, okay, with item source as binding categories. We can see these categories. On this collection view, we can have a margin of 15. Okay. After this, we are going to have, we are just going to display the name of the categories, right? Simple strings. Okay, let's do this. Let's have collection view dot item template. Because we want to design these items as well, right? Here we'll say item template, data template, X data type, expense category model. Here we are going to have a simple border with stroke shape, border, stroke shape as round rectangle of, let's say, corner radius 4 with a background color as white, and let's see, inside this we are going to have label with the text binding name. If we do this, we should see these categories here. Save everything. Now on this border, let's remove the stroke thickness 0. We got rid of this. Then we want to have some spacing between these items. So on this collection view, we can say collection view dot items layout, linear item layout, orientation is vertical, and the spacing we can have, let's say, 10. We can see this spacing now. Do we really need this spacing? Let's see. On this border, let's have some padding. So let's say from left and right, we'll say 10. From all, we can have 10. Save everything. I guess we are good with this UI design. Simple categories. Item spacing, let's have these as 5. Let's have 2. Or maybe just 1. This looks fine. Can we have item spacing in float decimal values? Yes, we can. And I don't know if you can see this here, but on my physical device, it looks great. Cool. So we are good like this. We'll save it. And here we can have a plus icon on the top as a toolbar item to create a new expense category. Okay, let's add that. Here we'll say content page dot toolbar items. We are going to add a toolbar item with icon image source as plus simple white.png. We are going to have a command with binding add category command. Save it, and now we can see this here. Okay, and this text is very long. Manage expense categories, it not getting fit here, so we can simply have expense categories title. We have this plus button. If we click on this plus button, here is the prompt box. We cancel it, we can see invalid expense category name. We do this, if we add new category and just add it, we can see the new category. Okay, cool. So expense categories page is also done now. Now next thing, we'll work on the trip details page. Alright, now we'll work on the trip detail page. Okay, where we will have the information of the trip and then expenses screen. Save everything. Let's delete all the page, not delete, just close all documents. Close other tabs. Yes. So first thing, we need to create a page. Let's create a page. Inside this pages, add new item, .NET MAUI content page XAML. Here we'll say trip details page.xaml. For this, we need to have a view model. Let's create a view model plus trip details view model. Okay, this should be public partial class. Subclass is going to be observable object. Cool. Now here we need to have the information of the trip for which we came. Now for this, we will be fetching the data from the API on the basis of the maybe trip ID. We'll pass the trip ID from the previous page, maybe from main page with recent trips, and then the trips page with all those list of trips. We will come here with the trip ID. Okay, and then we'll fetch the trip information from the API. But for now, because we are not making it dynamic right now, we are just having the UI layer ready. So we'll just have some simple information here. We need to have the information of the trip and information of the expense. Okay. So we already have couple of models. We have model for trip. We have expense category model. We have category model. So here we can have public record expense model. Expense model. Here we can have int id, string title, and what other can we have? String category. This is going to be the expense category. Then we are going to have a decimal amount, and we are going to have the date time, say day or spent on. Okay, the expense model. Let's move this expense model with id, title, category, amount, and spent on date time. Okay, after this we are going to have a trip detail model as so. For that, let's have public record trip detail model. What all information it is going to have? It is going to have the similar information what we have on trip model. So image, title, location, these three things for sure. But after this image, title, location, we are going to have category as well. We'll say category. This image is actually category image, and here we are going to have category name. And after category name, what other information we need? What else we need? Status, string status, start date and end date. So date time, start date time, end date, like this. We'll modify it as per our requirement when we'll actually working the on the API layer and fetching the data from the API layer. Right now, I'm just thinking it from the perspective of the UI. Now let's go to the trip details view model. So here, first thing we are going to have a public trip detail model. We are going to have, just name it trip, or we can name it trip info. Here we'll say we will fetch it from the API on the basis of the provided ID. Right now we are going to have it as hard coded. Okay, let's see what we can do here. We are going to have image. For this category image, we can have any image. Let's say beach. What was that? Category underscore beach.png. Then we have the title, beach trip. Then we have the location, some beach location. Then we have category name. This is beach. Then we have status. Let's say this is planned. Then we have start date. We can say date time dot now dot add days, say 10, and then end date, date time dot now dot add days 50. So with this we have this trip info. After this we are going to have collection of expenses for this particular trip. Okay, let's do this. We'll say public observable collection of type expense model. Expense model. Here we are going to say expenses. Okay, with the default value as empty array. Now these also we are going to fetch these from the API provided trip ID. Then we'll use this. Right now we have these just simple expenses. We'll have a button to add new expense here, just for try it out, just for testing. So let's have a private async, not async for now, we'll add async later. So private void add expense temp. This is just a temporary method. So here we'll say expenses dot add new expense model, and here we are going to provide ID and title, say tickets, category tickets, and amount 300 spent on, let's say, date time dot today. Then let's add a couple of others. Let's say ID2, ID3. Let me add some. So I added these three expenses. Then let's add a relay command here. And now we are good to use this. Let's start. Trip details view model. Let's inject this in our pages. Trip details page XAML.cs. Let's inject it here. Add the namespace. Name it view model. Add the binding context equals this view model. Then let's register these in the MAUI program.cs. The very end. Duplicate one of these. Let's say trip details page, trip details page, and trip details view model. This order does not matter here, but we are good. After that, trip details page, this is also going to be a stacked page. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go to our app shell.xaml.cs Here we are going to add one more line with routing.register route, name of trip details page and type of trip details page. Trip details page. Save everything and now we are good. Now from where we are going to connect to this page, move to this page, we are going to go to this page from our home page. That means we'll go to our pages, main page, we already have it here. And here we have this collection view. Inside this collection view, we have all these entries. Okay, title, location, image, all these things. So when we tap on any of these things, it should navigate to the trip detail page. So let's add this command in our home page view model. So we'll go to home page view model, home view model. Here we are going to add one more command. We'll say private async task. Let's say go to trip details page. Okay, and here we are going to get the trip information, and the only information we need is trip id, so we'll just get the trip id. So we'll say int trip id. Right now we are not using trip id. We will pass this trip id to the trip details page. Okay, but right now we are just navigating there. We'll say await shell dot current dot go to async, name of trip details page. That's all. And let's name it, make this as relay command. Save it, and we are good. Now the command name it is going to generate us for this is, let's add the sync here. Command name it is going to generate is go to trip details page command. Now let's use this. Let's get the proper name. Go to trip details page command. You see, this is the name. Cut this, save it. Let's go to the main page. Here we are going to get that binding inside this collection view. So now here's the catch. We have the direct bindings on the direct elements on the page. We have this data type home view model, but when we want to add the binding inside a collection views items, right now these are the elements inside the collection view. So the binding works differently for these. By default, the binding for these items inside the collection view, these are bound to the single elements of its item source. That means for this, for the main item source trips binding, the binding is home view model. But when we are inside this item template, data template, now the binding is individual items of these trips. That means the trip model. But where did we define our command which we want to use? This is defined on home view model, right? But here inside this data template, our model is actually trip model. We are not on the home view model. Now from here, we somehow need to connect to the home view model. Now if we see the hierarchy, how this is working, we have this border. So we can navigate upward to the ancestors from border, data template, collection view, this grid. We'll keep on going till content page where we have actual data type, this one. So we'll navigate upward and we'll connect to this home view model. How can we do this? Let me show you. So on this border, we are going to say border.gesture recognizer, app gesture recognizer. Here we are going to say command binding. Now on this, if you see, we have image location, but we don't have that go to because this does not exist on trip model. So here we will say in binding, we can define our custom source. So we'll say source equals. Now this is going to be a relative source. Now we are making a relative source using what? Ancestor type. What ancestor type? We are going to say X type. This is going to be home view model. Now what we are saying, that for this you need to use binding, but this is not going to be direct binding. Instead we are providing a different source for the binding. So what is that source? That is a relative source. You need to make relation. Where, how? Ancestor type, you need to use the ancestor traversal, traverse upward to the ancestors and reach till the type home view model. Till the when you find that home view model, then stop there. That is your source. On this home view model, now you need to use a property that is going to be path equals this thing. Here we are not going to get the IntelliSense support, that is a problem, but for this we need to just have this direct name. Go to trip detail page command. Now pay attention. In here we have defined this go to trip details page async. But the relay command, what command it generated, you can get this inside this method. Just try to type this and you will have the property name. Go to trip details page command. You can simply use this and just cut this, copy this and use there directly. Paste this. Now we are here. So we have mapped our command with this. Now on this command we have a parameter as well. So we need to provide this trip ID. How can we provide this? So wherever we have this command property on any of the control element in XAML, we have one more property that is called command parameter. Here also we are going to provide a binding. Now here we don't need to provide source because we need to provide trip ID, and here we have this trip model which will have ID. Does it have ID? No, it is not having ID. Let's have an ID. Let's see where we are using this trip model. We are using this on home view model when we are adding these, right? So let's quickly add these. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. Now we can access the trip ID. So we'll go to again XAML main page. Here we can say ID. Now we can have access to the ID because this binding is we didn't provide any source. So this is the default binding, that means the strip model binding. Now we are good. We'll simply save it. Great. Now similar thing we are going to do on the trips page. Okay, let's do this. So we'll first go to our trips view model. Here we have these trip models at trip temp. So let's quickly copy these two things, the method and this add trip temp as well, because we added those IDs and all. Let's add those. Save. Now let us copy the XAML from the main page. Let's go to a trips page. Here also we have the similar structure. We have collection view, data template, trip model. We have a border. Inside this border we can have the same thing. The only thing which we'll change here is we'll change this home view model type, because here we want to use the trips view model. Save everything and we are good. Let's save, and now we can start the app. We'll see if this navigation is working. If it works, then we'll start designing that page. App is here. Login, add a trip. Let's tap on any of these, and there is some problem. Unable to figure out route for trip detail model. Didn't we add this in routing.register route? We added, right? Name of trip details page, type of trip details page. This is the problem. Trip details page, yes. And if we go to the home view model, we are saying name of trip details model. This should be trip details page, not model. Same thing we need to do in the trips view model, trip details page. Save and let's run it again. Okay, login, add trip. Let's tap on any of the trip and it navigated us to the trip details page. Go back, we are good. Let's go to trips page, add trip. Let's click on any of the trip and we are on trip details page. Now next thing we'll design this page. Okay, so let's start designing this trip details page. First thing, the title, we are going to make it dynamic. We'll show the trip title or trip name here when we'll get the actual data. But if we don't have actual data, we add something, right? Then trip, not trips view model, trip details view model, trip details view model. We have this title information here, right? All right, let's make it dynamic right away. So this title, it is going to be from binding and it is going to be trip.title and we can't see anything because we need to add the namespaces and data type. We can quickly go to any of our page and just copy the models and view model and the data type, background color. Let's copy all of these, paste. We'll change the data type to trip details view model, trip details view model. Then let's change this title to binding. And now we can see the information. We'll say trip info dot title. So here if you see, we have this name now, which comes from the trips info dot title, a beach trip. Save and we are good. Cool. Let's now move to the main screen. Here, let's have a grid. In the grid, let's have a row definition. So first we are going to have at least three sections here. So first we are going to have our category image. Let's maybe have 150 for that. Then we are going to have the trip information. So let's maybe have auto for that. And then we are going to have our expenses uh, section. So let's have a star for that. Okay. Save everything. Now let's first have our image, which will be for grid.row0 and source is going to be binding trip info dot image. We do this, we should see the image. Here it is. Height is 150. Maybe let's increase this height, or maybe let's try changing the aspect ratio of this. Let's try aspect fill. It is not that good because of the height. Maybe let's have it as 300. It is a lot. If we'll say aspect fit, we can see this. Yeah, I think it is fine. 300 is fine. Okay, save it. After this, we are going to have a section where we'll show the trip information. Okay, for that, I'm going to have a border with grid.row1 with stroke shape as round rectangle of 15 corner radius. Background color, I'm going to have white and then padding of let's say 15. Let's see how it looks. It is here. And then we are going to have a margin of 15 from left and right, 0 from top and bottom. And then inside this, we are going to have a couple of trip related information. So first, we are going to have a grid here, or maybe we can have a vertical stack layout here. Inside this, we are going to have first a row with two columns. We'll say column definition star and auto. So here we are going to display the trip title and the status. Okay. So for the first one, we'll say grade dot column 0, and we are going to say text binding trip info dot title. We can see this title here now. And the second one is going to be the status. So this we can copy from our trips page. If you remember, on our trips page, we are showing that that status, this one. Let's copy this thing, or maybe we can copy this entire grid. It has title. Yeah, just copy border where we have the field structure. Save it, and this time the text is going to be binding trip info dot status, not start date, status. Save it, and we can see this plant status here. Okay, on this first label, let's increase the font size a bit. Let's make it 20. And then on this border, let's remove the stroke thickness. So we'll say stroke thickness is 0. Now we can see this. Let's try to add some shadow on this. So we'll say border dot shadow, and if we have the default shadow, how would it look? It looks like this. We can have a radius here, say 10, and the what was the color property? Let's check the default shadow in our global styles. So we'll go to the resources, styles, styles.xml. Here let's search for shadow. So we have shadow, radius 15, opacity 0.5, brush is the one which sets the color, and offset values 1010 by default. Okay, let's try these things. So radius 10, and the brush, let's have it white is the one which we have. We'll have some different color for this, maybe slight white. What if I set gray? Okay, and what if I set the offset red? 100, 20, 20, 0. Let me try to play around with these values and we'll settle with the good shadow. I just increase the radius, make it 100, and it looks fine. We'll settle with this. Okay, now after this we are going to show our uh, location. After this grid in vertical stack layout, we are going to have a horizontal stack layout. Inside this, we are going to have an image with source, the map icon. We'll say map.png with a height request. Let's see how the default looks like, which is a lot bigger. So we'll say height request of about 20. All right. And then we are going to have a label with text finding trip info dot location. We can see this here on this horizontal stack layout. let's have a spacing of 5. Okay, on this label maybe we can have the, yeah, I think font size is fine. We don't need to increase this font size. We can just have vertical options as center and vertical options or center on both of these. I think we are good. After this, we are going to have a similar horizontal stack layout for our date range. This time, the image is going to be calendar icon. And now on this vertical stack layout, let's have some spacing of, let's say, 5 or maybe 10, or let's say 8. Now in this calendar, we are going to have some information. This is going to be start date. Let's add one more for end date. Now we can do this, or we have one more option. We can maybe go to this record, and here we can have a type, a computed property here, where we'll say it is going to be type of string, display date range, things like this. And here we can simply say just do this start date, and we can have this formatted in DD. For me, in India, we follow DDMMYY, but it's up to you how you want to do it. Then we'll say end date, DDMMYY, save, and then we can use this property. We'll come here, instead of doing these two things separately, we'll say label text binding trip info dot display date, which we can't see because we are in running mode. Let's copy this and paste this here, save it. We will not be able to see it right now, but after that, let's have one more horizontal stack layout. And now here we want to show the total expenses for this trip. So for this, we need to have one icon and we need to have one property. Let's do that. Stop this, go to the trip details view model. View model, trip details view model. Here we have list of expenses, right? Same way we need to have private decimal total expenses, like this, and this is going to be an observable property. Okay, now whenever we are modifying the expense, adding expense, editing, or doing anything, in that case we should update this total expenses. This thing we'll do later, but right now let's have this here only. So we'll say the trip, what was that, total expense, sorry, total expense, total expense is this property, not this underscore field. Okay, so here we are going to say this expenses dot sum e dot amount. We are using this total expenses sum. Now let's try to find out icon for our money icon. Let's see if we can see something here. Let's use this one. Okay, download PNG. Let me rename this and move it to our project. I copied this, renamed, and in images that is money.png. Save it. Let's go to our trip details page XAML. Here we'll say money.png and not trip info. Here we'll say total expenses, and this time we'll use a string format here, and we'll format this as currency format. So we'll say 0 C is for currency. Save it and let's see how it looks. Start the app again. So it is here now. We can see everything. This looks fine. So we are good with this. Let's use smaller height for the image, 250. Save everything. Now we are good with this section. Now we'll work on the third row in this row definitions for our expenses. Okay, to start, let's use, we can have a vertical stack layout with grid dot row 2. Here first we are going to have a grid with two columns, column definition star comma auto. Here we are going to follow a similar thing which we follow on the home page. This recent trips and add a trip, this structure. So we'll have this heading and then we'll have this button on the right. So here in grid, let's have a label with grid dot column 0 and text as expenses, and we can have a font size of, let's say, 20 for now. We'll see how it looks. It is here. On this vertical stack layout also we can have a padding of 15. Save expenses, and then on the right hand side we are going to have our button with grid dot column 1, and style we are going to have static resource ptnsm. The text is going to be plus add expense, and we can see this add expense button here. On this border, the shadow, let's, what if we have 50? Yeah, let's have this 50. Okay, add expense and expenses. Now we are going to have expenses list here. Okay, so after this grid we are going to have a collection view. In this we are going to have item source as binding expenses. We have this collection. Okay, now inside this we are going to have collection view dot item template, data template, x data type. This is going to be of type expense model. Okay, now let's try adding the things, but before that, if we don't have any expense, let's have our empty view. So in this collection view we'll say collection view dot empty view. Here we can have the similar thing which we are having on almost all the different pages, not all, but so we can have maybe a vertical stack layout, we can have horizontal options at center, we can have a top margin, so left right 0, and top bottom we could have something like 50, and in here we can have a label stating that no expense is added yet. We can see this text here. Let's make it bigger, so we'll say font size, let's say 18, and then let's say text color, some dark gray color. Save it and we are good. Now here also we can have the similar add expense button, or maybe it is there so we can skip this as well. So it's up to you how you want to design it. On other screens we have a button here as well, but for this thing let's leave it like this only. Okay, Now if we have some items in the collection view, now we already created a method, a command for adding some dummy expenses. Let's do that. So here what we'll do, on this button we can have a command. We'll say binding add expenses temp command, save it, and if we add this, now here we can see the total amount is this, and that is gone from here. Okay, because now we want to work on this thing, then only we'll see that. Let's see how we can, what we can do with this. So here we are going to have a border with a background color of white, and let's maybe have, we don't want any stroke thickness, so we'll set it to 0. We'll have a padding of 15. Inside this, let's have a grid maybe with 2 columns. So we'll say column definition, we are going to say star comma auto. In first column we are going to have the date, the title, so we'll say label. Or maybe we can have a vertical stack layout with grid dot column 0. Inside this we are going to have a label with the text binding. Now this time this binding refers to this single expense model. So here we are going to say, what was the title? Yes, title. If we do this, we can see the titles, these 3 different titles, because we have 3 items now. After this we are going to have the category. So for category I want to give it the same, this kind of look and feel. So let's use border, background color we can have some, what color can we, just let's for now have a black color. We'll change it, we'll see what we can do. Inside this we are going to have a label with the text binding category. We can see this, we cannot see this, that's because of this color. Let's maybe have, if we use dark this dark gray color, it looks like this. Okay, let's settle with this right now. We'll see, we'll do some different thing later. If I set the text color to white, would it look here? No. Gray, let's maybe have the static resource our primary color, and on this border I don't want the stroke thickness, again stroke thickness 0, and this is going to the second thing, but it should not go there. So instead of vertical stack layout, or maybe in vertical stack layout for these 2 items, I'm going to have these in horizontal stack layout like this. Yes, let's have some small rounded corner on this category and some padding. So we'll say stroke shape is round rectangle of, let's say, 5 radius, and we are going to say padding from left and right, let's say 15, and from top bottom 2. Or if we say 0, from left right let's have 10. 10 is fine. From top bottom we are okay without any padding. And the text size we are going to change this, so we'll say font size, let's say 12 on this thing, and on this label we are going to say vertical options at center. With this we are good with our category. Okay, and then let's have some spacing between these 2 things, the title and this border. So on this horizontal stack layout, we can have spacing of, let's say, 5. 5 is fine. Let's increase the font size of this label. Font size, let's say 16. Is it a lot? Let's have 15. 15 is fine, I guess. Okay. Now, after this, what we'll do, we'll have the date when this expense was made. So we'll say horizontal stack layout. Inside this, we are going to have image source, the calendar.png with height request of 20. We can see this calendar icon now. And after this, we'll have label with text binding. This will be spent on. Here we can have string format, and we'll say 0 colon, then let's say DDMMYYYY or just 2YY. Save, and we can see this date now. Let's have this as vertical option center, and on image as well, vertical option center. On this horizontal stack layout, let's have the spacing of 5 so that we can have this spacing. It looks a bit odd, right? The icon, and this, the odd means the spacing. If I make it 18, then also there is some spacing issue. Okay, we'll see it later. Is there any padding or things like that on label, margin or padding? So if we'll say margin 0 and nothing happens, or if we say vertical text alignment, vertical text alignment center, no, this is something else. We need to see, we'll see it later. Right now, let's go with this. We can see this now. Now the remaining part is the expense amount that I'm going to have in the right side here. Okay. So inside this, we had this grid. First column, this one, and second column, I'm going to have a label. This will be grid.column1, vertical option center, and the text is going to be binding amount. We can see this amount here. Now we need to format it to currency. So we'll say string format. We'll format it in currency format. Okay. Then we'll make it big. So we'll say font size, let's say 20. Save it. And now we have a situation, if this text is longer, then it is not going to look good. So maybe we can do something different. We can have this text, this amount here with the date on the right hand side, and then this description as the second row in this. Yes, let's do it. Using that, whatever length all these three things can be, it will simply fit in. So we can use this thing. Okay, let's try this out. So we are still going to have a grid with 2 rows this time. So we'll say in this grid we'll have row definitions. Let's have auto and auto. Inside this, we are going to have first a grid. So we'll have a grid. This will be grid dot row 0. Here we are going to have column definition star comma auto. In this, first one is going to be this currency. So grid dot column 0. After that, the second one is going to be the date. So this thing calendar.png and all. Cut this, add it here, and this will be grid dot column 1. Save it. Then this horizontal stack layout for these two things. This is going to be row number 2. So here we'll say grid dot row 1 like this. Now it will fit in whatever width or height, not height, whatever length it has, it will simply fit in. Now using this we can maybe change the direction. We can have the category first and the text later, right? Let's move the category after this, before this, like this. Save it, and now I think we are good. Let's have some spacing between these items now. So for this, what we can do on this collection view, we can have collection view dot item template, not item template, items layout, linear item layout, orientation, vertical, and here we can have item spacing of, let's say, 5, and we can see this spacing here. Save everything, and maybe we can have some rounded corners here as well, a very small rounded corner. So on this border we can have stroke shape round rectangle 5. Okay, so save it, and now we are good. Let's have some spacing here as well. So on this collection view, or maybe on this vertical stack layout where we have these two items, we can have a spacing of, let's say, 10. This space. Now we are good. So with this, our expenses page, expenses section design is also ready. Now here we are going to have an option to edit the trip as well. For this, let's use the toolbar item. So on this page, we'll say content page dot toolbar items, toolbar item, icon image source. We had that pencil icon, right? Pencil.png. We can see this, but now we need it as a different color. We need one more icon with white color, because in our title color, this color does not look good. So let's quickly go to the box icons. Let's grab the pencil or add it. Let's use this one. I want this to be of this color. Okay, so let's download this PNG. Let me rename this and add it to the project. So we can see the edit icon now. I added this pencil underscore white.png. Here everything works, but we have a problem. This collection view, this is not getting scrolled. So it is not scrollable. And why it is not? If we see, it is a collection view inside a vertical stack layout, which is direct child of this grid. So that's why it is not working. What we can do is we can move these two things out of this vertical stack layout, and then we'll need to add two rows here. First we'll have an auto, then star. So this auto is going to be this grid which shows this expense and this add expense thing. Let's have this. I'm going to cut this thing, have this here, and here I'll say grid dot row 2 0 1 2. This is this one. After that, let's save it. Then let's get the collection view out of this vertical stack layout. Have it here, and let's add the grid dot row 3. Save it, and now we can see we just need to have some spacing. Oh, now we can scroll, and these things look fine without any margin from left and right. Let's leave it like this. We'll just have some spacing here on these expenses and all. So that means on this grid we can have a margin of 15 from left and right, and let's say 15 from left, 15 from top, 15 from right, and maybe 5 from bottom. Save it. Now it is good. We can scroll this. While it is fine, it is having a very small piece of the small space, right? Let's move this section a bit upward so that we can have some more spacing here for the expenses list. So let's see if we have 200 for the image. It looks like this. Now we have some more space. And then on this thing, this border, we have margin of 15, padding of 15. What if we have padding of 10? Okay, not bad. So I guess better than before. So it is fine now. So save it. With this screen is also done now. Okay, next we'll work on add expenses screen. All right. Now after trip details page, we are going to work on add expense page. So for that, let's first add a page inside our pages folder. Add new item, .NET MAUI, content page XAML, and here we'll say save expense page. Okay, and then let's add a view model for this. So we'll go to view models, add new class, save expense view model. Public partial class with observable object. Here we are going to have a model which we'll use to save and fetch data from and to the API. But right now we will just work on UI, so we can skip this view model part because we don't have anything here which we need. We'll see if we need anything, then we'll use that. Let's inject this in save expenses page.xaml.cs. Add the namespace, view model, set the binding context. Binding context equals this view model. Now let's register both of these things in the MAUI program.cs. So save expense view model and save expense page. Then we need to register these in routing as well. So here in appshell.xaml.cs, I'm going to duplicate this thing, and let's have save expense page name of and type of save expense page. Now we have registered this in routing as well. Now from where we are going to trigger this, it will be from our trip details page. So trip details page. Here we have that add expense button. Right now it just has this stamp command, but now we need to have this to navigate to that new page, the save expenses page. Okay, so let's quickly do that. We already have this add expense temp command. Let's quickly go to this. So trip details view model, we are here. Let's make it async task, add expense temp async. Let's do this. The name remains same. We are having this just for the UI purpose. After doing this, we will navigate this thing to shell.current.go to async. Here we'll say name of save expense page, like this. Okay, now we are going to do a slightly different thing for this save expense page. We are not going to use this as a separate page, direct page which comes from the left, from the right, but rather than we'll have it as a the modal page. Okay, so which comes from the bottom of the screen. So for this, what we can do, we can go to our save expense page and we can change the shell dot presentation mode to modal animated, not animate, all these. So we'll say modal animated. Save. And yeah, we are good. Let's add the namespaces and all these things as well on this page. Then what's the problem? Title. Save it. Save everything. Let's run it and then we'll start designing this page here. So now we are here on the trip details page. Let's add expense. You see, from bottom to top. Now with these modal pages, there is a problem. We don't have built-in back button. We can use this back button on the device, and but iPhone we can maybe use the left swipe, but I don't know if it will work or not. So for these modal pages, what we usually do, we use a custom close button somewhere, close or back button. So here also we are going to do the same thing. Okay, so how we can do that? Let's first get rid of this vertical stack layout. We are going to have a grid here. In this grid, first we can have a close button here on top, and then we can maybe have our form. We just need these two things, right? And the title as well. We need the title. So let's have one row for close button and the title, then the second for the entire thing. Yeah. So grid, row definitions, we can have auto and star. The first one, we again can have a grid with column definitions as let's say maybe 50 and star. Inside this first, we are going to have an image button, but image button has some issues with the sizing and all, but let's try if it works this time. If you remember in our social media MAUI app, there we had issues with image button, but this time let's see if it works. So image button source, do we have any cancel button? No, not right now. For now, let's use any of the button, any of the icon. We'll change it later. So right now we can see this here. On this grid, let's have a padding of 15 so that we can have this spacing from all the sides. After this image button, it will be for grid.column0. Then we are going to have a label text. We'll say save expense. This will be grid.column1. We can see this here. Now let's move it to horizontally center. So horizontal options, horizontal option at center, and let's make it big. So we'll say font size as 25. Let's make it 20 only. On this image button as well, we can have a height request of 20 and width request as 20. We can't see anything. That is because we have the minimum height request and minimum width request set. there. Let's try minimum height request and minimum width request. Save it. On this image button, we can have a background color red. Okay. And then we can have corner radius as 10. Okay. Then we can have maybe padding of 5, right? Each button, everything is fine, but still this is not a rounded, perfectly rounded circle. I can't see this. If I increase this, then also it is not. Corner radius 10. So minimum height is 20, but we need to set height and width as well. Height 20 and width 20. Okay, now we need to increase these things. So minimum 40, 40, and then height and width also 40. Then corner radius 20. All right. Then padding 5 is fine, or maybe padding 10. 5 is fine. Save. Is it fine? I don't like it. It's not looking nice. Okay, let's do this first. Let's change this color to maybe white. This background, this icon color. So for this, we have an option to get the white color image, or we can use in here we can use a behavior of icon tint color. So on this image button that comes from the community toolkit .maui package. So here we can say xmlns, let's say toolkit equals toolkit. Here on this image button we can try image button dot behaviors icon tint color behavior. Here we can say tint color is white. So now this becomes white. Or maybe let's have this cancel this close button in here only. Let's not have it as grid. Let's have it as vertical stack layout. As horizontal options at center. Okay. And spacing of, let's say, 5. Things like this. Maybe we'll have some cross button here. But for now, let's settle with this. Now we are going to have our actual form here. Okay. So let's add that form. We are going to have this in the second row. So we can have vertical stack layout with the grid dot row 1. Inside this we are going to have label. Let's follow the same approach we were following on add trip page. We are on save trip page. Here if we see, we have this structure. Let's use this vertical stack layout, label, border and all. Here we are going to follow this approach. Let's add the controls namespace. Save it. Now we can see the strip name and the strip title. We don't need this strip name, strip title. We'll change this, but at least we can see this thing. On this grid, let's have some spacing first. We'll say row spacing of, let's say, so that we have this initial space here. Save. Now we are good here. We'll say label for what. This is going to be a text. Let's say forward, or we can say expense title, something like this. Then let's copy this paste it. This time we'll say about money, so we'll say how much. Expense amount. Then we are going to have this one more time. This time we'll talk about the category, or let's say when, the date time basically. So this is going to be a date picker. No underline date picker. Save. And then we are going to have one more here for the category, expense category. This is going to be a picker. No underline picker. No underline picker. Right? Says category expense title. No underline picker. Yes. Let's remove placeholder. It should be title. Expense category. Save everything. And after this, we are going to have our button with text. Let's say save expense. Okay, looks fine. Let's have some spacing on this top vertical stack layout. So we'll say spacing of, let's say, 15, having these spaces. Let's say 20. 20 is fine. Save it. Or 20 is a lot. Let's have 16. 16 is fine, I guess. Okay, now we can see this expense category. All right. So looks like we are good with this as well. We just need to add the expense categories picker values, available values, and then here we need to have that cross button. Okay. So for this, let's quickly go to our box icons. There is an icon named X. And where is that? It is here. We can use this. It is of color white only. If you want to use this, we can. We are using that image tint color behavior, image button dot tint color behavior, so we can use that as well. So let's settle with that only. Whatever we have right now, we'll just use this one. Uh, Download. Let me rename this and add to the project. And I'll stop and rerun the app. So I added that. I named it x.png. X.png. After this, when we click on this button, image button, we should go back. We should remove this modal pop-up. So let's quickly do this thing. So in our save expense view model, we'll go to view model, save expense view model. Here we are going to have this relay command. So we'll say private async task. Let's say go back async. Here we are going to say await shell dot current dot go to async, and we want to go back. To go back, we can use this dot dot relative path. And then we'll simply have a relay command like this, and then we are good. We can use this now. Let's quickly go to our XAML image button. Here we can have our command finding, and there is some problem. The problem is the data type. This is home view model. It should be save expenses view model. Save it. And now here we can see go back command. All right. And using this, title does not make sense here because on modal pages, this title has no effect. All right. On this label, this is our title. So let's have the font attributes as bold. What happened? Font attributes bold. Save it. Let's quickly run it and we'll see how it looks. So we are here again. Let's log in. Let's go add trip detail page, add expense, and we can see this. Now if we click on this, we can go back. Again click on this and we are here. We can again go back using this button. Alright. So with this, our expense add expense screen is also done. So I think all the UI related stuff is done now. Right? We have worked on homepage. This is done. Trips page. This is done. The UI only. Add trip page. Settings page. Manage expense categories page. And then trip details page. And add expense page. Cool. So we are good with the UI part now. Now next thing is we'll move to our API layer to start working on the API backend. Okay, so now our UI is the first phase of UI is done. Let's now create API layer. In solution, add new project, and I'm going to use ASP.NET Core Web API. Let's name it travel expense tracker.api. And what did I choose for travel expense tracker? I chose .NET 9. So for API as well, let's use .NET 9. But these are independent. You can work with .NET 8 as well if you want to. .api .NET 9. Authentication type none. We will have our own authentication. Configure for HTTPS yes. Enable Open API support yes. And this time let's use controllers. There is no specific reason. I love minimal API, but this time let's try to use controllers because there are a lot of people who still use controllers. So let's go with controllers this time. Okay, so we are here. Now, first thing we'll do in our API project, we are going to add our database layer. So for that, we are going to use entity framework, EF core. So let's add NuGet packages related to EF core. So we'll right click, manage NuGet packages, then browse. And here I'm going to say entity framework core.sql server. Let's install this. Apply, accept. And after this, we are going to use code first migrations. For that, we'll install entity framework core.tools package. Install, apply, accept. And we are good now. Now, inside this, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to name it data for all our entities, database entities, and DB context and our migrations. So all the database related stuff I'm going to have inside this data folder. In this, let's first add a new folder. Let's say entities. Inside this, we are going to have our entities. So first, let's have user. Now here, we'll check what all we need. So ID is required. Then we have name. After that, we have email, if you remember. And then we have password. But we are not going to store the plain password. Instead, we are going to use password hash. So let's store password hash here. Okay. And I guess we are good with this. Let's add data annotation properties, attributes. I like data annotation. So key On this name, this is going to be required, and a max length of, let's say, not more than 30. On email, this is also required with a max length of maybe 180, and then password hash is also required with the max length of, I don't know, maybe 500. After user, we have trip categories, right? So let's create one for that. So public class trip category. Here we are going to have an ID and a name, and we have image as well, right? So yes, public string image. Again, this is going to be key, name is going to be required, and let's have a max length of 50. Image, this is also going to be required in our case, and it could be some external URL as well. So let's have is as 250. Public class, after trip category, we are going to have individual trips. So let's have trip. Now we are going to have an ID for this. This trip will belong to some user. So we'll have user ID. And with this user ID, we are going to have our navigation property. This user ID will belong to some user. That means this user entity. And to allow lazy loading, we'll add the virtual on our lazy loaded properties. Public virtual user. After this trip will fall under some category. So we are going to have trip category ID, or we can just say category ID. And here we are going to have trip category virtual. After this, we are going to have information related to this trip. What all information we need? First, we are going to have a title for this. Then we are going to have a location for this. Then we are going to have start date and end date. Date time, start date, and date time, end date. After this, we are going to have status of this trip. Okay. So for this, we have couple of options. We can maybe have those statuses as simple constants or enum. Yeah, let's use enum. For this, now here is the thing. We are going to use those status text as maybe in UI and API both. So that means we need one more project which will have the classes, constants, models, DTOs, utilities, or whatever we want that is going to be shared between both of these projects. We are going to have that information in that shared project. Let's quickly create one more project here, and new project. This is going to be simple class library project. Let's have trip expense tracker dot share .NET 9. Yes, create. Inside this, let's directly have, or maybe this class only, we'll have public enum. We'll say trip status. Here we have planned, ongoing, completed, and cancelled. Right, these four status we had. Move this to a separate file, trip status. Now we can use this. But before using this, we need to reference this project in both of the MAUI and API project. So what we can do, we can simply drag this project and drop in the dependencies. So now it will be added to the API. Or alternate approach, click on the dependency, right click, add project reference, and here you will have the list, and you can select the shared and check this and say click on OK, and it will be added. So both of these approaches are same. You can do whatever suits you. Now in user, here we are going to have uh, we are going to store the string name of that status. The string here we'll say status with the default value of name of trip status dot planned. This is the default value. The planned is the default value for, and I think we are good with this. Now you can add other audit fields if you want to. Added on is active and a lot of different things if you want to, but I'm just keeping it simple. Now let's add data annotations here. ID is going to be key. User ID is also going to be required. But here we'll say we don't need to define anything explicit because it is tied to this user. So it will automatically check if it has the valid user or not. Same goes with category ID. And for title, this is going to be required with a, let's say, max length of 50. Location required max length of, let's say, 250. Start date, end date, status is also required. Although we are setting this default value, then it will automatically take it, but still let's have required. Here also we can have a max length of maybe 20. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, not 20. 20 is a lot. Let's have 15 maximum, but you can check these lengths. After status, I guess we are good with the trip. After trip, we are going to have expenses for that particular trip. Let's add public class trip expense. And in trip expense, it is going to fall under some expense category. So maybe before trip expense, we can have public class expense category. Expense category. Here we are going to have ID. After this, we are going to have name. Then if you remember, we were displaying some default categories. Then we are allowing user to add his or her own category. Now let's say we have this table where we ship with the default 5 categories. Now I am a user and you are a user. I am going to add category specific to my use case. Let's say if I add some category, that category does not make sense for you. So that category should not be visible to you, right? And the category you add, that should be only for you, not for me. So that means we are going to have two different type of expense categories. One are the system categories which we shipped our app with, our default categories, system level categories. And then there are going to be user level categories. Okay. So how we are going to handle this? There can be multiple ways to handle this, but what I'll do, I'll simply have here a user ID, and that is going to be nullable user ID. Now, user ID null or zero will be for system expense categories, or we can call these as global categories, or we can call these global categories visible to all users. Visible to all users. Okay. If that is not the case, if we have provided any user ID, then that will belong to that particular user only. I'll show you how we can query these. Now with this, we are going to have our navigation property setup of type user. This is going to be virtual. And then because this is nullable, we need to have this nullable here. Okay. Expense category, ID, name, and user ID. We are good. Let's add the key. And let's add the required and a max length of, let's say, 50. Now we are here in trip expense. First, we are going to have an ID. I'm using long, although int is lot, but let's use long here. Then we are going to say string, or not string, we'll say this trip expense will belong to some trip. So we'll say trip ID. And for this trip ID, we are going to have our trip navigation property so that it maps with that virtual. After this trip expense will belong to some expense category, right? Let's add that public int trip expense category, or we can simply say expense category ID. And with this, we are going to have, what was that, expense category or trip expense category? Just expense category. So expense category, and this is also going to be virtual. Now we are going to have expense level categories, expense level fields. So first we are going to have title. Then we are going to have the amount in decimal. And then we are going to have the date time when it was spent. So date time spent on. I guess we are good. Let's add the data annotations. So key, trip ID, expense category ID are fine. Then required on title and a max length of 150. Decimal amount, here we can simply say maybe column type name. This is going to be the database type name. Okay, so here we can say decimal 18.2 for currency amount, money, and then spent on. This is fine. Cool, I guess we are good. Now with a single trip, we can maybe access the all the expense categories alongside the trip. So we have set up one side of the thing using the, in trip expense we are using trip ID. This is setting up the relationship one to many, one trip with many expenses. Let's add one more so that we can directly reference those from the trip. We'll say public I collection trip expense. Here we'll say trip expenses, or just we can say expenses with a default value as blank array. This is the simple collection expression, and here also we are going to use virtual. And with this thing, we are good. Let's now move all these files, these entities to separate class. Okay, to this user, it will be inside this only trip category. Let's move it to the separate file. So trip category.cs, then we have this trip. Let's move it to trip.cs here. Then we have this expense category. Let's move it to expense category.cs here. Then we have trip expense, and it is here. Now we have all our entities. Save everything. Cool. Now we can work on our DB context, the EF core DB context for this. So let's quickly create a class in data context. Now the name is up to you. I normally use data context. If I have multiple contexts, then I'll simply name those. For example, let's say I had two different contexts, so I'll name these trip context and let's say expense context, something like that. But because there is only single context, so we can simply have data context, not date context, data context. This name is up to you. Now to make it as a EF core DB context, we need to inherit this from DB context class, which comes from Microsoft Entity Framework Core. And it has constructor which will use this second constructor, data context options. This is going to be a generic type. We'll add this data context to here so that it can simply cache the model state and all. Save everything, and now we are good. Now we just need to add the entities as DB set properties here. So let's start one by one. We'll add DB set. What is the first one? Expense category. We'll say expense category. We are going to name these expense categories. And second one, DB set, that is trip. So trips. Then next one, DB set, trip category, trip categories. Then next one, DB set is going to be trip expense. So trip expenses. Then we are going to have DB set user, just users. So 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 DB set properties, and now we are good. Okay, now let's use on configuring to show or to see the what queries it is generating so that we can uh, have the logging enabled for all these queries. So here what we'll do, we'll simply say options builder dot log to. It is a method where we can provide, or we can directly func of event id log label. No, need this action string action. This one we are going to use. So here we can simply say console dot write line, and this thing we'll do only for development. So here we can have if debug, then only do this. We don't want this to go on production because it will simply add to log statements unnecessary. We are not going to use those. For those we need to have explicit logging to file or database or whatever approach you use. Cool. After this we are going to override our on model creating method. There we are going to set some things which we cannot set in the data annotation, or we can have the cascading relationships for deletion and updation and all. And we can have our seeding data as well in this. Okay, so let's try to see what seed data we have. First thing, we have our expense categories, not expense categories, trip categories. If we go to our MAUI program, this MAUI, and there we had a service, category service, we had these categories, right? Let's now use these things in our API layer. Let's pass these from API only so that we can add another other categories if we want to in future. For now we'll have like this only. So let's do this. Here we'll have in data entities, we have trip category. Let's have this seeding data here. So we'll say public static. This is totally up to you where you are placing it. I'm adding it here. So public static, let's say an array of trip category. We'll say get seed data. From here we can simply return these categories. So this is going to be the same trip category. And here we need to provide the explicit values for these. So let's do this. We'll say new ID1, and let's maybe have this. I don't want to write much here, so I'll simply have a factory method here. Trip category create. We'll have int ID, string name, string image, From here, we'll simply return new trip category, ID, name, and image. This is just to make my life easy. So I'll simply do this. I'll remove this, and here I'll simply say trip category dot create, and it will be. So we have this get seed data here. Okay, we can remove this using simple this thing. Cool. After this, let's first add the seed data. So we'll go to our data context. In here we have on model creating. Here we can simply say model builder dot entity trip category dot, we can say hash data. Inside this we can directly call that trip category dot get seed data. Okay. Now what all seed data we can have here? We can have the expense categories. For this we'll go to expense categories. Here also we are going to do the similar kind of thing. We'll say public static expense category get seed data. And here also we have added some seed data in our MAUI application, right? Let's try that. We'll go to view models, expense categories, view model. We had these. Come here. Here we'll say this like this. And here also I'm going to follow the same approach. I'll simply create public static expense category, create int ID and string name. From here, I'm simply going to return ID and like this. ID equals ID and name equals name. And for this, user ID will be null because these are global level categories. And here we'll simply say expense category dot create. Save, and we are good now. We can use this in our data context. After this model builder trip category, we'll say model builder expense category dot get seed data. Using this, we have set our seeding data and all. Now next thing is we need to generate the migrations, but before that we need to register this in our program.cs, and we need to have a connection string. For this, in API, I'm going to go to appsettings.development.json. There I'll use the connection strings, connection string. Here let's say trips. This name is up to you. Here we are going to have our connection string. For me, I'm using my system's SQL Server's connection string here. So data source dot, I have installed the default implementation, default instance. Then initial catalog, this is for the database name. Say travel expense tracker. Then integrated security. For me, I am using Windows authentication. So integrated security equals true. And I'll simply skip the encryption part for local. So encrypt equals false. And with this, we are good. Let's now use this connection string and register our DB context. So we'll go to the program.cs. Here, before builder.build, we are going to add our thing. Where we'll say builder.services.add DB context of type data context, not date context. Why I'm typing date context again and again? Data context. Here we need to provide different things. We can have option builder. So let's say options equals, here we'll say options dot use SQL Server. Here we have an overload where we have the first parameters connection string. Connection string we are going to get from our app settings using the builder.configuration. So here we'll say builder.configuration.get connection string. Here we need to provide the name of the connection. That means connection strings this trip. This is the name of the connection string. We need to provide it here. We have the strips. With this, we have registered our DB context, this data context. Now we can have our migrations. So what migrations is going to do for us, it is going to generate or create the database tables with seed data and all. So for this, what we'll do, we'll go to the package manager console. You can use from here, you can go to tools and you get package manager console. Here you need to do two things. First, set the startup project as API project. This is when it is going to generate the migration, it will simply use this project to create or to kind of run a version of this project. And here we have this connect existing setup and all. After this, here in default project, we need to set the API project. It should be the project where our data context lives. So in our case, both of these are same, but there could be cases when we have our data context in some separate class library project. So in that case, here in default project, we need to add that class library. It should be where our data context lives, DB context lives. Okay. So here we'll say add hyphen migration. Now the name of the migration could be anything. Here I'm going to use initial. Then by default, what it going to do, it is going to create a migrations folder on the root of the project. But as I already mentioned, I want everything related to database in the data folder. So here we need to explicitly define the output folder for these migrations. So we'll say -o, which is for output directory. Here we'll say data and migrations. So go to the data folder, search for the migrations folder. If it does not exist, create a migrations folder and then add the migration related files in that folder. Let's press enter. Wait for it to build and generate the migrations. And we have build failed. Something is not right. In API, we missed something. We missed a semicolon. Let's add that and try again. So build succeeded. Then it created these migrations. It created these files. We can verify inside the data folder. We have these migrations folder. Here it created these. Let's quickly verify the migration. Here it created the trip categories table with this with primary key. Then users table, ID name, email, password hash. Then expense categories table. After that trips table. Then trip expenses table. And then it is inserting the data in expense categories, this, and then inserting the data in trip categories, and then adding a couple of indices, and then we are good. In down it is removing these, so we are good. Now we can run these migrations using this command line only, this package manager console. We can call the update -database, or we can have, because if I am going to provide you this code, I don't want you to write this because you need to come here and then run the update database. Instead of this, we can set up the automatic DB migration. So whenever you start the API for the first time, if there are any pending migrations, it should automatically run those migrations against the database. So we are going to do this. For this, we'll go to our program.cs. Here I'm simply going to create a method here, static void auto db migrate, something like this, migrate. Here I'm going to get I service provider as a parameter. Here, the way DB context works, by default it uses the scoped lifetime, dependency lifetime. So we are going to use that scope. Here we are going to have a scope which we are going to get from SP, service provider. Here we'll say get or create scope. Then we are going to get our data context. We'll say context equals SP, not SP. We'll say scope dot service provider dot get required service. Here we'll get our data context. Now we have our context. Here we can simply check context dot database dot get pending migrations dot any. If we have any pending migration, in that case, just call context dot database dot migrate. Using this, it will simply migrate the database. Now we just need to call this. So we'll simply come here, and after builder dot build, we'll simply do this first line. We'll say auto db migrate. We need to provide the service provider which we can get from app dot services. Now it is going to run the migrations for us on the first go. Let's add a breakpoint here. Let's try to run the API project. Let's start. We are here in AutoDB migrate. Let's go one by one. Here we are going to have pending migrations. Yes, got. And then database migrate. It is going to migrate the database for us. We can see it ran bunch of SQL statements here, executing db command again, this and that. It's simply created, and now continue, and we are good. Now if we try to run it again, stop it and run again. This time we'll come here, and we should not get any pending migration now. After this if, we are out of here. And this runs when we start the API, start our application. This does not run on each and every request. So we are okay with this. Ideally, in production environment, this thing also you will have in a debug mode, because this should be only on for development mode. This should not be directly in this production mode. For production, you need to use some different strategy, maybe some different service for database migrations, or there could be a multiple different options how you do this. All right, so with this, we are done with our database kind side of things. Next thing, we are going to work on our controllers. All right. All right. So now after setting our database related stuff, entity framework core and all, now we'll work on our first API, and that is going to be our Auth API, the login and registration part. Okay. So for this, inside this API, I'm going to create a new folder where I'm going to have all my services. And inside this, I'm going to create a new class for my auth service. Okay. Inside this, I'm directly going to inject my data context. Let's name it context. Create and assign a field underscore context. Then in here, we are going to create two methods. Public async task. One is going to be register user. So let's say register async. And then one is going to be public async task login async. Now we need some input parameter and some output type basically. So input and output types. Now these things are going to be consumed from our MAUI application. That means whatever type we have here, those are going to be used in both API and MAUI mobile application. So for these types, we are going to use our shared project. So these are going to be DTU, data transfer objects. In our shared project, let's create a folder, name it DTUs. Inside this, I'm going to create a new class for my login DTO or create user DTO. So let's say register DTO. I'm going to use public class register DTO, prop string name, public string email, and public string password. Now in controllers API, we are going to use data annotation validation, which is by default with API controllers. So we are going to reuse that. So let's add the attributes here, required, and a max length of, what was that? I don't remember, 30 for email, required with a max length of 150, and then password required max length of maybe 30. Yeah, 30 is fine. Register DTO. After this, let's have a login DTO. So public class login DTO. Here, let's have the email and password, these two things. Let's move this login DTO to a separate class file. Now we have login DTO and register DTO. Now what is going to be the return type? From our auth service, we are going to return something, right? So that return type from register is sync, and we are going to use a common return type for all our API endpoints. Okay, so that we can have some client side logic. And for that, what I'm going to use, I'm going to use a public record API result, which is going to have a bool is success flag and a nullable string error with a default value of null, or maybe not have. Let's not have it. API result. So this is going to be a common result type which we are going to use throughout our API endpoints. Now there might be cases when we will need to pass some additional data as well. So with success error, and we can pass the additional data. So for that, I'm going to create one more version of this API result, and that is going to be a generic version. So we'll say API result and T data, type of the data. Here we are going to have bool is success as first parameter, then T data is going to be second parameter, and third is going to be the string error only. Now whenever we'll use these, we will need to use these like this new API result and then pass these values. So I'm a fan of static factory methods. I'm going to use those. Here we'll define two methods, public static API result. Here we can say success, and we are going to get the, here we don't need to get any parameter. We are going to return new, and its success is true and error is null in this case. Then let's create one more version where we'll say public static API result and fail. Here we will get the error, and then we are going to return false and error from here. False, this its success is false and error is here. Now similar methods we are going to have in this generic version. Public static API result, the data, success. In case of success, we will have some data. So let's return new, its success true, data is data, error is null. And then we are going to have one more version, public static API result, the data, fail. In this case, we are going to have a string error, and from here we'll say new, its success false, And T data, this is going to be default, whatever it is, and then error. Save it. We can simply use null forgiving operator. Here we know. In this case, we are going to use just error message, nothing else. So this is our return type. Now let's go back to our auth service. In register async, we are going to get register DTO as input parameter, and from here we are going to return the API result. Okay, and in login async method, we'll get login DTO as a parameter, and from here we are going to return API result of type string. String is going to be our token, JWT token. Okay, now we just need to provide body for these two methods. Now for register async, first let's verify if the email which user is providing, this is unique, it does not exist already in our system. So we'll say we can directly have it inside if await context dot users dot any async. Here we'll say u dot email equals DTO dot email. If any async is true, that means there is this email ID already exists in our system. So we are simply going to return API result dot fail email exists already, something like this. Now if that's not the case, that means email is unique. Then we just need to create our user object. So we'll say new user entity, this entity object. And here we are going to have email, we are going to have our name, we are going to have our password hash. But now we don't have password hash, we just have simple password, right? So we need to somehow convert that simple plain password to password hash. For this, we are going to use ASP.NET Core identity. And how can we use this? We can directly inject I password hasher. You can have your own hashing class implementation and all, but it is already there, so let's use this. I password hasher, we need to provide the type of the entity, type of the user. Here we'll say password hasher, and we are going to use this field, and here we'll say user dot password hash equals underscore password hasher dot hash password. Here we need to provide the user object, which we already have here, this user, and then the string plain password, which we have in dto.password. Now our user is ready. Now we can insert this user directly in our app, in our context. We'll say context.users.add user. After this, we can simply say await context.save changes async. And after this, we'll simply return API result.success. Everything is fine. Okay, cool. Now let's work on login. So for login, we need to do a bunch of different things. First, we need to verify the user. Then we need to generate a JWT token. So we are going to use JWT authentication in our application, in our API. Okay, first let's verify the user. So here we'll say var user equals await context.users.first.default u.email equals dtu.email. Then we'll simply check if user is null, that means this email does not exist. We can say return API result dot fail. We can say user does not exist. User does not exist. What happened? Oh, API result of string. All right. Now, if that is not the case, now we need to verify the password. Okay, so how can we verify it? So for password, we have password hasher dot verify hashed password. Here we need to provide user object. We need to provide the hashed password, which we will get from user.password hash. Then the provided password, which is plain password, so dto.password. Now it returns us a password verification result. Let's have it var password verification result equals this. Here we'll say if password verification result is not equals password verification result dot success. If it is not success, that means incorrect credentials, incorrect password. So let's use the same API result string dot fail, and here we'll say incorrect password. Incorrect password. All right. Now if that is also true, now we know credentials are correct. Generate JWT and return. Now we need to do this. Okay. So now we need to generate our JWT. For JWT, let's install a NuGet package in our API project. That is going to be ASP.NET Core dot authentication.jwt, I guess. ASP.NET Core authentication.jwt. Microsoft ASP.NET Core Authentication JWT pair. Let's install this. Apply. I accept. There is an error. Yes, we know. For now, let's return just default so that it can build and install. Okay, it is installed. What is this about here? Alright, so this package is installed now. Now we can go to auth service and we can use that method to use that package to generate JWT token. So here I'm going to have a method. So let's say private string generate JWT. Here let's have this user as a parameter. Okay. Now for JWT we need a list of claims. So our claims, we can explicitly say claims array claims equals, then we can simply use collection expression and add our claims. So we'll use new claim. First let's use the user ID. So claim types dot name identifier, which is for unique identifier. Here we are going to have user dot id dot toString. Then second claim types dot name, just name. We have a name, yes, user dot name. And then if we want to, we can have email as well if we want that. If we don't need that, then we can skip. Let's have that email as well. So here you will have all the claims, whatever claim you want, you need, you can add here. After this, we need to generate our JWT token. For that, what we are going to do, we are going to use new security JWT security token. JWT security token. We'll say var JWT token, call it security token equals new JWT security token, and in its default this constructor we have a lot of optional parameters. So let's see what all we need. We are going to need a lot of these. We need sure we are going to get it from the app settings. Then we need audience, but in our case the audience is going to be a mobile MAUI app. There is no browser involved. How the JWT token treats the audience, it simply checks the referrer, who is the, what is the URL which sent this request to our API. In our case, we don't have any audience, so we don't need this audience. We have claims. We can add our claims here. After that, we have this expires. In this, I am simply using JWT with the normal expiration. I'm not using refresh tokens. You can implement refresh tokens as well if you want to, but I'm just keeping it simple. So here we can say datetime.utc now dot maybe add days. You can handle this. You can maybe use configuration for this as well, but for now I'm not using it. I'm simply doing this. Let's say have this token valid for 7 days, which is not a good thing. JWT should be short lived. We should have the refresh token functionality to refresh the JWT tokens. This is how this should work, but for the sake of simplicity I'm doing this. I'll add this. JWT should be short lived. Here I am using 7 days for the sake of simplicity. Okay, after this expires, we need to have other things as well. One of those things are going to be the signing credential. Now if we see this signing credential, if we go to this JWT security token, we need to find that constructor with all these things. This one, issuer, audience, claims, not before, expires, then signing credential. This is of type signing credential, this class. And if you go to this, let's use. So it should be of type the signing credential, this type. So we need this. Let's create this. So here we'll say var signing creds equals new signing credentials. The signing credential. Here if we see, we need a security key and algorithm. So let's first generate the security key. So here we'll say var. For this we need to use symmetric security key. We'll use this. So we'll say security key equals new symmetric security key. In this, we need to provide byte array key. This key is going to be some secret key. So we can have var security key, which we already have. Let's say just use key, which we are going to get from the app setting. Get from app setting. Okay, so let's name it secure key or just key. Now we need to use or we need to convert this to byte array. Okay, for this, where we need to provide the byte array key. Here we'll say var key array. We'll say encoding dot utf8 dot get bytes. Here we need to provide our key. Now this we have key byte array. Let's name it key byte array. This we need to provide in this semantic security key. After that, we need to provide this security key in the signing credentials. Here we have one more parameter, that algorithm. Let's use security algorithms dot hmac 256. Then we can now use this signing creds here. With this, our JWT security token is ready. This is still not the string token. This is a class of the security token. Now it is going to generate us a string token. For this, what we can do, we can have var JWT, which is going to be final token, new JWT security token handler. And on this, we can use write token method using this. Now this is the final JWT token, which we are going to return from here. This JWT is going to have information of this current user, all these claims and all. So here we can get var jwt equals generate jwt, and we can pass the user here. Now from here we are going to return, already have written, API result of string dot success. We need to pass the jwt. Now with this, our implementation is completed. We just need to get the key and issuer from our settings. So let's do this. We'll go to our app settings, app settings.development.json. Here let's add one more section for jwt. We need issuer, so let's add issuer. Typically it is the same API of the URL of the API, so we can simply get, it could be anything. Let's use this application URL, this one. For live you can use live URL. After this, what else we need? We need this key, the secure key. Now it could be a very long complex string, so we can simply have some long complex secure key to generate AWT token, and I'm just adding some gibberish here. Okay, now we just need to access this. So app settings we can access using I configuration. So let's do this. Let's inject I configuration in our auth service. So we'll say I configuration. Let's create and assign a field. And then we are here. We need to get it from app settings. So let's get underscore configuration dot get value. Here we need to provide this JWT colon security key. This is the way to get the nested values. So here we will say JWT colon the secure key, and here we need to tell that this is going to be a string value. You can use options pattern as well if you want to use that. It's totally up to you. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know about options pattern. Okay. Now for issuer, similar thing we are going to do. Here we'll have this issuer JWT colon issuer. With this, our JWT related stuff is done, is ready. Auth service is ready basically. Okay. Now let's go to our controllers, create a new controller, new controller. API controller, and let's call it auth controller. Okay. Here we'll have constructor. We are going to inject our auth service in here. Let's have auth service. Create and assign a field. And here we are going to have public async task register. We are going to get register DTO here, DTO. And from here we are going to directly return await okay, and here we'll say not await okay, return okay. Inside okay we are going to say await underscore auth service dot register async, and we need to provide our DTO. Okay, this okay returns okay object result. We check it, okay object result, which is of type object result, which is of type action result, or we can use I action result. It's up to us how we are going to do this. So we will mostly using the I action result, and if you are directly using okay, then in that case you can simply use the actual return type of the method as well. It will automatically wrap this inside OK. OK is basically for returning the status 200. Okay. If we see register async, this method returns task of API result. So here we can do this task of API result and we can remove this OK. This is same as before. Now this is going to be post endpoint. So here we'll say HTTP post. Okay. By default, the URL is going to be API/controller in square bracket. So how it works? It simply gets the controller name from the class, excluding the controller word. That means for this thing, it will be API/auth. And here I have not provided anything, so it will directly use this. Now we need to do the similar thing for login. Login. Here it will be login DTO. And here it will be login async. And this should also be a post method. And this is going to return a task API result of string. Now here we are going to get an issue, and that is going to be both of these endpoints use the same URL. We have not defined any URL here. So these are going to use the URL defined on the controller level. That means API/auth with post and post. Same HTTP verb, same URLs. It is going to give us an error. Ambiguous endpoint URL or something like that. So we need to explicitly set the URLs for this. So in this case, we have two different options. Either we can have the separate this and then route separately, or we can simply use the route template directly inside this. So here if we say register and here if we say login, now the URL for this is going to be /API/auth login. For this one, it will be /API/auth/register with HTTP post. So I'm not a fan of this controller, but if you are, you can use this directly. The problem is sometimes if we rename this, although this is not very frequent thing, but if we somehow rename this and if we forgot to change the consumer side of the URLs, then it is going to break. That's why I don't use this like this. Instead, I use the direct values here. You can have these in the constants as well, since somewhere you can create a class and you can use these URLs from that constant. That is also an option. So let's use this. Save everything and we are good now. Okay, looks like we are good. We will come here, register will work, login will work, and next thing we want to do, we want to uh, handle the actual JWT validation, actually implementing the authentication. Right now we have just implemented register and login endpoint URLs. Login is going to simply generate JWT token for us, but it is not going to validate it. So we need to add the authentication services and authentication middlewares to validate requests and all. Okay, first let's quickly see if register and login are working. Run this and it is not going to open anything because in launch settings launch browser is false. If we say launch browser true, it will automatically open this URL for us, but it is .NET 9, right? So Swagger is not directly added inside our application, so it says HTTP 404, which is expected because there is nothing on this default address. So for this, let's do this. Let's add I have heard a lot about scalar. Let's try to use that. Scalar.net, that open API documentation and all. .NET integration, Scalar. We just need to install Scalar ASP.NET Core. then map scalar API reference in is development map open API, then map scalar API reference. That's all. Okay, let's do this. So we'll go in API, manage NuGet packages. Let's add the scalar.ASP.NET Core. It is here 1.66 million downloads. This should be the one. Install, apply. What happened? Okay, it is installed now. Let's go to the program.cs here where we have app.map open API in our HTTP pipeline. Here we are going to say app.map scalar API reference. Let's try to run the URL. It goes on, that is, what is the URL? Is it slash scalar? Yes. Here we can see auth, register and login. These two endpoints we have. Let's try. If we directly use login, we can shell curl. Else we can how to test it using these values directly. Can we change these? Test response. JSON. Yeah, we can type here. Okay. So let's add some random things here. Send. We can see unable to resolve API, resolve service of type this and that. This is dependency injection error. Why it is happening? Because we implemented a lot of things, but we didn't implement the DI. We didn't register those on dependency container. In auth controller, we are using auth service. So auth service needs to be registered. Inside auth service, we are using I password hasher. Data context, it is already there because we have done that add DB context. Then I configuration, this is automatically by default is there. So we need to register auth service and I password hasher of user. Let's go to program.cs. Here, let's add builder.services.add scoped. What was that? Auth service. And on this only, let's add one more scoped I password hasher of type user. For this, we need to provide the password hasher implementation, which comes from ASP.NET Core identity only. So here we are doing this. First, we are saying builder.service.add scoped. So order does not matter here. Before builder.build, this line, the order does not matter. We can have the things between when we are creating the builder and building the builder. Between these two things, we can have the things in any order. It does not matter. So here we are doing add scoped auth service and add scoped I password hasher with the user and password hasher with the user. Now it should work. We should be able to. Let's do this. We should set that scalar by default. Dot scalar login, test response, add the values, send, and we can see each success false, data null, error, user does not exist because this email is not there. So let's quickly create a user. So in register, let's test response, name, test user, email, test at test.com, password 123456, send. It's success true, error null. That means this is created now. We use test at test.com and 123456. Let's try the login again. Test response, email, test at the rate test.com. And now I'm adding the wrong password. So if we say send, incorrect password. If we add the correct password, if we send, we can see is success true. Data is this, error is null. So let's quickly verify this data, which is actually JWT token in our case. Copy. Let's go to jwt.io to verify this token. What we have in this. This is the beta of the new JWT IO. Okay. Let's paste the token here. And here if we see, we have ID 1, name test user, email address this one, expiration and issuer. So we are good. We have all our claims. Cool. So that means our login and registration APIs are working and we can get the JWT token. Now next thing is to validate this token and implement the authentication authorization in our API. Alright, so we have created our auth service, login and registration. In login, we are generating the JWT token. Now we just need to add the authentication and authorization support in our API in program.cs, that validation of JWT token and all. For this, before builder.build, we are going to enable, or maybe let's before this service as well, but as I already mentioned, order does not matter here. You can have it anywhere. So we'll say builder.services dot add authentication. Okay. And then we are going to have some authentication here. We can have the default scheme. So default, we are going to use JWT bearer defaults dot authentication scheme. Here we are going to say add bearer token or add JWT bearer. Here we need to add the configuration related to this JWT bearer token, what we want to do. So this one, action of JWT bearer options, configure options. Okay. So we are going to have options here. On these options, we are going to have token validation parameters. This one. This is of type token validation parameters. We'll say new token validation parameters. Here we have a lot of things which we can configure, but we'll use one by one. First, we need to tell that what is the issuer, the valid issuer for this. So valid issuer is the issuer who is issuing this, and when we'll say that this issuer is valid. If we go to our auth service, here if we see, we are setting the issuer to configuration.get value string, this JWT issuer. This is the valid issuer for us. So here we'll say valid issuer. Again, we need to get the value from configuration. So here we can access configuration using builder.configuration. Then we can have the same get value string and this JWT bear. With valid issuer, we'll say validate issuer. Validate issuer. We are saying then validate the issuer, or let's change this. Here also order does not matter. We are saying validate the issuer. And what is the valid issuer? This is the valid issuer. If that is not the correct issuer who is issuing that token, then simply reject that. Okay. After that, we will have validate audience. Validate audience. Here we need to set it to false, because in our case, what we are going to do, we are using the mobile MAUI application. There is no audience. Audience means the URL in the browser from where we are making request to our API. But in our case, we are making request from the mobile MAUI application. So there is no browser. So we'll say validate audience to false. Then what else? We'll say validate signing key. Validate issuer signing key. This must be true. So this is the main secret key, main secure key. We need to validate this. Now, what is the valid signing key? So we need to set this issuer signing key. This is the value and this is of security key. Okay. So if we see in our auth service, security key, that was the symmetric security key. That means we need these three lines. We can remove this because right now we are getting this. So we need these three things. Copy, come here, and we can simply paste these here. And instead of underscore configuration, this is going to be builder.configuration. Issuer signing key, this is going to be the security key. Okay. After this, we can validate the lifetime as well. To validate that, default validate during the validation lifetime, that expiration and all. So with this, we are telling it that you should use JWT bearer and validate that JWT bearer on the basis of these things. Validate the issuer with this valid issuer. Don't validate audience. Validate the issuer signing key, and the signing key is this one, and validate the lifetime. With this, our authentication is ready. We are going to use authorization as well. So builder.services.add authorization. Now we have added these services, but we are not using these right now. So we'll use these in our HTTP pipeline. Here we already have use authorization. Before this, we can use authentication. Now we have app.use authentication .use authorization. So just use both of these. With this, our authentication and authorization setup is ready. Okay, we can quickly verify it, and verification is going to be a tricky, but we can directly say weather forecast controller. If we directly run it right now, we will be able to access this weather forecast controller. So we are here in the browser, scalar, weather forecast, test, send. We can see the data, right? Now let's add the authorization keyword here, authorized attribute on this weather forecast controller. Let's start the API again. What happened here? Then if we say dot scalar, and if we go to the weather forecast, test request, send, we can see 401 unauthorized. Okay, because this is unauthorized. And then if we go to login, if we test this request with what was that, test at the rate test.com, password was 123456, we send it, we can see this is the token. Let's copy this and then go back to weather forecast, test request. Here we can add the header. Maybe for authorization they have something else, but I'm not much familiar with this. So here we can simply use authorization header. The value will be bearer, then space, the token. Now if I send it, we can see the data here. 200 okay, and with this. If we don't have this authorization header, then we'll see 401 unauthorized. That means our authentication authorization is working, this attribute is working, token validation is working. All right, cool. Now from here we have two options. Either we can maybe go to the mobile MAUI side and start consuming these two APIs, then go one by one for each screen, or maybe we can work the API entirely for now and then we'll move to the MAUI. So let's maybe work on the API layer, because we already implemented the basic UI skeleton, so we know what all we need, right? So we'll work on the API layer first. We'll finalize the API and then we'll go back to the mobile MAUI side. All right. Okay, so we have decided we'll work on the API layer first, the complete API, then we'll come back to the UI. So we worked on login, we worked on registration, the API layer I'm talking about. So after this, we are on home page. And here the first thing we need is to add the trip. Okay, so add a trip. Let's work on this thing first. On this screen, if we see, first we need the list of categories. Okay, let's implement this list of categories first. So in this controller, we can add new controller, API controller, add, and here we'll simply call it, let's say, trips controller. Everything is going to be inside this only, I guess. We'll see. This is not a big application, so we are okay with this. Here, first thing, this is going to be protected, authorized. Then I'm not going to use these controllers like this. Instead, I'm going to use this API slash strips. Here, let's have the constructor. We'll say our data context. Oh, not data context. Sorry, my bad. Here we need to have our service layer, which will talk to the database for all these things. Okay. So for this, we'll go to our services folder. We are going to create a new class here. Let's say trips service. Here we are going to have a constructor where we are going to inject data context. We'll name it context underscore context. Now here public async task of get categories. Okay. So here we need to get the categories. From here we are going to return a list of categories. Now we already have some model for our categories. If we go to our MAUI application, there we have models. In models we have category model. This one. We can use the same model. We can simply copy this or cut this, and we can go to our DTOs shared. We are going to remove this category model from MAUI application because now we'll move it to the DTOs. Okay. Here we are going to add this and we'll call it, let's say, category DTO, and let's move it to its separate file. So here we have this category DTO, which is of type record because we don't want to validate anything. We don't want to modify anything. This is going to be simple, immutable type of data which will be traveled from API to UI. That's all. We can have it as record without anything. So ID, name, image. Save it, and now we are good. Let's go to our trip service. Here from task, we are going to return category DTO. Category DTO from shared DTOs namespace. Array of this. Okay. From here, we'll say await underscore context dot trip categories dot to array async, and we are good. What is the problem? Okay, type. On trip category, we'll say select C goes to new category DTO. Here we need to provide ID, which will be c.id, name c.name, image c.image, await context dot trip categories dot select dot to array async. Save it and we are good. Our get categories method is ready. After this, if we see in our MAUI application here, we need to just save the trip. Okay. And for saving the trip, we need to have some model which will have all these properties. So selected category ID, trip title, trip location, start date, end date, and the status. Let's create this type. So we'll go to where we have our category DTO. Here only we are going to have one class, public class. This time I'm having class because I want to validate this. Here we'll say save trip DTO. First we need category id, category id. Then we need string the trip title, so let's say title. Then we are going to have the location, string location. Then we are going to have start date, public date time start date. And then we are going to have end date, so public date time end date. And then we are going to have status, which will be public string status. Save it, and let's add the data annotations here. So category id, it should not be 0. 0 is a valid integer, so it will allow it to pass, but that is not what we want. So here we'll say we'll add range, and it should be minimum value should be 1 and maximum it could be anything. So here we can have simply int dot max value, which is not correct, but better than normal thing. So here we can have the error message. We'll say please select category, or category selection is required. We can say this, category selection is required. Then we have title, so we'll say required, and here we can have a max length of, what was that, 50 or 150 or whatever it was, I don't remember. For location, this is also required with the max length of 250. Start date fine, end date fine. Status is also required with the max length of 20, I think. And with this we are good. We have our saved trip detail. Okay, now let's go to trip service. Here we are going to create a method public async task. It is going to return API response, the API result. And here we'll say save trip async. We are going to get save trip detail and detail. Now in this we need user ID as well, because who is the user who is creating this trip? So we'll get that user ID from the currently logged in users information, that means from the current authentication context, that means from the current JWT. But here that will belong to the controller only. So from controller we are going to pass that currently logged in users ID as a parameter here. Here we'll say int user ID. Okay. Now here we are going to have the edit trip functionality as well, right? So in the save trip DTU, let's add ID as well. So if we have ID, then ID is greater than 0, that means it is edit case. Here we'll say if dto.id is greater than 0, or we can say equals 0, then this is add a new trip case, else it is edit an existing trip. Okay, here what we can do is, let's first wrap entire thing in a try catch block. From catch we'll simply return API result dot fail ex dot message, which is not a good thing. Here you should log the exception and return a user friendly message. But I'm doing this ex dot message directly for the sake of simplicity, nothing else. Okay. So here we'll have add a new trip case and edit an existing trip case. First we need to check if this is a new case or existing case. For this we'll have a trip entity here of nullable type. We'll have trip equals this. Now if this is dto.id, that means we know this is an new trip. So we'll say new trip. Then we can fill out the values. So ID we don't have, it will be 0. Category ID will be dto.category ID. Then we are going to have, let's go one by one. Title, user ID, category ID, user ID, then title, then location, then we are going to have start date, then we are going to have end date, then we are going to have our status. Then we'll say underscore context dot trips dot add trip. Okay. If we are in edit case, then first let's verify if we are editing the trip for our own user. That means I can edit my trip only. So for this we'll say trip we already have. So we'll say trip equals await context dot trips dot find async. We can have the dto dot id. Then we can simply check if trip is null. We'll say return API result dot fail. We'll say trip does not exist. If that's not the case, we'll verify one more thing, that is going to be trip dot user ID is not equals this user ID which we are providing. Then we'll say return API result dot fail. We can say you are not authorized to edit this trip. This is just to handle some edge cases if someone is directly trying to access some of the API endpoint from some other place, because from API side, from our mobile MAUI side, this should not be the case. But here we are just protecting our API resources. If that is also not the case, that means we are good. We just need to modify the values. We'll say trip dot. We can modify all the things except user ID. So we are going to copy all these things. Let's add these here. Let's add the trip dot before these and then change these commas to semicolon. Save. After this, we simply say context dot trips, or sorry, context dot save changes async. Now because we are not using as node tracking, it will track the changes, it will track these, and it will update it. With this we are good. We should add node track as node tracking for all other cases. For example, on the category here we should add as node tracking, because we are not tracking the changes here to make it performant. Let's have a wait here. After this we are good. Oh, so sorry, this should not be like this, it should be outside of this if and else, because we want the save changes async for add case as well. So here we are adding it, here we are modifying it. And if you don't want to do this, if you are concerned about that how this is adding and all, you can explicitly also say this context dot trips dot update the trip and then save changes async, and now we are good. From here, after saving the changes, we are going to return API result dot success. With this we are good, we have saved this new trip. Okay, now after saving the trip, we'll maybe come back to the home page or our trips page. So we need to show the list of trips. So on home page, we show the image, location, and the title, and then ID, of course. And on trips page, we show the date range as well. So image, ID, status, oh, all the information. We show the image. We are not showing category here. Oh, this image comes from category only. Hmm. Okay, that means we need all this information here. Cool. So now let's work on sending the list of the trips. So for this first thing, we'll go to our DTOs. Here we'll create a DTO, public record trip list DTO. Here we need ID, we need title, we need category image, or we can just say image. We need status, we need location, then we need the date range. That means everything. Date time, start date, and date time end date. Okay, let's move this separate file, and then we'll come to our trip service. Here we'll say public async task of the trip list DTO. We are going to provide array of list DTO, and here we are going to get int user ID as a parameter. And if you want to implement paging, that is also an option. I have already shown you how to implement the paging in collection views, right? Endless scrolling. So maybe consider it as an assignment for you guys. You can implement that paging, endless scrolling. So when you scroll it, when you will reach to the end of the screen, then it should make the request to the new API, the new page. So here I'm not implementing that in the API and in the UI, both sides. I'm not going to implement it. It is for you. Here we will simply say just return await underscore context. The problem here, public async task. Oh, name get user trips async. Okay. On the home page, though, we are going to get recent trips. That means we are going to have a small count. We'll say int count equals, let's say, 100, the default value. If we are providing some value, then we are going to use that value. So from here, from the home page, we are going to provide this value. Okay. So we'll say context dot uh, trips or trip category, just trips dot where t dot user id equals this user id which we are getting. And here also we can say as no tracking, because we are not tracking anything here, where get the trips of this user only. After that, we'll say just take the count, and we can maybe have some order by here also if we want to, but we have not added any auditing field, right? So for this, if we want to order by, then maybe we can have the order by related to the start date, t dot start date. Maybe it's up to you how you want to plan it. You can do this. Then we have take count. After this, we are going to say select. From this, we are going to say new trip list DTO. Then let's provide all these value. So we'll say t.id, t.title, then image. This we are going to get from category. So here we'll say t.category dot image. Now this is a navigation property. So t.category dot image. After this, we'll get the status. So t.status. After this, let's move to the second line. We need to have t dot location, t dot start date, t dot end date. That's all right. Yes. After this, we'll say dot to array async. And with this, this method is also ready. Save everything. So with this, we have done this recent trips and this trips page. Okay. Now let's go to the trip detail page. Next is this one. Let's do this. Here we'll say public async task. Here, do we need any other thing? We just need the trip information, which we already have here. And after that, we need the list of expenses as well. Now here we have multiple approaches. We can maybe get all these things directly within a single call only, or maybe we can have the expenses as a separate API call. For the sake of simplicity, let's use within the same call. So on the strip list DTU, we'll create one more DTU. We'll say public record trip details or trip info DTU. Here, first parameter, let's have trip list DTU. We'll say trip info. Then we are going to have the list of expenses here. Okay. So for that, we need one type for expenses. So we'll say public record expense list DTU. In expense list DTU, we need int ID, we need string title, and what else we are going to show here? So price, category, that means everything, all information related to that expense. So ID, title. If we are using all this information, maybe we should have it as a class, because that also we are going to need to create the expense. So let's use that public class. Let's say expense DTU, public int ID, then public string title, then public string category. Now this category, this will be of the expense categories, right? That means we need to have the expense category as well as a DTU. So before this, we need to have the expense category DTU. So public class, and that we can save as well. So that means we need to have that as also as a class. So public class expense category DTU. Let's do this. Here we'll say public int ID and public string name. And let's have one more, public int user ID, which will be nullable. So ID is fine. On name, we need to have it as required with a max length of maybe 50. So expense category DTU. Now in this expense DTU, we are going to have the expense category ID. So we'll say public int category ID. Now we can have two different DTUs, one for saving, one for displaying, because for saving we need to have the, sorry, for displaying we need to have the category name, but for saving we need to have category ID. So it's up to you how you want to plan it. You can have two different versions. One is for just for displaying, there you will have just a category name, not category ID. And in the second one, you will have the category ID, not category name, because for saving, when we'll do this, that screen comes here, you will just select the category ID. You will see the category, but the selection will be only category ID. So for this case, for the sake of simplicity, I am using the same type for both. So I'm going to have category ID and category name, both category name. But for this category name, we don't want any validation, so we can have it as nullable. Here we can say just for display, just for UI display. We'll say no need to validate while saving. Okay, ideally, having two different types would make more sense. Okay, so we have ID, we have title, we have category ID, we have category name. Or maybe let's have two different only. Yeah, let's do. So expense DTU, this will be ID, title, and category ID. Let's not have this. And what else we had there in this title amount, public decimal amount, then date. So we'll say public date time went on date, and category ID we already have. So we are good with these. Title is going to be required with the max length of 100. Category ID we require this, so we'll have range 1 int dot max value, and then we'll say for error message, we'll say category selection is required. Then we have amount, which should not be 0, right? Here we can have a range which should be from 0.1, at least 0.1 to double dot max value. Can we have decimal dot max value? I don't. Decimal dot max value, no. Let's have double dot max value. Here we'll say error message invalid amount, or we can say amount must be greater than 0, something like this. Okay, so our expense DTU is ready. After this we are going to have public record expense list DTU for displaying. We can have int ID, can have string title, so this will be for this section. Okay, so string title, then we are going to have string category, which is category name, and then we are going to have decimal amount and the date time spent on. Then we'll go to the top. Here we have trip info DTO. In this, let's make it trip details DTO. So trip list DTO, this is for trip information, and then a list of expenses. So here we'll say expense list DTO, array of this, say expenses. Save, we are good now. All right. Great. Let's move all these to separate files. Expense category DTO. Move this to expense category DTO.cs. Expense DTO. Let's move it to expense DTO. Expense list DTO. Move it to expense list DTO. Then trip details DTO. Let's move it to trip details. Now here it's up to us. We can have all these things in the trip service, or maybe for expenses we can have a separate class. But because all these things are tied up with each other, because expense does not have anything independent, it just has expense categories, nothing else. All these things comes under the trip service only, because each and every expense is related to some trip. So it's up to you. If you want to, you can have a separate uh, controller and separate service class if you want to. But for me, I'm going to have inside this only. Here, first thing we'll have the list of the, the expense category. We'll say public async task, or maybe let's have a separate service only. Yeah, let's have separate. So we'll say class. Here we'll say trip expense service. We'll have constructor. We'll inject our data context. Here, let's first have a list of expense categories. Public async task, expense category, DTO. What was that list? No, just expense category DTO. Array of this. Here we are going to get user ID as a parameter. Now from here, we need to return the expense categories which are global, and we need to return the expense categories which belongs to this user. Two types of expense categories. Get expense categories. So we'll say await context dot expense categories dot as node tracking dot where. Now here we'll have e dot user id equals null. These are for global. Or e dot user id equals user id. These are global categories. This users category. Okay. Then we'll say dot select new expense category DTO is a class. Yes. So here we'll say id equals c dot id, name equals user id equals c dot user id, name equals c dot name. Dot to array async. With this we are good. Okay, so here we have get the expense categories. Now let's work on saving the expense categories. That means adding the expense category. So public async task of API response or API result. Here we'll say save expense category. Here we are going to get expense category DTO as a parameter. And we are going to get int user ID. We cannot rely user ID from the DTO itself. We need to have user ID from the currently logged in users JWT token. So this will provide from the controller. Now here DTO and user ID. So let's check if the same category already exists for this current user. Okay, so here we'll say if await context dot expense categories dot as node tracking dot any async. Here we'll say e dot name equals DTO dot name and e dot user ID equals user ID. If this is the case, let's move it to multiple lines. So here we are saying that if this name exists where this user ID is same, that means I have already added this category for me. Or we can also have a global thing as well. Or t dot user ID equals. Then what we'll do is we'll simply return API result dot fail. We'll say category with the same name exists already, like this. Now if that's not the case, then we are going to save this category. How? We'll say var category equals new expense category, expense category ID we are not going to set. We'll just set name equals gto.name and user ID equals user. Okay. Then we'll say context dot categories dot add category. Then we'll say await context dot save changes async. Then we'll say return API result dot success. And we are good with saving the expense category and getting the expense category. Okay. Now we need to save the expense for a trip. Say public async task API result. Here we'll say save trip expense. Okay. Here we are going to have the expense dtu, user ID, and we can have the trip ID as well. But that thing we are going to get inside expense dtu as well, right? No, we are not getting it inside this. So let's have this as a separate parameter. So for this trip ID, save this expense against this user. This trip ID already has this user ID, but still we'll verify if this trip ID belongs to this user only. First, let's try to get the user this trip. So we'll say what trip equals await the context dot trips dot has no tracking dot first dot default we can say, or we can directly use find async and we can provide the trip ID. Here we'll check if trip is null. So we'll say return API result dot fail. We could say this is an invalid request. Second thing, we'll verify if this trip belongs to this user only. So trip dot user ID equals this user ID. If not equals this user ID, then we'll say return API result dot fail. We'll say you are not authorized to add expense to this trip. Okay. Now, if that is also not the case, that means we are good. We can save the expense. Let's have this inside try catch. In the catch, we'll simply return API result dot fail ex dot message. Here we'll say log here in trip. Now we just need to add this expense. So for now, in our application, we should have added functionality. And this project is already getting so long. Maybe you can follow the approach we are following for save the trip. You can follow the same approach for this expense. So right now, I'll just handle the adding an expense, but you can modify this to have edit expense functionality as well. So here we'll say var expense equals new trip expense. Let's start adding the things. First, we'll add trip ID. Is this trip ID? In this we are not having user ID, right? Then we'll say title equals dto.title, amount equals dto.amount, expense category ID equals dto.category ID. Next, then we have spent on dto.spend, and that's all. After this, we'll say context dot trip expenses dot add expense, and context dot save changes async. Let's have the await here, and then just return API result dot success. Okay, cool. So we have added the save trip expenses. We have added the expenses. Now after this, we can get a list of the expenses for a trip. So expense list DTU array of this get trip expenses. Now we can have this method in this or maybe in outer side. Yeah, let's have this here. We are going to use this as two different places. Sync. Okay, I have not added async for other. Save expense category async, save trip expense async, get trip expenses async. Here we are going to have int trip ID. Here also we can have the validation of user ID if we want to against the trip ID. It's up to you. It's better to have int trip ID and int user ID. Here we'll say await context dot expenses, or else we can simply say dot trips dot as no tracking dot where t dot id equals trip id and t dot user id equals user id. So we have validated the trip. Then we'll say dot select t new expense list dtu expense list dtu. In this we need to provide id, that will be expense id. So that means t dot, okay, expense is not like this. So here we'll say dot select many, t goes to t dot expenses. Then here we are going to have individual expense. So e goes to new expense list dtu. Now we'll say e dot id. Now this is trip expense. Then title, so e dot title. Then we have category, so e dot category expense category dot name. Then amount, so e dot amount and e dot spent on. After this we are going to have the to array async. To array async. What happened? To array sync. E dot id, what is the problem? Long. In here it should be long. Save and long. To array sync, we are good. Get trip expenses. Now we are good. We have trip expenses as well. Now let's go back to our trips service. So here get user trips. We had one method private async task. From here we had to return API result of uh, trip info, or what was the trip details DTO. Okay? So here we'll say get trip details async and we'll provide trip ID and int user ID as parameter. Okay. Now here we'll first get the trip info. We'll say var trip info equals new, not new. We'll say context dot trips dot as no tracking. And here what we can do, maybe we can reuse the method which we just created in a trip expenses service. This method we can reuse here, or if we don't want to use that, we can directly have it here in a single query, which can be a complex query, or maybe we can have both of these things inside this only. So there could be multiple ways to do it. You can maybe benchmark these, you can see if it is generating a good SQL query or not, so you can play around with this. So trips dot as no tracking dot where t dot id equals trip id, and t dot user id equals user id. We have this trip info here dot first dot default. We need this of type inside the trip details DTO. We have the trip list DTO. We need this as a trip list DTO. So that means we need to have select. We can get it from top. We can have this line. Here, after where, we are going to add this select trip list DTO and all these things. All right. Now we have trip info. After that, we need to have the expense categories for this trip. But maybe before this, okay, we are having this here. Hmm. Here we can say if trip info is null, in that case we are going to say return API result fail, API result of type this dot fail. Let's say you are not authorized, or maybe just say invalid request, because this trip does not belong to this user. That is what this means. So invalid request. If that's not the case, that means we have the trip information here. Then we can simply get the expenses of this trip. We'll say, oh, it should be await here. We'll say await context dot trip expenses dot as no tracking. Then we'll say dot select or dot where e dot trip id equals this trip id, which we are getting as a parameter here. Then we'll simply say select new expense list DTO, expense list DTO. And here we can have e.id, e.title, e.category, expense category dot name, e.amount, and e.spent on. Dot to array async. Now we are good. From here we are going to return API result of type is trip details DTO dot success. Here we need to provide the data, that means trip details DTO. Here we can say new trip details DTO, first parameter as trip info, second parameter as expenses, and we are good. Our method is ready now. So I guess with this we are done with all our methods. Now the only thing which is remaining are the methods on the change password method. and the change name method, these two things. So for these also, let's quickly create these and let's settle with the API once, and so then we'll directly jump to the mobile MAUI side. Okay, let's quickly create one more service then. Service add class here, where let's say user service or profile service, we could say. Here also we are going to say constructor, then data context. Here first is the update name, so we'll say public async task API result update name async string name and int user ID. Okay, so here we'll get this current user. We'll say var user equals await context dot users dot first or default async, or we can use find async or fine. So let's say first or default async u dot id equals user id. Okay, and if user is null, that is going to be a rarest case. Still, let's handle it. So if user is null, we'll simply return API result dot fail invalid request. If that's not the case, we'll simply say user dot name equals name, then simply say await context dot save changes is. What happened here? First or default async. Okay, now let's wrap this inside a try catch ex and return API result dot fail ex dot message. And here, after doing everything, we'll simply return API result dot success. In this class only, we'll have one more method public async task of API result update. Let's say change password async. Here we'll say new password, or we can have validate the old password as well. Say old password and new password. So that means maybe we can have it in a class model. Let's go to the DTOs and let's create one DTO here. We'll say public class change password, or let's make it simple only. We'll just have the string new password, but you are free to use that advanced stuff, that current password, previous part, and new password. But on the UI side, I'm just going to use the prompt box. There we'll have just new password. Okay, so new password and user ID int user. First we'll get the user the same way we are getting in the previous method. Here let's copy this entire thing, paste it here. Here we need to have the new password, and we are storing passwords using password hash. That means we need to have the I password hasher as a dependency in this. So we'll say I password hasher of type user password hasher. Here we'll simply say user dot password hash equals underscore password hasher dot hash password user and the new password, which is new password. Okay, and then save changes async and we are good. From here, from this previous thing, when we are modifying the name, now we should change the JWT token as well. Right now with this, the claims should be updated on the UI. If we change the name, one option is to notify user to log out and then log in again. That we can do with change password method. But for update name, let's maybe regenerate the JWT and pass it from here. And on the UI side, the mobile app side, we'll simply update the JWT token. Okay. So here in API result, we'll pass the API result of string. Okay. This string is going to be string, string, string. With this success, we need to provide the JWT token. Now, where is our JWT token? That is in our auth service. We have this method here. So we have multiple approaches here. Maybe we can have some utility service or helper service kind of thing, and we can provide this configuration as a parameter, or we will provide user, security key, and issuer as parameters here, or maybe we can have this as a service with this one method generate JWT, and then we can use this. So this configuration injection, it will be automatically handled. Let's do this. Let's move this to a separate class file. Services, we are going to create one more service. Let's say JWT service. Okay. And in here we'll say TTOR constructor. Here we are going to inject I configuration. In this, we are just going to have simple single method. Cut this from auth service, have this here, make this public, and everything will remain same. Save it, and then we can simply inject this JWT service in our auth service, and we don't need I configuration now. We need JWT service. Okay, let's remove this I configuration. Here, let's use underscore JWT service dot generate JWT. Similarly, we'll go to the profile service. We are going to inject our JWT service here. JWT service. Then in here, we'll simply generate new token where new JWT equals underscore JWT service dot generate JWT user, and then we can pass this new JWT from here. With this, our profile service is also ready. All right. Now we need to create controllers for these services. Okay, let's first close all and let's open these things only. Services, we have JW node. We don't need JWT service directly for controllers. We need profile service, trip expense service, trip service. We need controllers for these three. Okay, so let's go to the controllers, add controller, API controller. Here we'll see we need trips controller, right? So we'll say trips controller. Oh, we already have trips controller. My bad. We already have trips controller. And here we are using authorize with API trips. We are good. Here we'll just inject trips service, trips service, trips service. Here we are going to have the methods which we have in our trips service. Here first we have get categories. This thing, get categories async. Here we'll have public async task categories you get categories async. Here we don't need anything else, so we'll directly return this await trip service dot get categories async, and we are good. Now here let's define the HTTP verb. This is going to be HTTP get, and we'll have URL as API slash trips slash categories. Okay, it will be URL will be slash API slash trips slash categories for HTTP get. Next thing is save trip async. Saving the trip, we'll say public async task. What does it return? It returns API result. We are going to have this API result get, no sorry, save trip. And here we are going to have save trip DTO. Okay, and this is going to be an HTTP post, and we don't need to provide anything, any URL. If you want to just have this blank, what it will do for this, the URL is going to be just slash API slash trips with HTTP post. Here we have get. Okay, now for saving the trip, we are going to have var result equals, we'll say await trip service dot save trip async. We need to provide DTU and we need to provide user ID. Now from where we can get this user ID? We need to get it from claims. How can we get from claims? We have a user property here. This user, this is of type claims principal. Okay, so this comes from the controller base. From this claims principal, we can simply get the value. So we can say find first. Here we need to provide the claim type. So we know claim type for our user ID is name identifier. What value? Now this is our user ID. So we'll say var or int user ID equals convert dot to int 32, and just put this here, and now we have our user ID. Here we know this is not going to be null because we are in authorized mode. That means we already have the principal. Then we can pass this user ID like this. Now this getting the user ID, this thing we need to do it again and again, and we need to do this authorize again and again. So instead of doing all these things, what we can do, we can have a common base controller where we will have the authorize attribute and we'll have this user ID extraction logic. Okay, so in this controller only, controllers folder, let's create a new class. Here we can say trips base controller or app base controller. It could be anything, the name. What we'll do, this controller base, we are going to have this controller base here. We are going to add the authorize attribute on this one. Okay, and then we are going to get this user ID logic here. How we are going to do this? I'm going to have private label int underscore user ID here. Then I'm going to have property user ID, and I'm going to say user ID question mark equals to. That means if user ID is not null, just return that value directly. If it is null, set the value on right hand side. This is going to be this value. Set the value and return it. So if we are using user ID multiple times within the same request, this section is going to be executed only once. I don't know if this is going to be the case, but this is how we should do. Now what we'll do, instead of inheriting from controller base, we'll use app base controller, and we'll remove the authorize attribute from here, and then we can get rid of this int user ID. Here we can get the user ID using this property. Now because this is a single line, we can simply use the expression body here. Now we are good. Save trip method is ready. Let's move to the next method. Get user trips async. This is going to be of type this. And let's have this only. Here we'll say public async task. I've already copied the task. Trip list DTO. Get user trips. Here we need user ID and we need count. Count we can get as a part of query string. So we'll say int count equals 100. We can have the default value here. Here we'll say await trip service but get user trips async. We need to provide the user ID which we can directly access now. User ID count. Okay. Now here this is going to be just HTTP GET without any route parameter. This the URL is going to be get API/trips. Just this. Right? Next, we have the get trip details async. Okay. Here we need trip ID and user ID. Type is going to be this one. Here we'll say public async task of this get trip details. Here we need trip ID as a parameter. This parameter we are going to get is as a part of the URL route. Here we'll say trip ID. Now the URL for this become get/API/trips/ whatever it is, maybe 100 or whatever trip ID it is. Okay, so let me trip underscore ID, for example, /API/trips 5. Okay, from here let's return await underscore trips service dot get trip details async trip ID and user ID which we already have here. Save it and we are good with the trip service. Our trips controller is ready. Cool. Now let's move to the next controller. That is going to be, let's say, public class the expenses controller. This is controller. The base class will be app base controller. In this we are going to have a constructor. We'll inject a trip expense service here. Trip expenses service. Let's just call it service here. And here we need to add the route and API controller attributes. We'll say API controller route. For this route we can have API/trips/ let's say expenses. Although for saving the expense the URL route should be a bit different, but we'll settle with this. So move it to a separate file, expenses controller. Let's see what all methods we have in trip expenses service. So here, because we have this one method which does not belong to any trip ID. But apart from this, we have this, we have trip ID here, we have trip ID here, we have trip ID here, but we don't have trip ID in this. That's why we can't have trip ID as a parameter in this trips. So that's why I'm using this structure for this one. This is not proper HTTP REST URL structure, but let's go with this. There's no problem with simple applications. So first we have get expense categories. Copy this thing maybe. Fill here. Categories. We'll return simply await underscore service dot get expense categories async, we need to pass the user ID here. Here we'll have http get and we'll say categories. Okay. URL for this is going to be get slash API slash trips slash expenses slash category. Let's see what is the next method. This is save expense category async. Copy this. Here we'll have this thing till DTO out async here. From here we'll say await underscore service dot save trip expense async, and here we need to provide the trip ID. Here we can get the http post trips expenses. Now I'm just building some URLs. These are not very good, but let's have some structure. Expenses, here we'll say off trip slash, then I'm going to have trip ID, which will be of type int. Okay, so here we have trip ID, which we can get here. Trip ID int. Okay, so in this we need trip ID, then we need DTO, then we need user ID, which we can get from the base. User ID, and now we are good. What is the problem here? It says expense DTO, not expense category DTO. Oh, save expense category. Oh my god. Then save expense category. But does this need the save expense, save trip? Okay, I'm just getting confused here. So let's say await service dot save expense category. Yeah, this does not need any trip ID. Here we just need to provide DTO and user ID. That's all. Here we don't need to provide this trip ID. That means here we will just have this same URL structure, this thing down here, and we are going to have the same structure here for this one. This time this will be http post. This is going to be post. Now we are here with this for the save trip expense async, this one. So we'll have this like this, save trip expense. We have trip ID here, expense DTO will be provided by the body. Then we'll say await service dot save trip expenses sync trip ID, DTO and user. With this we are good. After this we have get trip expenses async with trip ID and user ID as parameters. So let's have one more version of this here. We'll say expenses of trip ID. I'm just doing this to slash save here, and here we'll say just off trip and direct just get the trip expenses like this. Here we are going to have trip ID and user ID will be provided by the base. Get trip expenses async trip ID and user. Save everything, and with this our expenses controller is also ready. Now we'll have one more controller that is going to be for our profile controller. We'll say public class profile controller base class with the app base controller CTOR constructor will be profile service, and let's add these route and API controller attribute here. Route will be API slash, let's say, me. Okay, let's move it to a separate file. So we have profile controller here. Here we just need two methods, right? One is for update name and one is for change password. Here we'll say public async task of API result. What happened? API result update name. Now here we need to get this name. Now this will be HTTP post request, and here we'll say, let's say, update name. So the URL for this would be API slash me slash update name. Now this is going to be post. In post, we can technically get string name directly using the body parameter, but we have some issues with that. So it should be part of some complex model. So the easiest we can do is we can simply have a DTO in our shared project. In here, we'll simply have a class. We can name it, let's say, single value DTO, which can be a record. We'll say public record single value DTO, and T value, it is going to be generic. And here it will just have one value of type T value. We are going to use this type. Now this is record, this is a class, this will be passed in HTTP post patch and put uh, API endpoints as a body. So we can use this thing. Let's go to our controller, profile controller. Here we are going to get it using this, and here instead of T value it is going to be string. Here we'll say name value model, or we can simply say the DTU. Okay, and here when we say DTU, here we know the DTU is going to have name. We can have var new name equals DTU.value. Now we need to verify it here. If it is null or empty, then we'll simply return from here API result dot fail, name must have a value, something like this. If that's not the case, let's call the method. We'll say return await underscore profile service dot update name is inc. Pass the new name, which is this new name, user ID from the base, and we are good now. What happened here? Update name is sync. We have API result of string with update name. Oh, we want to return the JWT token from here. It will be string. Here with the fail, we'll have string. Okay, we are good with this one. Now for change password, let's copy this method. Change the URL. So here we'll say change password, update password, or let's call it change password only. Change password, single value DTU. Here we are going to have new password in this value. Then we are going to verify this. Password must have a value. Then we'll say new password, and here we'll say update change password async, right? Change password is. It returns task of API result. With this, we are good with our profile controller as well. Okay. All right. Now we are done with all our controllers. Now next thing is to register the services we have created in these. So first in expense cat controller we are injecting trip expense service, profile service, trips controller, trips service, right? And then all these services, if we quickly check, data context already registered, JWT service we need to register, password hasher already registered, trip expense service, data context already registered, trips service, data context already registered. Profile service JWT and auth service also JWT service. Okay, let's go to the program.cs now. Let's start registering all these services. So we'll say builder.services.addScoped JWT service. Then we'll have builder.services.addScoped. We'll have our, what was the profile service? Profile service. Then let's have dot add scoped trip expense service. Then dot add scoped again the trips service. We have registered all our services now. Save. Let's try to run the app. We should be able to run the app and the API should. Oh, oh my god. Wait. Cancel. Let's select the API project. Then run it. So we are here. Let's try scalar. We have all these API endpoints now. Trips, expense categories, test request, and we have 401. Let's quickly log in. Test request, test@test.com. Password is 123456. Send. We have this token. Copy. Expense categories. Send request. And headers. Let's add authorization header. Authorization bearer. Let's add the token. Then send the request. Now we can see ID 1 ticket, shopping, food, fuel, and all these things. Similarly, let's try to get the main trips categories. Trips categories. Test request. Headers. Authorization. Add the authorization header value. Bearer. Then token. Send. And we can see the categories now. Beach, category beach, and all these. Cool. So we are done with the with all these API endpoints. Looks like our API side of things are ready. We'll see if we need to modify something. We'll see later. But right now we are done with the API. Next thing is to consume these APIs in our mobile MAUI application. And here let's remove this weather forecast controller which comes default with this. Let's remove that. We are not using this, right? And weather forecast model. So let's do with this one as well. And in shared project, there is this class 1.cs. Let's remove this. Save everything. And with this, we are done with our API side. Alright, so now our API layer is ready. Now we are good to consume our API in our mobile MAUI application. Okay. So for this first thing we will do, we are testing our app on our physical device. And right now our API is on localhost. So the localhost belongs to this my Windows PC, and my Android app mobile, that is totally different device. So we cannot connect to localhost API from my mobile physical device. In order to do this, we need to host our API somewhere. We can host it somewhere on public URL, then we can use it, or we can use the dev tunnels which Visual Studio provides for us. This is a public URL which Microsoft gives us for our API. So let's see how we can do this. So we need to select the API URL, the API project as a startup project. From here or from here, right click and set as startup project on the API project. Then here with this HTTPS drop down, here we are going to see the dev tunnels. Okay, right now no active tunnel. So here we can go and create a tunnel and it will give us this pop-up. So here we just need to provide a name. This is going to be, this can be anything, it's up to you. So let's say travel expense tracker. This name does not matter. Then tunnel type, here we need to choose persistent. If we choose temporary, then what would happen? If we close the Visual Studio and open it again, the URL is going to be changed. But that is not what we want. We want to be persistent because we can close the Visual Studio. Maybe we are not going to build the, we cannot, or we can, but we might not able to build the complete app in one go. We will build it in different days, within different days span. So for that we need to choose persistent. If we do persistent, we don't need to change the URL again and again, it will be the same URL. Then access, let's select it as public so that we can access it from anywhere. Then press OK. It will take some time to create the dev tunnel and it is going to give us a pop-up. The dev tunnel is created. Let's wait for it. And it is created. It says your dev tunnel has been successfully created and it's selected as the current active tunnel. So if we go here again and if we see dev tunnels, this shows this one is checked, travel expense tracker, which we just created. Now if we close the Visual Studio and open it again, the dev tunnel will be there, but that will not be selected by default. It will be in this state. So whenever you close the Visual Studio and open it again, then you should come here and select that dev tunnel before working. And when this is selected, then you are good. Now let's quickly try to run this and we'll see what is the dev tunnel URL. And here it is starting up a URL on this URL. So if we see, looks like you are not connected to the internet and my internet got disconnected just now. But at least we got the URL. So let's copy this URL. It will end with inc1.devtunnels.ms. Let's copy this. Now this is our dev tunnel URL which we are going to use in our mobile MAUI application. In our MAUI application, in MAUI program.cs, we can have that URL here somewhere, or we can maybe have some constants anywhere. So in this only, in this MAUI program class, for now let's have it as private const string API base URL equals this. Okay, save it and now we should be good. Now that is back. Let's try again. The internet is back. And we see for the first time it is going to give us this thing that if we trust this, yes, continue. And now this is 404 and then we can add scalar and we'll see our scalar API reference and we can access everything from here. Okay, so it is same. Stop this and now we are good. Now in order to consume the APIs, what we are going to do, we are going to use a third-party package that is called Refit. Okay, and I have a dedicated video how to use Refit HTTP client to consume the APIs in our .NET MAUI application. So I'm going to drop the link of that video in the description box. So I would recommend you guys to check that video out. In this video, I'm not going to explain in detail everything. We'll just implement that. So for this, first thing we need to add a NuGet package in our MAUI project. That is called refit.http client factory. This one, 60 million downloads. Let's install it. Apply. And it is installed now. Okay. Now we can configure it. The way Refit works, we just need to define the interfaces and it is going to automatically source generate the implementation for those, the making the creating the HTTP client, making the request, parsing the response, handling the errors, and all these things it does automatically. We just need to define the interfaces for our API with the proper URLs. So let's first define the API URLs, API interfaces. So in this MAUI project only, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call APIs. And in this, we need to have all the API interfaces. So what all interfaces we have? Interface Auth API, public interface Auth API. Here, let's see what is the first auth controller we have. So we'll go to auth controller. Here, the method is going to be this register. It is going to get this thing. Let's define this register is sync. And the URL for this is going to be this one, HTTP post with this URL, right? API auth register. So let's use here post. This will come from Refit. This is the post and the URL is going to be API auth register. And now this is a Refit interface. Similarly, we are going to have one for login. This one. Let's have this as login is sync. And the same post attribute here. And here after auth, we need to have login, right? This is the URL which we are having for the login API endpoint. Save it. Now we are good. Our Auth API is ready. Now let's define the second one. So public interface. What is the second one? Expenses controller. So let's say expenses API. Let's see what all we have in expenses. First, we need to have these get expense categories with the, this is going to be get with this URL. So get with this URL. Then let's see what is the second one. Second one is save category. Save category. And this has this URL and this is HTTP post. So that means here we'll just add post with this URL. Save. After that, we have this save trip expense. Let's copy this entire thing. Have it here. And the URL is going to be this one. So let's add this URL first here. HTTP post API trips expenses, then off trip. This is the URL API trips expenses and then this. Similarly, we are going to have the same thing here, but here it will be of type get, and after trip we are not going to have anything. Save trip expense, save trip expense. For this, the URL is going to be this of type post. So post. Now there is one thing which we need to remember. This int, this route constraint, these are called route constraint. These are accepted in our API controllers, but these are not accepted in the Refit interfaces. It is going to give us an error. So let's remove this API constraint from it. After this, let's have the last one, which is get trip expenses. Copy this, have this here, and then let's add the API URL. It will be get. So get attribute. get, and again here we need to remove this int. Save it, and now our iExpense API is ready. Let's move it to the separate interface file. Now let's create one more public interface. Next controller is the profile controller. So public interface iProfile API. Here, let's see what all we have in profile controller. We first have this update name, and it has HTTP post with this URL. Here we'll say post with this URL. And second one is change password. The method signature is this one. Copy this, have it here, and this is also going to be of type post, and this will be change password. API me change password. Post change password. iProfile API is also ready. Now let's work on the last one, public interface trips controller. So here we'll say iTrips API. Let's see what all methods we have in here. First we have get categories. The URL is going to be get API trips categories. So get this. The next one is this one, save trip, and the URL is going to be just API trips with post. So post and API trips. Then what is the next one? It is get user trips with this signature, and the URL is going to be API trips with get API trips. Then we have one more, get trip details, and the API URL for this is going to be this one, HTTP get. So get with this is going to be this name, trip ID, and dynamic, that means in curly braces, trip ID. Here we can have in API side, we can have this as int. Now we are good. Our iTrips API interface is also ready. Now I'll change one thing here. In Auth API, I added this async, so I prefer this async suffix. So I'm going to add this async everywhere on all the API methods. So async, save category async, save trip expense async, get trip expenses async. In profile, update name async, and change password async. iTrips API, get categories async, save trip async, get user trips async, and get trip details async. Save it. Now there is one more thing. On auth controller, we are good without any authorization. But apart from this, for all other controllers, we have the authorize attribute, this one. That means all other controllers needs to be authorized. There should be the JWT token included in the header for these requests. We need to tell these for the to the Refit interfaces that these needs the authentication authorization. So we need to add that header. For this, what Refit gives us on the interface level, because we want to apply this for all, we can have a headers attribute. Inside this, we can add a header using authorization colon bearer then space, and it is going to add or attach that the token which we will provide here. It is going to add this authorization bearer header for each and every call inside this interface. Let's copy this headers attribute and let's put it on profile and trips API interfaces as well. We will not add this on Auth API because login and registration, both of the API endpoints are allow anonymous. There is those does not require authenticated user because we are not logged in for those. But for all other, we are logged in. Save. Now we are good. Our Refit interfaces are ready now. Now we just need to register these as Refit interface in our MAUI program. So here what I'll do, I'll simply create a new method. Here I'm going to create a new method. Private static private at this private static void, let's say configure refit, and we are going to get a parameter I service collection services, and then we are going to call this method from here. Before builder.build, we'll say configure refit and we'll provide builder.services. So here also order does not matter, it can be anywhere, but just before builder.build. Now we are here, we need to add all our API interfaces here. The way we do this is services dot add refit client, and then we can provide the type using this Auth API, and the default implementation is fine. But here we need to provide the base URL which we have here. Let's now cut this and move it to the configure refit method because here we need this. We'll remove the private and const string API base URL. We are here, we have this API URL here. On this add refit client, we have a chained method that is the set no configure HTTP client. Here we can say HTTP client goes to HTTP client dot base address equals new URI is API base URL. Now we need this thing for all others as well, so it's better to extract this thing in a separate method here, internal local function. So we'll say void set HTTP client. We'll do this. We'll have HTTP client as a parameter, and we'll simply set this like this, and then we can have this set HTTP client directly in this method configure HTTP client, and we are good. We can have static here. The way we are adding these add refit client for Auth API, we can do for all others as well. Now here we'll say expenses API. Now here we need to repeat this multiple times for all, but here I just have the limited, but if you want to, you can simply have an array of types here and then for each on that type and simply register all these in a single loop. That is also an option. You can do that as well if you want to. But I have only 3 APIs: expense, profile, and trips. So expense is here, profile API is here, and then third one is trips API. And we are good with this now. Now for Auth API, this is fine, but for all these, there is a problem. There is a missing piece. That missing piece is if we go to these interfaces, we have these headers. So we need to provide the value for this header. That is authorization token, that JWT token, we need to provide it from somewhere. We need to have that logic somewhere here. How can we do that? Here, if we see in this method, we have a overload method refit settings. And then we have one more overloaded method where we have this func of iService provider. So this is a func delegate which gets iService provider as input parameter and it returns refit settings. We are going to use this version. This is simply a delegate iService provider in refit settings out. We can simply define a method here. We'll say static. Let's say get refit settings. Okay. It should return refit settings and it should get iService provider. This is the signature. From here it will return new refit settings. And then we can simply have this directly inside these. And now we are good. Inside this method, we need to have that logic to get the token from somewhere and pass it to the refit settings. Now, how can we pass this? On this refit settings, we have a method, a property authorization header value getter, which is actually a func. I have explained all these in the dedicated video which I mentioned, where we just need to provide it. It is also a func. It gives us two parameters which we don't need, and from here we can simply return the JWT token, and it needs to be task, so we'll say task dot from result this thing. Now from where we are going to get that token, that we'll see after some time when we'll implement the Auth API, the login and register page. When we'll work on login, then we'll store the token somewhere, and then we are going to get that token from that somewhere inside this method. Okay, so now the refit registration is complete. Now next thing comes, how can we use these? So it is pretty simple, basic, direct, straightforward. We can go to our view models. Let's say in register or login view model. In register view model, we'll simply have constructor, and inside constructor we can simply inject our Auth API. As simple as that. Using this, we can simply use underscore Auth API to handle anything. Okay, let's say we'll have a method here, private async task, login async. What is the register, right? Let's say register async. Here, we can simply say Auth API dot register async method, and we can simply provide a DTO. So we'll say for register DTO equals new register DTO, and we'll provide all these values to that, and this is how we are going to access this. I'm going to show it next when we'll actually working on it. Right now, this is how we are going to use this. Okay, so with this, our refit, our API side of things are ready, the dev tunnel, and on UI client side, mobile application side, we have installed refit.http client factory. We have created all our API interfaces, and then we configured our refit client. Okay. Now next thing is, whenever we will run our mobile app, at that time the API should be in running state. For this, we have two approaches. Let me show you. One is, we can simply click on the solution explorer, go to the properties, go to here. By default, this is single startup project. We can select multiple startup project because now we need API to be running always. So we'll select the main MAUI application as start, and we'll select the API as start. And then we have different debug targets, HTTPS. Here, let me select my mobile device. And here, new profile, you could apply and save it like this, or maybe you can rename this if you want to. Let's say API plus MAUI. And then if we say apply, we can save these things in the solution file as well, CSProj if you want to, and you can choose to no as well. Okay. Now we have this selected here. So we have, if we want to run just MAUI mobile application, we'll select this. If we want to run just API, we'll select this one. If we want to run both, we can select this one and it will run both, always in debug mode. Now, second approach which I was mentioning, here we'll simply have the MAUI application as in debug mode. And for API, what we'll do, we'll simply right click on the API, we'll go to debug, we'll start without debugging. We'll start it and it will be started as a separate service. It will not be directly connected with the Visual Studio. Okay, but we will not be able to debug it, and that is a rare case when we will want to debug that. So you see, the API is running now on the dev tunnel, and now from here we can directly run our mobile MAUI application independently. It will connect to that. So these two approaches you can follow. I prefer this approach, having the API running in non-debugging mode, using this debug and start without debugging, and then running the MAUI application as this debug mode, because we are going to work on the MAUI application a lot now. Alright, so both the approaches are fine. You can choose whatever you want. Okay, so next thing we'll work on the consuming the API for login and register pages. Alright, so now we are good to consume our APIs. We have set up configured Refit. Then now we can use the Refit interfaces. So first we'll start from login and registration. So in register view model, we have injected Auth API, which is a Refit interface. Now we can use this. Okay. Now the API calling part, this will be used from all the view models. Okay. And we should display some UI indication that the API call is in progress. That means we will have some loading indicator. Okay, so that means we need to have one field, one flag, let's say is busy, and we'll set it true. Then we'll make the API call, and then when the API call is successful, then we'll set it to false. So this logic is going to be used in each and every view model, and it can be used multiple times on a single view model, inside a single view model. So for this, what I am going to do, this logic, setting the is busy property to true, making the call, API call, then setting back the is busy property to false. I'm going to use some centralized common place. That common place is going to be a base class for all our view models. So what I mean is I'm going to create a base view model. So base view model, because all our models, our view models are inherited from observable object. Now we'll remove this from the individual view models and we'll move it to the base view model. Okay, and in this we are going to have a private bool underscore is busy property. We'll mark is as observable observable property. Then here we are going to have a method, let's say protected async task, and here we are going to have, let's say, make API call. Okay, it will have parameter as func. Okay, without any input parameter, it will return simply a task, and here we'll say API call. Now inside this we are going to have a try catch finally. In try, first thing we'll set is busy to true, then we'll say await API call dot invoke. Then in exception we are going to show let's say an alert message. So we'll say await shell dot current dot display alert. Okay, here we need to provide title, message and cancel, at least these three. So title will be error, Message we can have ex.message, and cancel button, just OK button. And finally, we are going to set this is busy to back to false. Okay, save it, and now we are good. Now we need to use this base view model for all our view models. Let's start from register view model. So we'll make it the base class as base view model, and on login view model as well, let's have base view model. Now we are on register view model. Now here what we'll do, we have created this register async method. Here inside this we'll add relay command attribute. This is the first thing. Then here we need to validate if we have the actual value, the correct parameters here. So we can simply check if not string dot is null or white space name, or maybe let's say is null or white space, we'll check it for true. If name is null or white space, or email is null or white space, or password is null or white space. String dot is null or white space, password. If any of these is null or empty, we should show some alert. We'll display alert using same await shell dot current dot display alert, or maybe we can create a helper method in base view model only. So in base view model, let's create a helper method to display the error alerts. Okay, we'll say protected async task. Let's say error alert async. We'll just get message as a parameter, and we'll do this. We'll simply replace the second parameter as this message. From here also we can now call this directly, the error alert async. And from this register view model, here we can simply say await error alert async, and here we'll say all fields are mandatory, or all fields are required. Now it's up to you how you want to show the user experience. You can have it as a toast message. You can maybe disable the submit button until all these fields have some value. So it's totally up to you. You can do different kind of things, but for me this is fine. After this we'll simply return from here. We will not continue further in this method. Now if that is not the case, that means we have values for all these three. Then we'll simply generate a register DTU. Register DTU equals new register DTU. Register DTU. Here we'll set email, name, and password. Then we are going to make our API call. Now how we can make that? We'll say await, and from base class we can say, what was that? Make API call. Make API call. Inside this we can provide func of task of API call. So here we'll say simply async. Now here we can have our entire logic. Now we'll say var result equals await underscore auth API dot register async register DTU. Okay. Now this is going to return us API result. Here we can simply access this result, and we'll say result dot is success if this is not true. Result dot is success is not true. That means we might have some error. So we'll display that error using error alert async. We'll say result dot error, and we'll add await, and we'll return from. Now if that's not the case, that means this call was successful and the user is registered now. Then what we can do, we can simply show a toast message. So we might need to show toast message also multiple times. So let's go to base view model. And here let's create one more method. We'll say protected async task, we'll say toast async, and here also we are going to get a message. We'll say await toast dot make toast from community toolkit dot maui dot alerts toast dot make this message dot show, like this. Okay, come here, and from here we'll simply show that await toast async. We'll say user registered successfully. After this, we'll navigate user back to the login page. Okay, so here we have one method, this navigate back async, right? We can call this directly from here. We'll say await navigate back async. After registration, we'll redirect user to the login page so that the user can log in with the new account. So with this, our register view model register async is ready. Now let's use this register command in our XAML page. So we'll go to pages, register page.xaml. Here we have the button register. Here we'll say command binding register command. Okay, and we have is busy as well. So we are going to use that is busy. What we'll do in each and every page, we are going to wrap entire thing in a grid. We are going to have the main content as a first child of the grid, and I'm not specifying any row or column definition. So by default this grid will have one row one column, and if it is one row one column, so defaultly whatever we add later, these are going to be shown on top of the previous item, stacked on z axis. Okay, first is this grid by default. Then here I'm going to have activity indicator with is running. This will add binding with is busy. So if is busy is true, then this activity indicator is going to be shown on top of this grid. Now we want it to vertically center and horizontally center. Okay, and then we want it to, maybe let's use the default color, whatever default color is, but you can change the color as well if you want to. For now, for me, we are good. We are on register page, we can see this. Now let's try this thing out. Okay, so first we need to go to the API, select the dev tunnel. Okay, now my dev tunnel is selected. I can verify it from here. Now I'm going to run my API from here. Right click on the API project, debug, start without debugging. Let it wait. Let's wait for it to start. And our API is ready. Now we can go back to the mobile MAUI application and let's run it. App is here. Let's go to register page. Let's try direct clicking on this. All fields are required. This is fine. Let's try again. All fields are required. Good. Then let's have something in name. Let's try to register the test user, which we added, if you remember, when we were testing our API. The API, this was test@test.com, and password 123456. Let's try to register this. Again, all fields are required, and yes. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know why it is saying this all fields are required, even if we added all these values. Okay, pause the video, drop the answer in the comment. Okay, so now the problem is, if you remember, we just added all these entries, but we didn't bind these to the actual values. That's the problem here. So let's bind these. So first one is for name. So we'll say text equals binding name. Then the second one, we'll say text binding email. And then third one, password, we'll say text binding password. Save it. Now let's run it. Same thing. Uh, I think this is missing on all the pages. We just designed the UI. We didn't bind. We bind the commands and all, then collection views, but we didn't bind these controls. Okay, let's go to, oh my god, not login. Now we need to again refresh, restart the app. Okay, register, add test user, test add test.com, and password 123456. Let's try to register. We can see this activity indicator and we can see the connection failure, which is not correct, which is not right. This should not happen like this. Let's try to see if we can find something in the output section here. So here it shows, we'll try to find if we can get any error related to the, oh, am I having the internet on my mobile device? Yeah, mobile data is fine. Let's clean these things and let's try once more. So let's try register, activity indicator, and email already exists. Okay, mobile data was not working, so I connected Wi-Fi on my mobile phone. Email exists already. This is the error which we added, if you remember, with this email. Okay, that means it is working. Let's add one. So test user one, test at the rate test1.com and 123456. Let's try to register. This time activity indicators and user registered successfully. We got the toast message and then it got redirected to the login page. So that means registration is working, API call is working, error messages are working, and alerts are working, activity indicator is working, everything is working. Now we can work on login page. Let's quickly work on that as well. So we'll go to login view model. We'll add method. Here we have this login async. Till now we were directly going to main page from this login async, but right now we will do this. We will first validate. So let's do the validation. Here we'll say if first thing, it should be the base class should be base view model. Okay, it is already there. First we'll check if the string dot is null or white space the email, or string dot is null or white space password. If this is the case, we'll simply say await error alert async. We'll say all fields are required, then simply return from here required, then return from here. If that is not the case, that means we are good. We can create our login DTO equals new login DTO, and then we are going to have email and password, and then we can make the API call. Let's do this. We'll say await make API call async. Inside this we'll say var result equals await auth API. We need to inject auth API. Let's have a constructor here. Let's inject I auth API here. We'll name it auth API only. Let's add this field. and then use this underscore auth API. So here we'll say auth API dot login async and we'll pass the login detail. Then we are going to simply check if result dot its success is false. That means there is some error. So we'll say await error alert async. We'll say result dot error and then we'll return from it. If that is not the case, that means login successful. Now we need to store the token and redirect to the home page. These things which we need to do now. So login successful, store the token. So we have var jwt token equals, we know we have that in the result.data. Now we need to store it somewhere from where we can retrieve it. So you can store it in secure storage in the device, or you can store it in preferences, which is a simple key value pair storage. So let's use the, yeah, let's use one auth service where we will store the user information or logged in user information. So in the services in MAUI application, let's add a new class. We'll say auth service. Okay, public class auth service, and here we are going to say we are going to have a property for the token with get and private set. Okay, and then we are going to have a method here, public void. We'll say set token. We'll get the token as a parameter. Here we are going to use our preferences APIs, preferences.default.set key and value. So value is token, but what is the key? We can have some private const string token key. It could be anything. The name could be anything. Let's say token. So set token key. The value will be this token. Okay. We are setting the token in this, so we are good. Then we can have one more method. We'll say public void remove token. Okay, in here what we'll do, we'll simply say preferences.default remove token key. Because these are single lines, I'm going to use the expression body methods. We'll see if we need to add anything else. We'll see. Save. Now this auth service, this needs to be, and for this token, let's have this as a label. And let's have one more helper method here. We'll say prop, or there is no need because we are not allowing any non-authenticated page, right? The login and registration page are the only pages which are non-authenticated, so we are good with this. So auth service, we need to register this as singleton so that there can be one and only one instance of this service throughout the application. So we'll go to MAUI program where all our registrations are. We'll say builder.services.add singleton, and let's register this auth service as singleton. Save, and we are good now. Okay. Okay. Now here we will inject the auth service in our login view model. So we'll say auth service. We'll do this private read only field, and then on this auth service we are going to set the token here. So we'll say auth service dot set token JWT token, and after this we want to redirect to the home page that we already have here. So we'll do this. Okay. With this, our login is also ready. Now, if you remember in our MAUI program, when we were configuring the refit, there we need to add the JWT token there. Now, at that time, we were not sure from where we are going to get the JWT token, but now we know from where we are going to get it. We are going to get it from the auth service from this token property. Okay, let's quickly do this. So here in this, we have this SP service provider. So here we can get var auth service equals SP dot get required service, and we can get the auth service here. Now we have this auth service implementation. From here we can simply say auth service dot token. If this is null, we'll provide the empty value. If it is not null, then we'll provide the token. So now our refit is completed, our auth service is completed, our login view model is also completed. Now we just need to call this login missing command. We are already calling this, right? We just need to add the is busy activity indicator. Okay, so let's go to our pages and login page. Here we have this entire grid. We are going to cut this grid, add a new wrapper grid. First item as the main content and second item as the that activity indicator which we had on register page. Similarly, we are going to have it on the login page. The same is busy binding. Save, and with this we should be good. Let's try it out. App is here. Let's directly try to log in. We can see error, all fields are required. Okay, now let's try adding the values in this email and password. Test@test.com 1234567, incorrect password. Let's try to log in. Still all fields are required and we made the same mistake. We need to add the bindings. We are on login page. Here is the email. So text binding email, and on the second one we'll say text binding password. Save. All these are reset. Again, let's try to add the password, incorrect password, and the correct email ID. Let's try to log in. We can see the activity indicator trying to make connection with API. What is happening? Why is it taking this much of time? Internet is, I can see Wi-Fi connected. Connection failed. The API not running. API is running. Could log in. Did we change anything? Something? Login. Incorrect password. Oh, I'm having very bad internet again today. It just gets connected, disconnected, and sometimes there is no internet connectivity. But we can see, so incorrect password, that means we are good. Let's say have the correct password. We'll say login, and after logging in, it got redirected to the home page. So that means login page and all the functionality on login is also working. Great. Now we'll start working on the save trip page. Now we're done with login and registration part. Let's work on the save trip page. Okay. So here we have our save trip view model. Here, first we need to have these two lists. So list of categories, list of statuses. So this list of statuses we already have. So right now we are having these hard coded. But if you remember, we added these as enum in our shared project. Let's have these from enum here. So first value is going to be name of trip status dot planned, and let's duplicate it. trip status dot ongoing, trip status dot completed, and trip status dot cancelled. All right. After that, these categories, we are having these here, but we created an API endpoint to get the category. So let's use that here. Okay. First thing we'll do to make API call, let's change the base to base view model. Then for this category model, or maybe let's do this, let's have a constructor here. We are going to inject our trips API, right? This is the one in which we have the save trip. Yes. So trips API, let's add a create and assign a field here. Then we are going to fetch the categories once. So here we can maybe have a method, let's say with public and async task fetch categories async, like this. Here what we'll do, we'll simply make API call. So we'll say await make API call, and here we need to provide async, and inside this we are going to get the categories from the API trips API dot get categories async. This is going to be a list of category DTO. Here, if you remember, we have that list of categories, and we want to have a selectable UI, right? We'll select one of the categories from there. So that means there should be a property in that category model which will tell us if this current category is selected or not. So for that, what we should do is we will get the category DTO from here, but this category model, let's modify this category model. So we are going to have it as a proper public class category model, and this is going to be a partial class, and this is going to be an observable object now. Observable object, and inside this we are going to have these properties ID, name, and image. Okay, so we'll have prop int ID, this is not changeable, prop string name, and then prop string image. Then we are going to have one more property here, which is going to be an observable property because that can change on runtime. So we'll say private bool underscore is select, and we'll add observable property on. Then we can simply remove this category model from here. Now we have this category model which we are going to use here. So we'll have this category model array like this categories, but we are not going to have the values like this, and we are going to modify this, right? So it's better to have are we going to add and remove? Let's try to have this as an observable property here. So we'll say private category model array of this underscore categories with a default value as blank array, and here we'll say this is going to be an observable property so that we can directly set these. We'll say categories equals from these categories, say categories from API, let's rename this. So here we'll say categories from API dot select, let's convert this to the category model. So here we'll say new category model, name is c.name, id is c.id, image is c.image, and its selected would be false by default. There is no category selected by default. Dot to array. Now we have these categories. We are directly assigning a new value, so it should be updated on the UI. Okay, let's get rid of this thing. So we have fetch categories async, and when should we fetch it? We can have this call in this constructor without awaiting. It will get these. This is kind of fire and forget, but it will get the values from here. So now we are good. Fetch categories async. Statuses we already have here. The default values. Then I guess we are good with the fetching part. Now we need to have one model for saving this trip. Now we have two approaches. Either we can have a bunch of fields here. What I mean is maybe we'll have private, string, then title, then category, and all those one by one fields. Or we can have a simple observable model for the save trip. So we can go here in the models folder and we can create one model here. So we'll say public partial class, let's say save trip model, and here we are going to have the values. All the values are going to be the observable properties. So we have id. What happened? Make the field read only. Let's see. Oh, it should inherit from observable object. All right, then we are going to have private string. What is the title, right? Title. Let's run the app and let's see what all fields we need. And app is in the broken mode because of this category model, this category service. Now we don't need this. For now, we can maybe just comment this static constructor out. We'll remove this category service. We are not going to use this now because we are using the category model from different category model, and we are fetching the categories from API now. Let's go to save trip model. We'll log in. We need the actual values. Add trip 401. Strange. 401. That means we need to have that. That is not getting set. Somehow the categories list. We'll see what is happening here. But right now, let's have all these values in a save trip model. Where is that save trip? Here it is. So after ID, we are going to have the category ID. So here we'll say int underscore category ID. Then we are going to have private string underscore title, private string underscore location, private string underscore status, then private date time underscore start date, and then underscore end date. These are the things which we need, and all these are going to be observable properties. Save everything. Let's move this save trip model to its own class. Save trip model. Then we'll go to save trip view model. And here we are going to have this as we can have this as a property. So we'll say public save trip model Here we can simply name it model and we'll say equals new with default value with new. Okay. Now we can bind our UI with the values from this model. Okay. Let's do that. So we'll go to the save trip page. It is here. We have saved trip view model. Let's try to add the things first. We are here. This is trip name, trip title basically. So we'll say text binding model dot, this is title, model dot title. Let's copy this thing. And the second one is location. Let's have location here. Then we have the date picker for start date. We'll say start date, not text. What is the value here? Date. Finding model dot start date. And for the second one, we are going to have the end date, model dot end date. And then here for this control, picker control, what is the thing here? Text is not there. Selected item. Finding model dot, what is the status? Save it. And looks like we are good. Now we just need to work on the category selection right now. So we have for this categories, we have image, we have name. We didn't change the property names, right? We have image, we have name, that is fine. Now here, from here we will raise some event or command whenever we are tapping on any of these. So for this, we'll go to our save trip view model. And here we are going to have a command. So private void, let's say set category or set selected category, something like this, category. And here we are going to get the category ID as a parameter, or maybe we can get the entire category object as a parameter. Yeah, let's get the entire category object. So we'll say category model category. Inside this, we will check if the category dot id, or maybe we can say if category dot is selected. If this is already selected, then we will not do anything. We will simply return from here. If that is not the case, then what we will do, we will get the existing selected category. So we'll say existing selected category equals, we'll say categories dot first dot default, where c dot is selected is true. Get this? Then we'll say if existing category dot is selected, oh, it is already selected. If existing category is not null, that means we had some existing category, we have some existing category which is already selected. We need to change the it's selected to false on that existing category. And then on this new category, we need to set the it's selected to true. And after that, we are going to set the category ID, selected category ID to the save trip model. So here we'll say model dot category ID equals category dot ID. And then we'll change this to a relay command. Okay. So this is for selection, set selected category. Now let's go here to the XAML. And now we need to use that binding here, but we are going to have that challenge. This is going to be used inside a collection views item template, data template. We need to use that long format. We need to use the relative binding. So let's quickly do that. On this border, I'm going to say border dot gesture recognizer. Here I'll say tab gesture recognizer, and command, we are going to say binding source is going to be relative source. And what relative source is going to be? Ancestor type equals X type. This is going to be save trip view model. On this, we are going to use the path as select set selected category command. This one, and we need a parameter as well. So we'll say command parameter binding dot, that means this entire object, which is the category model object. Save it, and now we are good. Save everything, and let's try to see what is happening. Why didn't we get the token value? If we go to our auth service, where is your auth service? Here it is. Oh, because when we are setting the token, we are setting it to the preferences, but we are not setting the token to this token property. That is the problem. So let's modify this. We'll set it to the preferences, but before that we'll set it to this token property. And then similarly, in here in the remove token, first we'll set token to null, and then we are going to remove it from the preferences. Now it should work. Let's run it. Let's log in. Correct password. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login. Okay, go to add trip. We need to have the activity indicator here as well, but at least we can see the categories now. This time these categories are coming from the API. And now we can see start date and end date both has this 11 1900, that is the default value for the date time dot min value. So we need to change this as well. But first we'll work on this category selection. We can first check if our call is coming to this command. If we say click on this, did it come? Yes, it came here. Continue. So when we are selecting any category, then we should have some visual indicator. For this, we are going to use the data triggers. So we'll come here on this border. Inside this, we'll say border dot data. What is that? Border dot triggers. Data trigger. Target type is going to be border. Binding is going to be binding, and here we can access the properties from this category model. So we are going to use is selected, and then we'll say value. If the value is true, then we are going to use a setter. We are going to use property, and we can maybe have a background color. I don't know how would it look, but let's try background color, some light green color. If we do this, we can see this selected here. If I select any other, let's remove this. So this selection is working. It looks fine actually. You see, whatever category selected, this is in this light green color. All right. We have this. We have trip name, trip location. Now let's set the start date and end date to some default value. So we'll go to save trip model. Here we have start date. So by default, what we can do, we can set the start date to today, and the end date we can set maybe the default value to date time dot now dot add days 1. So these are the just default values. Today is the start date and tomorrow is the end date. so that we can at least have something here. And the status, we can have this as the name of uh, trip status dot plant. Save it, and we should be good, I guess. Now let's have a helper method here to validate these values. We'll say public bool validate, or maybe we can simply return a bool is valid and string error, or yeah, just validation error. Basically it is going to be nullable. So here we'll validate this, and at the very end we are going to return true and null. Is valid true and error null. Now here we will have our validation logic. So we'll validate one by one. First thing, we need to have the category ID should be selected. So here we'll say if category ID is equals 0, we can have, let's have an error message here. So we'll say string error. Here we'll say error equals uh, category selection is required. Okay. After this we are going to have, so there could be multiple ways to do all these things, but I'm just going the very layman, very naive way. I'm going to add multiple if statements. Just now here is the thing, if you want to have all these errors, you can have this simply an array or list, then you can have the if statements and add to these. The approach I am following, I'll just show the first error. So I'm going to have the else if here. So here I'll say if string dot is null or white space for the title, or maybe if we are saying that all the fields are required, right? So we can say category selection is required, this is fine. After this, inside this else if, let's have all the cases. So if title is null or white space, or location is null or white space, string dot is null or white space, location, then we'll say the status, string dot is null or white space, the status, if any of these is null or white space, we are going to say error, all fields are required. All fields are required, and we can add two more actually. We can maybe have if the start date is equals the default, which is min value, or end date is equals default. If any of these are true, then we'll simply have this error, all fields are required. Then we can simply verify the start date and end dates. We'll say else if end date is less than start date, so we'll set the error to end date cannot be less than start date. And you can add your other validation logic if you want to. We are good here. So here we'll provide, first let's have the default value as null in this error. So here first is the status. So we'll say error equals null. If this is null, then it is true. If this is not null, then is valid is false. And the second parameter is actual error. So we'll return this. Now we have this validate method. Okay. Now we'll go to our save trip view model. Here we are going to add one more method, command basically, private async task. Here we'll say save trip async. This is going to be a relay command. Inside this, first thing we are going to do is to validate the model. So here we'll say var is valid and error equals model dot validate, the method we just created. Here we are going to say if not is valid, if this is not valid, then we'll simply say await error alert async. We'll display the error message and then we'll simply return from here. Now if that is not the case, that means model is validated, we have all the values. Now we can make the API call to save this trip. Okay, let's do this. We'll say await make API call in this simple async. Then here we'll say var result equals await. Now we need trips API. We already have trips API dot save trip async. Here we need to provide our model. What is the issue with the model? It says save trip model. Oh, we need to have the save trip DTU. Let's convert this to save trip DTU. Var DTU equals new save trip DTU. We need to map all these things. So category ID equals, or maybe we can make it slim. We can simply get rid of this thing from here. We can go to this model and we can have a property, a method there to convert the save trip model to save trip DTU. These are just for the convenience. Here we can have public uh, save trip DTU. Here we can say to DTU. From here we are going to return new save trip DTU with all these values. So category ID is going to be category ID, end date is going to be end date, ID is going to be ID, location and start date, then status, then title. Now we can come here in our save trip view model. Here we can say model dot to DTU. So this is clean now. Now again, this is going to return us task of API result, which is this result. Here we'll simply check if this result was successful. So we'll say if not result dot is success. If this is not success, then we'll simply show error alert from the result dot error and we'll return from here. If that is not the case, if we are here, then we can simply show a toast message. So await toast async. Here we'll say trip saved, and then we can navigate back to the previous page. So from wherever we came, we can directly return to that page. So we can say await shell dot current dot go to async. We can say dot dot. So with this we are good. Save trip async. Now we just need to use this command. Let's use this command. We'll go to our save trip page.xaml. Here we are going to have our button save trip. Here we'll say command finding save trip command. And here also we are going to have our activity indicator. So let's wrap entire thing, or maybe inside scroll view we are going to have this vertical stack layout. Let's wrap vertical stack layout into grid. We'll have this vertical stack layout as the first, and then activity indicator as the second. So we can copy that from register or login page. We can have that here, save it, and now we are good. Save everything. Let's try this out. So I'll start this. It is on login page. We need to handle this case as well. We'll handle this next. Then if we are already logged in, then it should not ask to log in again and again. So here, let's do login. Go to the add trip page. We are fetching the categories. We are good. If we save the trip, category selection is required. Let's select some category. Save trip. All fields are required. Test trip. Location. Some random location. Then we have start date and end date. So 11/4. Let's change this thing. Let's make it some past date. Status is planned. Okay. Save trip. End date cannot be less than start date. So that means all these things are working. Let's have this some future date. Save trip. Trip saved. And we are here only because we were on this page. So when we say go back dot dot, there is no navigation page here. So we are on add trip. Now it's up to us where we want to go from here. If we want to go to the trips page or we want to go to the home page. So maybe we can go to the home page from here. Or maybe we can go to the details page for this trip. Let's maybe go to the home page. In save trip view model where we are doing this thing, we'll go to the home page. The home page is the root page, so we'll use this double slash. Then we'll say name of main page. With this, we are good. Good. Cool. So our add trip page is also done. Now we can come here on the home page. We can get the list of recent trips. Okay. Let's try this out. Next. Yep. So we'll go to the main page home view model. First, we'll change the base observable object to our base view model. Okay, here we have this trips, add trip temp. Now, we don't need this add trip temp, right? We can remove this thing now and we'll rename this add trip temp to just add trip. And we can say add trip async and we can change this to private async task because when we'll do this add trip async, we want user to navigate to the shell.current.go to async. We want user to navigate to the add trip page, save trip page, or name of save trip page. And when we'll do this, we need to change the command name. So let's quickly go to the main page .xaml. Here we will see where we have in empty view, we are going to have this. So add trip command. And in here as well, we have this thing add trip temp command. So we'll say add trip command. Now this will navigate user to the add a trip page. Now here, the main trips, we are having these in this trip model. We need to change this trip model now. It is going to be the trip list DTO. So trip list DTO. Okay. In the same way, we'll go to our main page. Here in our collection view, we need to change this trip model to trip list DTO. So for our DTOs, let's add our namespace first. XMLNS. Let's say DTO. Here we'll say DTOs. Then this trip model. We are going to change this to trip list DTO. Okay, save it. And we don't need to change any property and all. Image, title, location, all these will remain same because the names are same. Then in here we want to load the trips whenever we are coming to this page. One thing is we can have this in constructor, but that is not what we want because we want this to whenever we'll come to this page, it should refetch the values. So for this, what we'll do here, we'll have a method here, public async task. We'll say uh, fetch trips async, something like this. Okay, and in here we are going to say await make API call async, and then we are going to get var trips equals await, and we need to inject our iTrips API here. iTrips API, let's call it trips API. Here we'll say await trips API dot get user trips async, and here we need to provide the count. So we want to get the recent trips, so we can get maybe 6 recent trips. Okay, now it returns us direct list of this trip list DTO. So now we can simply add these values to directly the strips, or we can simply have a for each loop var t in this lowercase strips. We'll simply add these in the uppercase strips, this observable collection. We are going to add these here trips dot add t. And if we are not going to add or remove items from this collection, so we can maybe change this observable collection. There is no point of having observable collection. Instead, we are going to have a private trip list DTO array underscore trips with the default value as blank array. And here we are going to say observable property. And then we'll simply remove this observable collection. And here we'll say underscore trips equals, sorry, not underscore trips, uppercase trips equals this thing. What is the problem? Oh, sorry. Yeah, trips. Save should work. trips trips. Yes, it took some time. So trips, we are setting these like this. So now we should be good. Now, when should this method get called? Whenever we are coming to the main page. So in that case, how would we know that when we are coming to the main page? We can go to the main page .xaml.cs. Here we are going to use a lifecycle method. We'll override on navigated to method, or if this is not using shell, we can override on appearing method. So in on appearing, we can call that method. So now we'll need to create a field here with this underscore view model for home view model, and inside this on appearing we'll say await underscore view model dot fetch trips async, and we'll save it, and now we are good. What is the problem here? Oh, why did it add this? It is going to be void, and using this we are good now. Let's quickly check. Let's see if this works now. we should get the recent trip. We added only one trip yet, right? We'll see that trip. And we need to fix this as well. Trips, it was test at the rate test.com 123 456 login, and we can see this one trip. Let's click on this add a trip button. We are here on the trips page. We have these categories. Let's add this one. Andaman Nicobar Islands. Location is also same. Copy, location paste, and we need to wrap this in a scroll view so that we can scroll it up. Right now I am not able to scroll it. We should fix this. Then start date is fine, end date is fine, status let's say ongoing. And if we say save trip, it is saving. We can see this trip saved. We came back to this screen. We can see this item here, the newly added item. That means everything is working. We are able to get the data. We are able to come back to this screen. The actual data is coming and we can see the loader. So everything is working on this page. So we are good on this home page. Now let's quickly fix that thing where just I showed you. If I'm doing something here, oh, we need to clear this as well. After adding the trip, we can see these values selected. So we need to fix this. We'll go to the save trip view model. Save trip view model. After saving, we'll reset the model. And on the save trip page, we have everything inside a scroll view. Then what is the problem? Save trip page, right? Let's get the grid out of this scroll view. Save. Let's try to restart. I just want to see if it works. If it is not, then we need to think about this. I log in and go to the detail page, that save trip page. We are here. Let's try now. Still, it is not scrollable. We need to think something. Okay, I'll see it later. We'll see this later. But right now, let's finish the working of all these things. We can see the recent trips. If we'll tap on it, it goes to a detail page. But before detail page, we'll work on this trips page as well. This page. Okay. Let's quickly fix the trips page. Here, we'll do the similar thing what we are doing on the trips, this main page. So we'll go to our trips view model. The base is going to be base view model. It is not going to be this observable collection. Instead of this, and this add trip temp, it will be just add trip. We'll remove these things, and we are going to have this await shell dot current dot this go to async for save trip page. Using this, make it async task. Trip details page is fine. After this, patch trips async. Here you need to implement the paging, which I have not implemented. If you are following me in the API layer, I mentioned about this. You should implement this. Here it is going to be this observable property like this. And now we are good. Save it. We just need to inject this trips API. So let's inject this. And when you will do paging, then you'll need this observable collection. Right now I'm not doing paging. I'm directly getting the items from the API and directly replacing it. That's why I'm not using observable collection here. Okay. So CTOR constructor I trips API, and here get user trips async. I'm not providing any count here. Or for safer side, you can maybe have this 1000 count. Here I'll say implement paging. Implement paging, yes. Save it, and now we should be good. Let's modify the XAML page on the basis of these changes. First, we need to rename this add trip temp command to just add trip command. After that, we need to add one more namespace for our DTO. XMLNS DTO DTOs. Then the type of the items in collection view. This will not be model trip model. Instead, this is going to be trip list DTO. And apart from this, everything should remain same. Save it. Let's run and see. There is one missing piece. We are not fetching. Let's stop. And on trips view model, we are not fetching the trips. We have this fetch trips async. We need to call this same way which we are doing on the main page. So let's go to the trips page, tripspage.xaml. Here we'll have this as a private read only field. And then here I'm going to override on appearing, and here I'll say await. It should remain void. Await underscore view model dot fetch trips async. With this we are done. Now on this trips page, let's add the activity indicator. So we'll cut this, we'll say grid. First item as this thing, and second item we are going to use the activity indicator to show that loader. We have this loader on main page already, right? Collection view. No, we don't have that. Let's add that here as well. So here we already have a grid. Inside this grid only, let's add that activity indicator. This time what we'll do, we'll say grid dot row span 1 2. So we have two rows, so we'll say row span 2. Okay, let's try to run it and we'll see the trips page. Okay, now let's go to trips page. We can see loader and then we can see the trips. This text is, I guess, hard coded, right? Planned, and these values are dynamic. Date is also not, date is not dynamic. Let's see. Tripspage.xaml. This date range, this is static. So we need to make this dynamic. And then this status is also static. So let's make this status dynamic. So we'll say binding status. And here for this text, let's do the thing. Do we have that? There was one property which we added, right? Let's add this in our trips list. Where is it? Trip list DTO. Let's add one property here of type string. We'll say display date range. Here we can say simple start date DDMMYY, and this is up to you. In India, we follow this date format DDMMYY, but you are free to use any format, whatever suits you, or whatever is your country's default. So DDMMYY. I'm going to use this one. Let's stop this. Come to the XAML. Here with this text, we'll say binding display date range. And for this one, we have this hard coded green color for the status. So let's make this dynamic. How can we make this dynamic? So we can have a converter if you want to follow that proper XAML, and the quickest and easiest way could be just add a property here. We'll say prop string, and let's say status color. Okay, and we will just compute this once. So for that, we can simply have it as nullable this, and we'll say status color. Then with this, we'll say status color. If status color is there, just return that. If that is not there, set the status color and then return that. And with the what value we are going to set it, that we'll simply see here. And here we are going to have some logic, and that logic will be we are going to use the status text. We'll apply switch. Then we are going to have different values. So first we'll say trip status dot planned. Then we are going to use some color dot, that means this is going to be of type color dot, what color for this, let's say blue. Then after plant, we are going to have ongoing. This we can have maybe for the plant we can have some dark gray kind of color. We'll see. For ongoing, we are going to have blue. For completed, let's have color dot green, and for cancelled, let's have color dot red. Okay, so this is what we'll do here. Now we can simply use the status color, and with this logic what we are doing here, it will compute this thing only once, so we are good with that. Let's try to use this. So we'll go to our XAML, space.xaml. Here we'll change this green to binding, and we can have the status color. Save it and let's run it now. App is here. I logged in. Let's go to the trips page, loading the trips, and now we can't see anything here. Status is not here. And why it is not here? Status color, background color, which is of type color, Microsoft MAUI graphics color. And did I mess up the type? Trip list DTO. This color is system.drawing.color. Oh, this should be Microsoft.maui.color. Why am I not having this? Using system, sorry, Microsoft.maui. What was that? Let's again check that trips background color. It uses this color which comes from Microsoft.maui.graphics namespace. This color. So using Microsoft.maui.graphics. This is the problem here. We say this Microsoft.maui. Oh, my bad. This is because we are in the trip list due to the shared project. So here we don't have Microsoft.maui. So that means we need to use the converter here. Okay. So for the converter in our MAUI project, we are going to create a new folder. Let's call this converters. Inside this, we are going to have a class file. There we'll say, let's say trip status to color converter. This name is up to you, but it makes sense here. So for this, we will implement I value converter interface. And in this, we have two methods, convert and convert back. So we are not going to use convert back. We are not going to reverse this, but we'll just use the convert method. Here, the value it is what we will get. And the return type is going to be what we will return. So this value which we are getting, this will be of type the trip status in this case. So here we can verify if value is trip status, or this is going to be some string because there we have status as a string, right? So that means we'll have it as a string. So we'll say string trip status. If this is the case, then we'll have that logic which we were having here, this thing here. We'll say var, or let's say color status color equals this trip status, and then we are going to use these colors here. What is the problem with this color? Colors dot dark gray, colors dot blue, colors dot green, colors dot red. And then we are having this in status color, and from here we are going to return the status color. Else we are going to return null or maybe some default color. So the default color we can have colors dot, let's say white. This is the default color. So this is fine. We had one base converter from base converter one way. This comes from community toolkit. If we follow this T from T2, so from string to color. If we do this, then what? Implement abstract class, we can have the default converter. Okay, so these things it is going to do internally. So if we go to base converter one way, here we have this, it is going to do all these things for us. Base converter one way, it implements base converter, and this base converter is going to implement I value converter. So this is the main. So I showed you how we can do this with the actual direct values, convert and convert back. But here in this, we can handle this thing. So we can say this get and set. But if we do this, how we are going to get the value? Base converter one way, T from, no, not T from, default convert return value. Let's go to the base converter. I'm just trying to see this for the First time I knew that there was this thing. I have used I value converter only, but I just want to see what we can do here with this. So abstract to from to type, but the thing is how we are going to get the value, the t from. This I'm just trying to understand. We have from type, we have this default. Okay, let's not use this. Let's not waste time here. We'll settle with our version. What was that? That was the I value converter with colored white. So we are good. Convert back. We are not using two-way binding for this. We are not going to convert the color to string. So we can skip this using this throw not implemented exception. We are good with this. Now we just need to use this converter in our application, in our page. On trip list DTU, we can get rid of this thing now. And let's remove this. Save. Now, how can we use this? So to use this, we need to add the converter in the styles. But now we can use this converter. We will be using this converter at multiple places. So we need to register it globally. For this, what we'll do, we'll go to the app.xaml.cs. Here we are having these styles and all. So here we need to add our namespace xmlns converters equals converters. It will be from our converters. Then in here, after the resource dictionary, we can simply register this converters trip status to color converter. Then we can add some key to this trip status to color. Save it. And now we'll be able to use this. How we can use this? We'll go to tripspace.xaml. Here, where is that background for the status? Here it is. So background color, here we'll say binding. We are going to access status. And here we are using the converter static resource. We can see trip status to color convert. Save it and let's try to run it now. Now it should work. It should show the actual value, the color on the basis of the status. We have two status right now, right? One we set ongoing and one trip we set planned. Alright, app is here. I logged in and then let's go to trips page and we can see this. Great. We can see this planned in gray, ongoing in blue. That means our converter is working. Cool. So with this, we are good. Now next thing, we'll be working on the trip details page. All right. Now after finishing the main page recent trips and the trips page, we'll work on the trip details page. So for that, right now what we are doing from trips page and from main page recent trips, if we go to any of the view model, let's go to trips view model. From here, go to trip details page. We have this int trip ID, which we need to pass to the trip details page, which we are not passing right now. We need to pass it. Now, on the trip details page, we need to access the trip ID. In trips details view model, we are using the trip details page. We are using trip details view model. We can accept that parameter, that value here. In shell navigation, we use query parameter. It is same way we use on browser. Question mark query ID query equals the value. So same way. Here on trip details view model, first thing, let's change the base class with base view model. And second thing is we need to have a query property attribute here. So what this query property does, it will allow us to get value from previous page to this page. When we are navigating to this page, we can pass the query value from the previous page query property. Here it is string name and query ID. So in most of the cases we do these same. So this is going to be some property on this page, observable property basically. So for this we'll simply have prop or not prop, we'll say private int underscore trip ID, and we are going to say observable property here. Okay, now this trip ID, the property which this observable property is going to generate for us, uppercase T, trip ID, this is the thing which we will use here in query property. The first one is name, that means name of the property in this class. This will be name of trip ID. The second parameter is the query ID, that means with what name we passed this value from the previous page. So in this case also we are going to use the same trip ID. In most of the case we use the same name, but this name is up to you. You can name this whatever you want. This is going to be the query ID. So this should match with the previous page from where we are passing it. So now let's see how can we pass the data. Let's go back to the trips view model. Here we have this thing. In go to async, if we see the overloaded method, we have bool animate and we have one iDictionary string object parameters. So we can pass the parameters using this dictionary. Okay, so let's do this. We'll say var parameter equals new dictionary string object, and here we'll say parameter dot add, the value is going to be name of trip details view model dot trip id, and the value is trip id. This is what we are going to use. So then we can pass these parameters here. Okay, now we can have this like this, but I don't like this approach. I can do this. I like this approach. Set the key equals value like this. All right, so the same thing we are going to do on the main page view model, home view model. So here also we have this thing, so we'll do the similar thing here as well. Now we are passing this trip id from the main page and from the trips page to the trip details view model. Here we are having this. Now as this is observable property, so it will not be directly assigned when we are creating the instance of this view model. That means initially there will be no value for this, and once it comes and fetches this value, then we'll have this value. So when we will get this value, only then we should uh, populate this trip info and this expenses observable collection. Okay, so for this what we will do, how will we know that when this thing is getting updated? So this observable property, this attribute, it gives us couple of other things as well. It provides us couple of partial methods. These are hooks. We can hook our code in these. Here we can say on trip id changed, on trip id changed. You see there are these 4 hook methods, so we can use any of these as per our requirement. Here we want to have this on trip id changed. Okay, we can use either one. In this case, if we are using 2, it will have the what was the old value, what is the new value. If we want to have some comparison or some external additional logic on the basis of previous and new values, and if we are not concerned about previous value, then we'll simply use the main new value. On trip id changed, we'll just have this int value. Okay, so it is going to be the new trip id. You can name this just name this only to have this partial method should have the same name, although it works, but still. Now when we are here, now we know the trip ID is set from the query property. Now we'll say fetch the trip info and expenses. Okay, now we should fetch these. Let's try to fetch these. For this, we need to have our constructor, and inside this we need to have our iTrips API. We'll say trips API. So where did it? I did that here. Then inside this we'll say await, and here it should be async void only, partial async, or let's say async partial void. Await, we'll say make API call async. Inside this we are going to get the trip information from the trips API dot fetch, or what was that, get trip details async on the basis of trip ID. Now what it returns? It returns task of API result of trip details DTU. So here we can have var result equals this. Then we can simply verify. If not, result dot is success. If it is not success, then we are going to say await error alert async result dot error, and then we'll return from here. We will not do anything. If that is not the case, then we'll get the data which will be of type trip. What is the trip info? No, not trip info. What is the type of data? This is trip details DTU. Trip details DTU. You can say data or just trip equals. Here we are going to have the result dot data. Now on the basis of this data, this will have two properties. One is trip info and one is list of expenses. Here we are going to have both of these things. We have this trip info public property, but now we want to have this as observable property. For this, let me comment this out, and let me have this as private trip info trip detail model. Trip detail model. Or are we going to change anything inside this? No, right? So in trip details DTU, we have trip list DTU. So we can use this trip list DTU here actually. Trip list DTU, we'll say trip info like this, and we'll have a default value. And we are going to have a hard time for these. So maybe let's have a static factory method inside this only, this trip list DTU. So we'll say public static trip list DTU default, or let's say just empty. So here we'll say new trip list DTU, then we are going to have all the default values. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And here we can say just trip list DTU dot empty. What did I remove? And here we'll add observable property on this. After that, when we got the data from here, we can simply set this trip info. This trip details DTO is a record type, right? So we can directly have it as the trip info as first parameter, and second, for expenses. Are we going to add or remove expenses from this list? So the answer is no. We can add the expenses if we want when we'll add the expense. But hmm, or maybe we can refetch the all the list of expenses. For the sake of simplicity, let's refetch all the expenses. So here what we'll do, we'll not have this as this observable collection. Instead, we are going to have this private expense model, array of expense model, or not expense model. We'll see what type we have here. No, this one, trip details DTO, this expense list DTO. We are going to use this one. So we'll say expense list DTO array of this underscore expenses. Expenses equals default value as empty array. And here we are going to add our observable property attribute. And let's get rid of this. Then let's have this thing with this trip info only. Then here inside this we can have the expenses like this. From the result.data we are setting these two things. Now the total expenses, this needs to be uh, recalculated when we are getting the data for these expenses. So here what we can do, we can have this total expenses as a full property or computed property. So we'll say prop decimal, we'll say total expenses, and then we'll calculate this on the basis of expenses. We'll say expenses dot sum e dot amount. Okay. Now, whenever the expenses list is changing, we should re-trigger the update for this total expenses as well. So for this, if you remember, we are here whenever we are changing this property is getting changed, we can have one more attribute here. We'll say notify property changed for name of total expenses. So whenever you are changing the value for this expenses, let's trigger the notify property changed event for the total expenses as well, so that UI can redisplay this thing. Okay, so we are good. We have trip info and expenses whenever trip ID is getting changed. We are good with this. Then we have this add expense temp async. We'll work on this. Right now, let's have these things. Now we changed the data type for expense list DTO and trip list DTO for both of these, right? So let's go to the trip details page .xaml, trip details page .xaml. Here, let's add a namespace for our DTOs, XMLNS DTO. We'll have our DTOs. Then in here, let's see where are we having these data types. So this collection, this is of type expense model. Now this is going to be expense list DTO. Expense list DTO. And yeah, the main thing is the direct values, right? Here where we have this green, okay, here we need to use that converter. So trip.status, trip.location, display date range. This is fine. Display date range, yes. Total expenses is fine. And here status is fine. Then this background color, this should be binding status, which will be trip info dot status And here we are going to use converter with static resource as trip status color convert. I guess we are good for this page as well. Let's try it out. Before that, let's add the activity indicator here as well. We already have a grid. Inside this grid only, we are going to have our activity indicator. Let's copy the from login page maybe. Just paste this, and we want it to. Right now it has 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. So we'll say row span grid dot row span 4. Save it. It should be in the very center of the grid. Let's run it, and let's see if the trip details page is getting the actual information. Okay, let's tap on this. We are on detail page. We can see the name, we can see the category, we can see the name, ongoing, location, date range, and then price, the expense. No expense added yet. Yes, let's go back. Test trip, planned, and all, and we get the latest information. That means this screen is also done. Right now we are not seeing these expenses. We'll work on this when we are finishing this save expense screen. So first we need to work on save expense screen, and this date range, maybe we should show this date range in this format, the slash one. Let's quickly do that, and then we'll work on save expenses page. So trip list DTO here. Let's do this ddmmyy, and then dd/mm/yy, and we have this thing somewhere else as well, right? Trip list DTO display date range. I don't remember, but it is somewhere. Models, it was in models. We are not using this model now. After that, in our DTOs, it is only here. Okay, so that means we are good. All right. All right. So now we'll work on save expenses page. Save expense page basically. Before that, let's first go to the view model where we have save expense view model. Let's change the base class as base view model. Okay. Here we just had go back async. Now we are going to have uh, a lot of properties in expense as well, right? For that, we'll go to our models. The way we created our save trip model, the same way we are going to create a model for our save expense model. Okay. So in models, let's create a new class, save expense model. Let's make it as public partial class, and this will be observable object. And here we are going to have all the properties. Private int underscore id. This is going to be observable property. And what else we have? Save expense model. Let's check the DTO. Or maybe we can see the screen itself. Pages, save expense page. Here if we see, we have title, amount, date, category. Title, amount, date, category. ID, string, title, private, decimal. What was that? Amount, then private. After amount, what other thing we have? Title, amount, and date. So date time underscore spent on, and then we had category, private, int underscore category ID. All these are going to be observable property. For spent on, we are going to have a default value of datetime.now. Save it. And for all other, let's leave the default values. Now here also we are going to have two methods. One is for validation and one is for converting the save expense model to DTO. The same way we had in trip save trip model. Similarly, we are going to have those here. So let's maybe copy these two things and save expense model. We can have these here. Validate category ID is fine. Title, and after title we have spent on. Category is fine. Title is fine, and the amount. So after category we can have else if amount is equals 0, then we'll say error. Let's say amount is required. We can say this amount is required and title is fine, and here we can check the spent on. Here we'll say all fields are required. Then we can say if spent on is default, we already checked. So spent on is fine. We don't need to do anything special for this. So we are good. Validate method is lean here. Then to DTO, this is going to be save expense DTO. We don't have that, or we named that expense DTO only. If we go there, expense DTO only. ID, title, category ID, amount, and spent on. All right. So expense DTO. This is going to be expense DTO. ID, category ID, title, amount, and spent on. And with this we are good. Our save expense model is ready. Now we'll go to our save expense page view model. Where is it? Save expense view model. Here we are going to have this as private uh, save expense model underscore model. We are going to have observable property here, and we'll have the default value as new. Then we are going to have constructor here. Inside constructor we are going to inject our expenses API. Expenses API here. Expenses API. Now on this screen we show the expenses category in a drop down, right? So if you remember, on save expenses page we have that picker, this one. Here we need to provide list of categories. So we are going to have private, let's say string underscore categories, observable property, and string array. And we are going to have default values as just array. Or here we can say category names. Okay. And then we are going to have, whenever we are coming to this page, we should fetch the category names. For this, we are going to have a public async task method. Here we'll say fetch categories sync. Here we'll say await make API call async. Here we'll say await expenses API dot get expense categories async. Now it returns expense category DTO array. So we'll have these. we are going to have a private expense categories DTO array. Here we'll say underscore categories. Here we'll store these categories in this underscore categories, and then we need to populate these category names. For this, we'll say category names equals underscore categories dot select c goes to c dot name dot to array, like this. What it is saying? It is saying collection expression. So yes, we can use this as well if we want to. These two things are same. Now we have category names which we are going to use on the UI side. We are fetching the categories. After that we have this model. Then we are going to have a command here, private async task. Let's say save expense async. Here using this, we'll first validate the model. Okay, so here we'll say var is valid and error equals model.validate. Okay, here we'll say if not is valid, then we are going to say await error alert async, and we'll display the error message, and then we'll return from here. We will not do anything further. Here let's add the relay command. After this, if this is valid, then we'll say await make API call async. Here we'll say var result equals await underscore expenses API dot save trip expense async. Here we need to provide trip ID and then expense DTO. So we need to get the trip ID here. Now how can we get trip ID? We will get it from the previous page using the query property. Let's add query property here, and here we are going to have private int underscore trip ID. This will be an observable property. Then we can access this trip ID in the method here save expense. We'll say trip ID, then expense DTO. This we can get from model.toDTO. It returns result. We'll check if not result dot is success. If result is not successful, that means expense was not saved. So we'll say await error alert async. We'll say result dot error, and we'll return from here. And if that is not the case, then what we'll do, we'll simply that means the expense saved will show toast message, toast async. We'll say expense added or expense saved, and then we'll redirect back to the previous page. So we can call this go back async method directly from it. So we'll say await go back async. So with this, our view model is ready. On this query property, we are going to use name of trip ID and name of trip ID again. Save it. Now from where we are coming to save expense view model, we are coming from the trip details view model, right? From here only we are coming. Here is the thing. So here we'll add the same, what is that, the same query property and all, so parameter, basically the dictionary. So we can get this from maybe home view model. We'll just copy this thing and we'll add it here. Strip ID is going to be trip ID, and here we are going to pass the parameters this parameter as a second parameter, not trip details view model. It is going to be the save expense view model dot trip id. And then we are going to remove these things from here, and with this we can rename this add expense. We can remove this stamp as well from here, from the trip details view model. So from trip details page, we'll come here and we'll search for the temp word and we'll get rid of this temp word. After this, now we are passing this trip id on save expense view model. Here we have that. Now let's go to our save expenses page. Here, let's use all those things. First, we are going to add the XML for DTO. So DTOs. Then let's try to bind everything. Here we have this first one, which is for what. That means this is going to be text binding. This will be model dot title. Then we have the second one, how much. This is going to be text binding, and here we are going to say the model dot amount. After this, we are going to come here on the third one, which is the date picker when. So here we'll say date equals the binding model dot spent on. Then we are here on the picker. First we need to set the item source, which will set binding category names. Then here we'll have, I missed it, what was that? Not text, selected item. Binding, it will be model dot, oh my god, here we have a situation. Let's do this on this model. In save expense view model, we have the save expense model. Here we can have one more observable property. We'll say private string selected category name, like this. This will be observable property. Okay, and then inside this to DTO, here we have this category ID. So we are not going to get this category ID like this. Instead, what we'll do, or maybe let's do this. On this selected category name, we can simply use the partial method. So we'll say partial on selected category name changed. We can have this old value and new value both. Here we'll verify if the old value is not equals new value. If these two values are different, or maybe let's always do this. So the new value, on the basis of new value, that is going to be new category name. From this category name, we need to get the category ID. How can we do that? We'll say var category ID equals, we have all the categories here. Where are the categories? Oh, we don't have those categories here. This is getting complex now. Let me think. What we can do, maybe let's get rid of this from here. Let's leave everything like this. We'll go to our view model. Before saving the expense, here, what we can do is we can simply say model dot category ID, or maybe on the very top, we'll say model dot category ID categories dot first or default c dot name equals model dot selected category name question mark dot category id or just id. This is not the case, we'll have 0. So here we are manually setting the category id because on the picker we are displaying the category names only. So here in save expenses, on the basis of that category name, the selected category name, we are using this category id, we are filling this category id, then we'll validate it. If that does not exist, then we are simply setting it to 0. Now with this we should be good. Let's quickly go back to save expense page. Here we'll say model dot selected happened. Save everything. Model dot and that IntelliSense is gone now. So let's use this selected category name like this. Okay. With this, I guess we are good. On this save expense, we'll use our command binding save expense. Save everything. Let's run it and we'll see if we are able to save the expense. We have some error, no constructor of bindable layout. What do you mean by bindable layout? Oh, this is binding, not bindable layout. Binding. Save it and let's run it again. We are here. Let's go to the add expense. Can we see the categories? No expense category. And why? Because we didn't fetch the categories. Save expense view model. We had this fetch categories async. This should run whenever we are coming to this screen. So that means save expenses page.xaml.cs. Here we are going to use the same approach. Override on appearing. We'll say await underscore view model dot fetch categories async and change it to async void. Save it. Let's restart, but before that let's add the activity indicator as well. So here we are going to have that activity indicator. Let's copy it from login or register page. Let's copy it from login page. This main grid has 2 rows here. On this activity indicator, we'll say grid dot row span 2. Save it and let's restart. Okay, we are here at expense. You see, we can see the categories now. See, cool. Now let's try to add something. Click first. How much? It should show the numeric keyboard. For this, we'll check where is it. The how much this one. We can set the keyboard to numeric. Save. We do this, we can see the numeric keyboard now. Let's say 750 rupees. Expense category, if we say save expense category selection is required, this is also a good thing. Select, this is going to be under food. Save expenses, we can see this expense saved and we are back to this page. But here that category did not appear, that expense did not appear. If we go back, come back to this screen, we can see this expense here. But when we came back from the modal, then it was not here. So let's do this. Let's see if we are coming back. So what is actually happening here? Hmm. hmm. So what is happening here is, after saving the expense, we are coming back to the save trip, trip details view model, where we have this trip ID related logic. But when we are coming back, we are not setting the trip ID. That means this thing is never getting called. If it is not getting called, the details are not getting updated. If the details are not getting updated, the total expense and expenses are not getting updated. So now here we need to find a way by which we can refetch the trip information. So we have couple of options here. Maybe we can have one initialize or fetch information logic, and we can recall it on appearing. If we already have trip id, it will simply fetch this. If it does not have, then it will simply skip it. For the first time, it will skip that, and it will use this trip id. For the subsequent times when we are coming back from the expense save expense page to here, it will use that, and we already have trip id, it will simply use that. Or when we are coming back from the expense, then we can maybe have some flag here or some other query property. So let's add one more query property here, and here we'll say private, or maybe we can use the events or weak reference messenger. That is also an option. So on save expense page, save expense view model, when we are saving the expense, we are going to raise an event or publish a message that new expense saved, and then on the trip details view model, we can subscribe to that message, and we can simply refetch the expenses. So these are different approaches you can follow. So I have mentioned 3 4 different approaches, so it is up to you what approach you take. But the good thing is we have multiple approaches, multiple options to do this. So the quickest right now I can do is simply have a query property. So here what I'll do is I'll simply have a private pool, let's say expense saved, and here we'll say observable property. And then here we can simply use this expense saved, expense saved. And when the expense is saved, let's move it to the very end. When the expense is saved, that means whenever we are having value for this one, so we'll simply use partial on expense saved changed, not old value, new value, just new value. If new value is true, expense is saved, first thing we'll set new value to false, so that we can handle the next iteration. Sorry, not new value, the expense saved. Expense saved equals false. Okay, but before this, we will have the expenses refetched. So for this, what we can do, we can have our make API call sync. Here we'll say await underscore expenses API. We don't have that here. Trips API. We have that fetch expenses on the basis of trip ID in the expenses API. So we are going to have that here. Expenses API, expenses API. Let's stop this first. And from this expenses API underscore expenses API get trip expenses async, we can pass the trip ID. It is going to give us expense list DTO, which we have here in expenses. Okay, this is going to be awaited. After this, we'll simply say expense saved equals false. So it will again trigger this. It will come here. This time new value is false. So it will simply skip this case. So we are good with this. We are re-fetching the expenses here. When we are coming back to this page using the expense saved, now we need to just pass this query property from the save expenses view model when we are coming back from this make API call. We have go back from here as well, but from here we will not do this because this is for canceling. So here what we'll do, we'll use this, we'll come here and we'll not use this go back, we'll use this one. Now from here we can simply do this query string here as well, but let's follow the query property approach, that parameter approach, this approach. This time we are going to say trip details view model dot expense saved, and we are going to say true here, and then with this we'll pass this parameter. So now with this all these cases should be handled. Now let's try to run it. But if you are developing, I would highly recommend you to use weak reference messenger for this one, or use the event handler, event delegate. Let's go to the detail page. We can see the information. Let's add new expense tickets. How much? Say 4300. Expense category tickets, save expense, saving, expense saved, and then we have 405 method not allowed, and it is happening because we matched up with some get or post, something like that. So if we see, oh, this should not, no, not this is fine. Trip details view model. Here, when expense saved is fine, get trip expenses sync. If we go here, it is get, and if we go to our controller API controllers, expenses controller, here this should be HTTP get. Now we changed our API. So now we need to rerun the API. So we'll right click on the API, debug, start without debugging. We have the dev tunnel already selected. Let it rerun. And then I'm going to run the MAUI app again, login and go to the detail page. So now I'm going to say save expenses. We can see the expenses saved, value got updated, and we get the last item here. With this, we are good. Our this page is ready, trip details, and our add expense page is also ready. All right. Cool. Next, we'll work on edit trip or profile. Let's see. All right, so now we'll work on our the main settings profile page. So there we had couple of options to edit name, change password, for all those things. So let's start working on those. For those, first we'll go to our view models, and there we'll find settings view model. We are going to have our constructor here, and in our constructor we are going to inject I profile API. We'll name it profile API only. Now here on this screen, if we see, we have this name. We are directly getting it. We are hard coding it. But what should happen? It should be fetched from our token, right? So we have our auth service. If you remember, we have our auth service where we are setting the token. So at this time only, we should have the user related information as well. So whatever information we can get, for example, we can get the, not for example, with the name, email, and user ID. We have these three things, right? We might not need user ID, or maybe we need, I don't know. So for now, what we can do, we can have a model for the currently logged in user. So we can say logged in user, and let's make it as a record, public record logged in user. And here we can have int id, string name, and string email. These are the three things which we have, right? So when we are logging in or setting the token in our auth service, here in the set token, we should populate the logged in user as well. Okay, so for this, what we'll do, we'll have one more property here of type logged in user. Let's say just user with the default value of new, 0, empty strings, so that it does not break anything. Now we have this user, or maybe we can, yeah, let's have this like this. Now when we are setting the token, at that time we should populate this user. That means we need three values: id, name, and email. And from where we can get these? We can get these from token, because in our JWT token, if you remember, in our API project, what we did in services, JWT service, we added these three things. We added name identifier, which is user ID, name, and email. So we can get these values out of that token. We need a way to parse this token. Okay, so let's create a helper method here. We'll say private void parse token, and we are going to have the string token. Here we need to parse this JWT token. For this we can use var handler equals new JWT security token handler, security token handler, which comes from system.identitymodel.tokens.jwt. I don't have it installed yet, but you can go ahead and install it directly, or maybe you can write this name directly, and then from here you will get this prompt to install it. You can install this. So this is same. If you go to right click on the project and install this, this is same. So it is right now installing, and it is installed now. This JWT security token handler in our JWT service, in our API, we use this only JWT security token handler to write the token, and we are going to use the same token handler to parse the token. So we have this handler. On this handler, we have couple of methods: can read token, and can read JWT and all. So from here we'll use read JWT token method. It returns us JWT security token. So what JWT security token equals this, and it is going to return this JWT security token. From here we can return this, or we can directly return it like this. From here we can say return. Okay, now we have parsed it. Then out of this parsed token we can get our logged in user. Let's have one more method here. Here we'll say private logged in user. Let's say get user from token. Here we are going to say JWT security token, or maybe we can simply have the string token here. And here we'll have var JWT security token like this. Here we are going to say parse token. And now we have this JWT security token. Inside this JWT security token dot, we can have claims. We can have the standard things, issuer, expires, that is valid from, valid to, audience, and all those properties which we set we can see here. But we are just interested in claims here. From claims we can get first or default. So we'll say c dot type equals claim types dot name identifier dot value. Now using this we'll be able to get our user ID. For ID equals this. Now we need to convert this to integer. So we'll say convert dot to int 32. Here we can say just if this is null, use 0. Similarly we are going to get the name. So name, but this time we can directly get it like this. No need to convert it. So JWT security token dot claims first or default. This time claim type is going to be just name. Similarly we can get the email. For email equals this claim types email. Now we have all the information related to our logged in user. From here we can simply return new logged in user ID, name and email. Save everything. Now we can use this method here when we are setting the token. After that we'll say user equals we'll say get user from token. Now we have this user information as well. Okay, so let's use it now on our settings view model. Here we have this underscore name. That means this name we need to get it from our auth service. So let's inject auth service. Auth service. These lines, these are just false errors here. I don't know why. Oh, I missed something. What is happening here? Settings view model. Private read only this. Okay. Now what I did, this should be here. Alright. So now here we have this name. Why it is complaining about name does not exist in the current context. When we switched that, then the source generator maybe removed this or things like that, but we are good. So now we need to get the name from our logged in user. Okay, from our auth service dot user property. We can assign this auth service here like this. Here we'll say name equals auth service dot user dot name. And now we don't need to have it like this. We should have some default value so that this does not break. Or here maybe we can say if name has some value, that means uh, not string dot is null or white space name, then use this. If that is not the case, let's settle for blank. So this is we going to be for maybe very short amount of time. If this happens, this is rare, but it could happen. So let's handle it like this. Now we are here. We have this name. We are good with this. Like we are good here. Name we are setting in the constructor. That means it is going to be set only for the first time. Now on this screen we have edit name functionality. Okay, so for that we are going to have a command here, private async task. Let's say update name async. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll simply show an alert prompt here. We'll say await shell dot current dot display prompt async. Inside this we are going to have title, so we'll say update name, then message. Here we can say please enter name to update, things like this. Then accept button. Here we'll say just update name or change name, and cancel is cancel. So it is going to return us task of string. Let's say var new name equal. Now inside this we can maybe, yeah, we can have the default value. If we want to, we can have the current name as default value. So it has a lot of parameters in this method. You can add those. Here we'll say if this is string dot is null or white space the new name, then we'll simply show a toast async, and we cannot see that because we didn't change the base class for this. It should be base view model. Save toast async. Here we'll say invalid name, just a toast message, and then we'll return from it. This should be a relay command. Okay, now if it was correct, that means user provided the proper name. Then what we'll do, we'll simply make API call. Make API call async. Here we'll say var result equals await underscore profile API dot update name async, and here we need to provide the single value DTO. We'll say new single value DTO of type string. We'll provide the new name like this. Now it is going to return us task of API result. API result of string. Oh, it will give us token, the new JWT token. Here we'll check if not string dot is null or white space, or not this one. We'll say if not result dot is success. If this was not successful, then we'll simply show error alert. We'll say result dot error. Then we'll return from here. If that is not the case, that means the update name was successful. Here we'll say new JWT token equals result dot data. This is a new token. Now we need to set this token again. So we'll use our auth service dot set token new JWT token. Now when we do this, it is going to go and change this property, change the user, and reset the value in the preferences. So everything is going to be updated. But here the name is not going to be updated on this screen because we are not repopulating this name. So let's do that. we need to have the same line here, or we can say name equals and this new name. You can do this as well, but let's use auth service only. So auth service dot user dot name. With this we have updated the name on this UI as well, and after this we can simply show toast name updated successfully, and we are good. Great. Now let's do the same thing for our change password. So I'm going to copy this entire method, paste it here, change the name to change password async. Here we'll say update name, we'll say change password. Please enter new password. Here we'll say change password. Okay. Then we are going to rename this new name to new password. Now here you can maybe navigate to a new page where you will have a form. You can use bottom sheet, you can use pop-up, modal pop-up. So there can be multiple different ways to do this, to handle the current password and new password. Or maybe you can have two different prompts. But in first prompt you will get the current password, then in a next prompt you are going to get the new password. So the ways are different, multiple ways you can have this, but for the sake of simplicity I'm just having one prompt here for the current new password only. Okay, so here we'll say invalid password if we are using the new password. We have not provided new password in that case. Here we'll say update name async. Instead of that we'll say change password async result dot array, and in this case we are not going to get any data in return. If there is error, we'll show the error return from here. If that is not the case, if the operation was successful, here we'll say password changed successfully, and after that we should return user to the back to the login page. It's up to you how we want to do it. We might want to do this, so we'll simply say auth service dot remove token. First we'll do this, and then we'll say await shell dot current dot go to async, and using this we are going to redirect user to the login page, name of login page, to login with the new credential. Or maybe you can have a confirmation box here if user want to go to the login page. So again you can do it whatever way you want. This also going to be a relay command. Save it, and with this we are good. Now we can go to our XAML page and we can have all these things there. So let's quickly go there. Profile, not profile, pages, settings page. Here we are. Let's see what all we have. Name, initial, we don't need to change anything here. Then we are here which says edit name. So here is grid. We'll say grid dot gesture recognizers, tab gesture recognizer, command finding update name command. Save it. Let's copy this thing, go to the second one where we have changed password. So we'll say change password command. Then we have one more, go to expense categories command, which is already handled. Then we have last one, it says developed by Abhay. So on this we can maybe redirect user to my YouTube page. So for this let's add one more relay command here, private async task, let's say Go to my YouTube. Here we can simply say await launcher dot open async, and here we'll say https www.youtube.com/@abhay okay, and this is going to be a relay command. Save it, go back, and here we'll say didn't pick this up. Go to my YouTube, go to my YouTube command. All right, and then we are going to have our activity indicator here. So here also the main parent is grid. So inside this grid only we can have our activity indicator. This grid has 3 rows. So here we can say grid dot row span 3, then vertical option center, horizontal option center, and is running. We'll say binding is busy. Save it, and now we should be good. Let's try it out. App is here, loading. Is my API running? It is running. Okay, we are here. Let's go to the settings page. Here we can see T test user 1. Let's try to edit the name. Please enter name to update. Let's say new name, or maybe let's first see the validation. If we do this, change name, invalid name, then let's say new name, change name. We can see the activity indicator, name updated successfully, and we can see the new name here, and this also got changed. So we are good with this. Now let's try changing the password. Change password, invalid password, change password, 1234566, change password, password change successfully, and we are back to the login page. Let's try again. Login, settings, developed by Abhay Prince. Let's try this one. So it opened the YouTube app. So with this, our profile page is ready. Expense categories. We are already moving to this page. Did we work on this expense categories? Creating the new category. Did we work on it? Test, add. No, we didn't work on it yet. Next, we'll work on this. But before that, on this screen, this logout is still remaining. So let's quickly work on this logout button as well. So what we'll do, we'll simply go to our settings view model. And we are going to have one more command here, private async task. Let's say logout async. And inside this, we are going to do the same thing which we are doing in change password async here. So auth service.remove token and go back to login page. So from here, we can call the logout async method only, because inside that method, we are going to do same thing, removing the token, going to the login page. This is going to be a relay command. Now on the XAML page where we have this logout button, we can simply say command binding logout command. Save it, and with this we should be good. Our logout should be working. Let's quickly verify that. Now here, if we say logout, we are back on the login page. Cool. So with this, our settings screen is done. Next thing, we'll work on the manage expense category. All right. So now we'll work on the managing expense categories. So for that, let's go to the view model, expense categories view model. Here, first thing, the base class should be base view model. Here we have observable collection categories, which is fine in this case. We can add new items to this. Then in its constructor, we are going to use expenses API. Okay. And in this, we are going to get rid of this dummy thing because we are going to get the expenses from the API only. Here, first let's work on that fetch expenses only. So we'll say private async task fetch category, fetch category async, and this is going to be public. Here we'll say await. We should reset the categories first here. Categories dot clear, then await, make API call, async, then we'll say await expenses API dot get expense categories async. Now what it returns? It returns array of expense category DTO. That means now here instead of expense category model, we can have our expense category DTO. Okay, and here we can say var categories equals this, and then we'll simply go with this for each var category and in categories and uppercase categories, this observable collection dot add category. With this we are good. We have our fetch categories method. Then with this add category, we are getting the name. If this is not null and empty, we'll do this. If it is invalid expense category name dot show, this is fine. So here we need to make API call. So let's make the API call. So we'll say make API call. We'll say await make API call async await expenses API dot save expense category async, and here we need to provide expense category DTO. So let's say var DTO equals new expense category DTO, and here we need name, user ID and ID. So we'll have name and user ID. It will be set from the API side, right? If you remember, if we quickly go to our API controllers, expenses controller, here when we are saving the category, we are getting the user ID from the claims, and then in service we are using this user ID to set with the expense category. So we don't need to provide user ID here. So with this we are good. We can pass this DTO and it returns us API result. So here we'll simply say var result equals this. Here we'll check if result dot its success is false. That means there was some error saving the category. We'll simply say await error alert async result dot error, and we'll return from here. If that's not the case, we'll add that category to the list. So we'll say categories dot add DTO, and then we'll say await toast dot show. Sorry, we have a method in our uh, base class, right? Toast async. So here we'll say category added, and here also instead of doing this toast dot make and show, we can use our base class method toast async. And I guess with this we are good. We have everything in place. We just need to call this fetch categories async method. And when should we call it? Whenever we are coming to this page. That means we'll go to our pages expense categories page .xaml.cs. Here we are going to have this view model as a private read-only field. Then here we'll say override on appearing. Then we'll say await view model dot fetch categories async, and this should be void. Then in expense XML, here we need to use the DTO. So we'll say XMLNS DTO equals DTO, and here the type of the single item, this one. Here we need to use the expense category DTO. From the DTO namespace expense category DTO. Save it, and we should be good, I guess. Yep, let's quickly try this out. And again, login page. Let's fix this thing as well. If we are already logged in, it should not ask for login again. We'll do this next. Right now, let's try to log in and go to that screen. Settings, manage expense categories. We can see the categories. We are missing that activity indicator. So let's add that as well. We'll say grid, add this. We'll get markup from login, activity indicator, and let's add it here. Save it. Let's try to add some category. New user category. We'll add it. We can see the activity indicator got added, and we got the toast notification. That means this screen is also working now. So we are good with our expense categories as well. We added this new category. Let's try to see if it comes in the expenses list. If we do this, and here if we try to add an expense, select category, we can see the new user category. This is coming from the API. So we are good with this as well. Cool. Now let's quickly fix the login and user state, login state. If we are already logged in, it should not ask again. If we see, let's close all the tabs first. The way we are handling the logged in user state, we have our auth service. In our services, we have auth service where we have this token. This is the thing which is going to tell us if we are logged in or not, right? So if we are logged in, we should directly go to the main page when we are opening the app. But how would we know that if we are logged in? Right now, we are just setting the token. We are not fetching the token initially. So here, what we should do, we should have some method to initialize this auth server. Okay, so let's have a method public void. We'll say initialize. Inside this, we are going to check if we have this token key in our preferences. Okay, so we can say if preferences dot default dot contains key token key. If we have this key, then we are going to get the token out of here. We'll say preferences dot default dot get token key, and the default value, let's have null, and this is going to be a string value, nullable string. Then we are going to check here if this token is actually valid. String dot is null or white space token. If this is null or white space, then we'll remove this token and return from here, because this is kind of invalid token, or it should get removed if token is expired. How can we check that? For that also, let's create a helper method So we'll say private void is token valid, or let's say is token expired. How can we check this if token is expired? We'll say string token. My god, what is happening? String token. First, we need to get the JWT security token using parse token. Then here we have JWT security token dot valid to. We can check if valid to is less than equals datetime dot UTC now. If this is the case, we'll say var is expired. We'll say this. If the valid to is less than or equals to datetime.utc now, then we'll consider it is as expired and we'll return this is expired. Is expired like this. Then in here, we'll simply check is token expired and we'll pass this token. So if this is null, empty or white space or is token expired, it should return bool. Then we are going to remove the token and return from here because there is no point of having this token because this is expired now. Okay, save everything. If that is not the case, that means we have token in the preferences. That token has some value and the token is not expired. That means we have a valid token. We have a valid token. Now what we'll do, set the token property and fetch the user info. That means we can simply call the set token method directly. So this set token is going to do the setting the token, fetching the user and setting it again back to the if these preferences. So this is going to override it. So we are, if you want to, you can have some additional check here. In this case, it should not do this. You can have this token and user get from token these two calls only. But for the sake of simplicity, I'll just have this, nothing else. Now we should call this initialize at the very beginning. Okay. So for this, we can go to our app.xaml.cs. In here, we have this app. We can call it here or maybe before creating the window here. It's up to us where we want to call that. We are going to inject the auth service. Then after initialize component, we can say auth service dot initialize. Now it will check. After this, we'll go to our login page because that is the first page which gets rendered. We'll go to pages, login page.xaml.cs. Here we can simply say override on appearing and we can inject our auth service auth service. Here in on appearing, we can simply check if underscore auth service dot token had some value. We'll say if not string dot is null or white space auth service dot token. We have token. That means user is already logged in. In this case, we'll say redirect to main page. Okay. In this case, we are going to do this. Here we'll say await shell dot current dot go to async // and then name of main page. If that is not the case, we will not do anything here. So it will simply open up the login page. So which is fine. Save everything. And now let's see if it works. When we'll run the app, it should open up the main page. And we are on main page. Cool. Now let's quickly go to settings, log out, and restart the app. This time it should open the login page. See? That means that logic is working. Okay, so now we are good with the settings and all. Now what's remaining? Now the edit trip functionality is remaining, right? So we'll work on the edit trip functionality. We can go to the trip details and there we have this edit trip button. Okay, so we are going to work on this now. All right, so now we'll work on edit trip functionality. We have edit trip button on our trip details view model, right? Trip details page. So here, let's add a command private async task. Let's say edit trip async. From here, we'll simply navigate to await shell dot current dot go to async. And now, if you remember, we have the save trip page as the root page. When we say root page, that means that is added on app shell.xaml directly, these global page, global route basically, this one. So from here, we can't directly go using this name of the save trip page like this. We need to use the global route like this. But then this will be a kind of the direct space shift, but we want somehow a combination of these two. That means this page is although registered as root, but we need to have it as a stack, the navigation page kind of thing. So for this, what we can do, we can simply register the same page in the routing as well. This app shell.xaml.cs. So here also we are going to register the same route. Save trip page, save trip page. And using this, what it will allow us to do, we can navigate it using this route. Name of save trip page. Now it will have that back button and all. We can use the back button to come back to this trip details page from here. Alright. Now on trip details page from here, we have the trip ID. So we need to pass this trip ID down to the save trip page. Okay. That means we need to define some property there on save trip page or save trip view model. So let's define that view model, save trip view model, android.webkit. We don't need this. Why this is coming? So here on this page, we are going to have a query property and we are going to have a private int underscore trip ID. And this is going to be an observable property. And on the basis of this, we are going to have the query property attribute here. We'll say name of trip ID and then again name of trip ID, the same query ID. Okay. Now here we are fetching the categories. This is fine. But after this, where is it? Trip ID. Whenever we are getting the trip ID, so in default case, we have this model which we are just setting with this with new. If we have trip ID, in that case, we need to fetch the trip information from the API. Okay, so we need to handle this case. Here, what we'll do, we'll simply use the partial method. Partial on trip ID changed. What happened? on trip there is some error. Save it. Partial on trip id changed, and here we are going to have int new value, partial void. Sorry, what is the problem here? Name is into value. Okay, we are good. We'll add async here, and then inside this we are going to go to the API to fetch the trip information. First, let's quickly verify if the value is greater than 0, then only we'll do this. Now let's do await make API call async. Inside this we are going to say trips API dot get trip details async, and in this we need to provide the trip ID, which we can provide using this value here. We can await here. What it is going to return us? It is going to return us API result of trip details DTO. So we can use this method, but on this screen we are not dealing with the expenses, right? We are dealing with the main trip information only. So it's not a good idea to fetch the entire trip information here, including the expenses. We just need the values which are required for this added functionality. Okay, so let's do that. We'll go to our API, and we are going to create one more method in our trips controller. Here, the way we are getting this get trip details, we can maybe have, we can do this. We can maybe pass one more variable here. How we are getting the expenses? Are we making a different call? Yes, cool. So here what we can do, we can maybe provide the easier solution I'm doing. I'll simply say bool uh, include expenses, and I'm going to have a default value as true. Okay, then let's pass this boolean to this method as well, the service method. Here we are going to get this method, this field include expenses, and from here we are going to pass this variable include expenses, and then in this service we'll simply do this. We'll come here and we'll say if the include expenses is true, then only we are going to get these expenses and return this. If that is not the case, we are simply going to return this success, but this time we will not have expenses, we will provide empty array. Okay, so this will run the same way it was running before, but we added one additional condition for this thing. Now we are good to use this include expenses. Let's use this in our Refit API. So in APIs, Auth API, not Auth API, Trips API. Here we have this get trip details. We are going to use this bool include expenses with the default value as true. Now we can come on our save trip view model, and here we can pass that include expenses as false. Now the result which we'll get from here, we'll have var result equals, first thing we need to just check if result is successful. So if not result dot is success, we can simply say error alert async result dot error, and we'll return from here. We will not do anything. If that is not the case, that means we have the value, then we'll simply check var trip info equals result dot data. And from this, we are going to get our model, the save trip model. We are going to get this. So inside this, we have a 2DTO method. Let's have one more static factory method here. Public static, and we'll say save trip model. That means this model, and we can say from DTO. The DTO is going to be save trip DTO. So DTO. Here we are going to get the model from the DTO. So we are going to do the opposite of this. So this is going to be save trip model here. And all these are going to have DTO dot. DTO dot category ID and date and all these fields. So with this, now we have this static factory method. Here what we can do, we can simply say model equals, if we say now this model has new, so we should not do it like this. We can technically, we can have the, yeah, now we have two approaches. If we want to directly modify the values, if we are using this like public property with this default value, in that case we need to do this model dot location equals trip info trip info trip info dot location like this. So we need to have all the fields like this, all the properties like this. But if we don't want to do that, we can simply have this model as an observable property. We'll say private save trip model underscore model. Then we are going to get rid of this thing. We'll say relay command, sorry, not relay command, observable object, observable property, observable property with the default value as this new. Now we'll be able to access this model dot category and all, but this time what we can do here, we can directly assign this model with the value as trip info dot trip info dot, sorry, it should be save trip model dot from DTO, this one. Let's rename this to trip DTO, maybe this. Trip info is trip list DTO. Trip info is trip list DTO, not save trip DTO. This is trip list DTO. And here we are going to have everything, but we don't have the category ID from trip list DTO. We don't have category ID. Why don't we have category ID? Let's add category ID as well. We'll say int category ID. Let's add the default category ID value for this. And let's see, but all other places we are using this trip list DTO. So we must be using this in our API when we are getting the data from the database. Trip service, we have trip list DTO. Here we are going to say t dot category ID, and there should be one more place, this one, t dot category ID, and I guess we are good. Now we have category ID as well. We have all these things now. Go back to save trip view model. Here we have this model ready now. Now we should have everything here. Now let's see, when we are saving the trip, are we handling the edit case? So from here we are saying model.toDTO. Inside this we are setting the ID, and in our API side, when we are saving the trip, we are handling the edit case on the basis of DTO ID. That means we are good. We are handling the edit case. So trip saved, we can have, you can make this text dynamic, the trip added or trip updated on the basis of ID. But here we are good. After saving the trip, we are going back to main page. But what we should do is, if here we'll check if the trip ID is equals 0, that means this is the create new case. Then we'll do this. Let's do this. If that is not the case, that means this was edit case. In this, what we'll do, we'll say trip updated, and here with go to async we are going to say dot dot, that means go back. Okay, so go back is fine. Now let's go to the trip details view model. Here we are here edit trip async. We need to provide the parameter here to move to the next page. We can get it from our any of other view model where we are having this like this trip ID. Here it will be save trip view model dot trip ID, and this will be trip ID property. Then we'll pass this parameter here, and then let's add the relay command here, and then let's go to the page. So page is trip details page. We have this toolbar item. So here only we are going to say command binding edit trip command. Save it, run the app. Before that we need to run the API because we made changes in API, right? So let's cancel this build, run the API again. So we'll right click on the API, debug, start without debugging, wait for it to come up, and then I'm going to run the MAUI mobile app. Okay, let's go to the detail page, edit. We are here, save trip, values, Andaman Nicobar, this trip name is there, location, start date, end date, status, but the category selection is not there. Save trip button is fine, and the text on the top it says add a trip, so this should also change. And the category selection should be here, and then yeah, these two things needs to be changed. And here if you see this back button, this is what I was talking about. Now if you go directly from here add trip, then we are not going to have that button, you see. All right, so here let's go to the save trip page. Here we have this title, it is just add a trip. We want this to be dynamic. For this we can add a new property in our view model. Let's close all other things. Save trip view model. Here we are going to have an observer property. So private string underscore page title, which will default to add a trip. This is going to be an observable property, and we are going to set it to page title equals, not underscore, the uppercase page title equals edit trip. Save it, and the next thing was to change have the category selection, right? So if we see the way we are handling category selection, this is different. So we have these category collection categories. Inside these categories we need to set that selected category on the basis of the selected category ID. So here after setting the model we need to set the selected category. So here we can get the selected category equals this. We can say from our categories collection dot where, or we can say first or default, it should be first, of course, but let's use this c dot id equals model dot category id. And here if we say if selected category is not null, we just need to set the selected category. So for this, what we can do, we can simply call this method set selected category with this category. Okay, so we'll say set selected category, this selected category. With this, it will simply call this method. Here it will set all these things. Run it again. Now both of these things should get handled. Okay, we are here. Let's select this. Go to the trip details. Press edit. And here this category is selected. Status is there. But the main text is still add a trip. That's because we didn't change the title. So let's make this binding page title. If we do this, we can see the added trip text here. We go back, we are here. If we directly go to add trip from here, we can see add a trip without back button. With everything is fine. Go back to home page. We have this thing. Let's try the second one, this test trip. Edit this. It is taking some time. That's because here we have multiple calls and this collection view. So here we can see the selected values. All these things are populated. We can see the text. Let's try to change the status to completed. Save trip. We can see activity indicated, trip updated, and we are back to the previous page. But now if you see, this status is still the previous one. It should have been changed. If we go back, come to this again, this time we should see updated. That means when we are coming back from added trip, in that case we should have that thing fixed. That means we should re-trigger the trip information update here. So we have two options. One is we can maybe refetch, and I think we should refetch. So from save trip model, save trip view model basically, when we are coming back to this page like this, here we can provide the page again, the trip ID again, because the way it fetches the trip information, that is if we see in our trip details view model, it fetches on the basis of this trip ID query property. If query property is there, then it is simply going to make API call and fetch the trip information. Okay, so let's use that. We'll go to the save trip details page. Here we are going to have that parameter trip ID. We'll set trip ID like this. And then we are going to pass this parameter here. Save it. Now we should be good. Now when we are coming to this page, it is taking time and I don't have any solution for that. Fetch categories is fine. I guess we are good. Let's quickly try to rerun the app to see if after saving that we are coming back, we can see the thing. I'll maybe spend some time later to see how, if I can somehow uh, fix that issue when we are going to the edit. Then it takes some time, so maybe I can check that later. We are here on home page. Let's go to the test strip. Let's go to the edit to this one. When we do this, it takes some time. Here let's change the category. Let's change the title test strip updated, and let's change the status to cancelled. Save trip, trip updated, completed, and we still can't see the updated values here. And that is because do let me in the comment if you understood what happened here, why it did not update. So why did not update is because on our trip details view model here we still have the same trip ID. Even if we set the new trip ID, but it was same. So here, let's say it was trip ID 1. We went to edit. From edit, we came back with the trip ID 1. That means the same trip ID. So when it came back to the trip details page, trip ID value was same. So it didn't trigger this method because the value did not change. That means we need to have something else here. The way we have expense saved, similarly, we can have refetch trip ID or trip updated, something like this. Trip updated. Again, you can have the event and event handlers. You can use the weak reference manager messenger. So there are multiple ways to handle this. I'm going to use this trip updated. In that case, mm, hmm, here only let's have private bool underscore trip dated and we are going to say relay command, sorry, not relay command, observable property. Here observable property, then we are going to use the partial void on trip updated changed. We'll have a bool value here, and inside this we are going to follow the same thing which we are following here. What's new value, right? Here it is single value. Here we'll say if value is true, then only we are going to make API call, and then we are going to set the expense saved. In this case, we are going to set the trip updated to false. Now here we need to refetch the trip info. Now how we are fetching the trip information? We have this method. So we need to duplicate this thing. It's better to have it in some method. Let's have private async task fetch trip details async like this. And here we can simply call this method. We'll say await fetch trip details async, and we'll call this from here as well. Save it and let's make it async. Save, save everything. Now it should work. We just need to provide this trip updated parameter from the save trip view model. Instead of trip ID, we are going to use trip updated with a fixed value as true. Save it. Let's run it. We are here. Let's go to the detail page again. Let's go here. Cancel. We can see the red button, red color here. Mountains. Let's say updated 1. And trip. Let's say again planned. Or let's say ongoing. Save trip. Fetching. Ongoing and category change that, and this also got changed. That means the flow is working fine. Now let's try to add a new trip. Beach, some beach trip, some location, start date, end date, status, let's say completed, save trip. We saw trip saved and we are here on the home page. And here we can see this trip. So with this, the add trip and edit trip, both of these functionalities are also. With this, I think we are good. All our functionalities are working. Everything is working now, right? Login, registration, homepage recent trip, add a trip. Here also we need to reset the category ID as well. then trips page, then add and edit trip, then settings page, edit name, change password, manage expense categories developed by this, logout is also working. So with this, each and every functionality is working. Let's fix one thing. We might face that issue, and that is going to be when we are making the API call, if the token is expired in between. That means the initial case, the initialization case, that handles a different use case. If we go to our view model, not view model, if we go to our services and auth service, here this initialize case, it checks when we start the app. When app is loading up, at that time it will take check if token is expired. What if it was not expired? It will expire after 1 hour, after an hour. Now we are using the app. Now it's been an hour, and now we make any call. That means we go to the any of the page, so it will automatically going to make the API call, and there the token expired. So our API is going to return 401, and we are going to get an error in the UI. So let's handle that case. Now, the very good thing is all our API calls are going through this base view models make API call method. Okay, so we can intercept that error here only. How we are going to handle all our API calls? We are using Refit. So here we can have a catch with API exception. Okay, so let's say API EX. Now here we can handle that case. How we are going to handle that? Here we can say API EX dot status code equals https status code dot unauthorized. It means token expired. Okay, so we need to remove the token from the auth service in this case, and we need to go back to login page, because our app, it requires a valid token. It requires user to be authenticated, to be logged in throughout the app uses. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll simply say await. We can say shell dot current dot go to async. Here we are going to say go to login page. Sorry, we'll say await shell dot current dot display alert. Here the title, we can say login expired. Then here we are going to say message, your login has expired, you need to log in again in order to continue using app, something like this. With the message cancel, we'll say go to login page. Okay, after this we'll simply go to the login page using this name of login page. Okay, now what is going to happen when we'll go to the login page? Here if we see, on appearing we are checking if we have the token. Okay, in this case if it will come here, it will check yes we have token, and from here it will go to the main page. And when it will go to the main page, it is going to make the API request using this base view model to fetch the recent trips. It will come here, it will fail again, we'll show this alert, and we'll go to the login page again. It is going to be a cycle here. We need to break that cycle. So we have multiple approaches for this. One is we can simply remove the token here. But if we do that, we need to have access to the auth service. If we inject auth service here, then we need to change each and every view model to pass that auth service as a dependency to this base class because this is our base class. So instead of this, what we can do, we can settle with a different approach. When we are going to go to the login page here, when we have this auth service.token, inside this auth service, we can maybe have a method. We already have this is token expired, right? So we can maybe make it public and we can call this method on the login page itself. First, we'll check if the token is there, then we'll come here. User is already logged in. Then we'll verify, check if token is valid, that is not expired. So here we'll say if underscore auth service dot is token expired. And what is the token? Token is underscore auth service dot token. If this is expired, then we'll simply show this page. If this is expired, then we can simply say underscore auth service dot remove token. We'll do this. Inside remove token, what we are doing, we are setting the token to null, setting the preferences default, we are removing it. In same way, we should also set the user to the default value 0, null, null, or just empty. So remove token. After removing the token, we should be here only. So let's check the opposite. If this is opposite, then we'll simply navigate to the main page. That means if token is not expired, here we'll say token is not expired. In this case, we can redirect to token or redirect to main page and we'll return from here. If that is not the case, here we know token is expired. Here we'll say remove the token from the storage and serve this login page. So that user can log in again. Save. With this, we have, I think, end to end all these things we have handled. Okay. Now one more thing which is remaining in base view model. Now we are having API exception. It is going to show this thing. Okay. What we can do? It is going to catch all the API related exceptions here only. So it will execute this piece of code. It is not going to show error. But if this is unauthorized, then we are doing this thing. If it is not unauthorized, there is some other error, then it should show that error. So for this, what we can do, instead of having this thing directly here, we can use the when pattern matching here. So here we'll have this condition like this, and then we'll just have this without this if condition. So now this catch will be here only when the status code is unauthorized. If this is not the case, it will directly go to this catch exception and it will always going to show this alert message. And this is exactly what we want. All right. So with this, everything, each and every functionality is working fine now. The next thing is we'll see how this app looks on iOS. We'll see if we need to make some changes, some UI related change on iOS, if everything is working, or we have to do some platform specific UI design related things. So we'll see that next.